communist,
radical left influencer,
Hasan Piker,
dirtbag left,
Hasan Piker,
pro-terrorism, pro-Hamas,
Hasan Piker,
Hasan Piker,
Hasan Piker, going on this vulgar rant, mocking wounded war vet for losing his eye fighting for our freedom.
Have you ever heard someone mention the Streisand effect and wondered what they were talking about? This phenomena is named after actress Barbara Streisand.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from kind of gloomy California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Tuesday. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, folks, boys, girls, and MBs. It's Tuesday. It's Newsday Tuesday, and you already know what's up. It's election day. It's not heist day. It's not a heist day unless you fucking mean we're stealing the election. That's right. We're fucking doing it. We're doing the fucking thing. Yeah. We're stealing it. Just end the election already. Yeah, we're stealing the election. We're stealing the Constitution. We're stealing the fucking elections, yeah. From right from under their noses. I shouldn't even been doing this accent, honestly. I shouldn't be doing this accent because let's be real. I'm not the accent is not worthy of being recognized on my stream with what the British have done to me. Okay. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, folks, boys, girls, MBs, we're live. We're alive, coming to you from gloomy 67 degrees, yet mostly gloomy California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live. We're alive. And I hope everyone is having a fantastic one. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you all about my personal news. It is Election Day, Tuesday, June 2nd. 2026, and yeah, there's some wait, what is this? Great news to start the day. Are you going to talk about the PlayStation event? I was about to say I'm in a pretty good mood, as you guys can probably figure out. And hopefully that pretty good mood doesn't turn into a pretty bad mood later in the day, in the night. But I knew that I would get baited into being angry about some shit fairly early on. But this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. Thank you, Druko. I got your blast-offs, okay? I'm not going to use the voting fascism one because I'm sorry, that's bait. Like, you want me to get absolutely destroyed by people, but I'll use the other two. Okay, it's beautiful, it's wonderful, but like, we're not voting yes to end fascism at the ballot box. Okay, and I'm not trying to get my ass beat by everybody on the internet. In any case, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, MBs, no chat today, just talking to the void and closed chat. Yeah, it's going to be an annoying day today because there's some good news and there's some bad news. Hopefully there will be some good primaries here. Hopefully we'll get some W's on the board, you know. But having said all of that, okay, Megaphonics, I know you've been door knocking since 6 a.m. Okay, I know, I saw. I'm proud of you. Okay, Jesus Christ, stop spamming. I saw your fucking Twitter post. I saw your chat posts. Okay, I'm proud of you for door knocking since 6 a.m. Jesus Christ, this guy loves voting so much. He wants others to vote. In any case, folks, personal news-wise, ladies and gentlemen, personal news-wise, okay, a lot has happened in the world of Hasanabi Piker, except I'm still a chud-ass loser. And as a chud-ass loser, I did something last night that I need to tell you about. I have not watched a single second of Euphoria. Last night, I finally said, you know what? This is apparently an Israeli show, like literally, and also the creator has compared the show itself to the nation state of Israel. What the fuck is this show about? So I watched the first season, and let me tell you, I don't understand it. I don't understand it at all. It was very strange to me for a million different reasons. One, because like these are teenagers doing sexual style. And I find it weird because like the first season, they're literally in high school and they're doing sexual style. Okay. And I'm like, they're supposed to be teenagers. What the fuck is this? But they're not, obviously. It's fucking like Sydney Sweeney and shit. But then also on top of that, it's just like it caused so much anxiety in me. Like I literally was just like, is this how American teenagers went to American high school? They're all doing like heroin. They're doing fentanyl. They're doing heroin. They're doing cocaine. What the fuck is happening in American high school? Oh my God. It genuinely, it confused me. It frustrated me. I was always like, why is no one taking care of these children? Why are they doing so many horrible things? And, you know, it just gave me a lot of anxiety. It gave me a lot of agita. Brother, it's not a documentary. Kirk laugh. Okay. Tucker Carlson bit, but unironically, yeah. No, I'm not even kidding when I say this. It truly, it was like frustrating to watch. I kept watching Euphoria like this. What's happening to these kids? I'm officially a middle-aged man. I'm officially a middle-aged man because I was like, these kids, they're not going to make it. They're not going to make it. I kept watching like this. Shaking my damn head. Shaking my damn head the entire time like an old man. I shot cocaine in high school, but I had a problem. Rehab before graduation. Well, I'm glad you went to rehab. Yeah, anyway. Anyway, my wife was watching it and I glanced over and there's like a FBI raiding some rundown drug house or something. And I thought to myself, isn't this show supposed to be about high school? Yeah, it was just, it was shocking to watch. Okay. It was shocking to watch. I'm still watching it to understand. Have you done drugs? Yes, of course. But post high school, you know, I went to high school in Turkey. There's no fucking drug doing in Turkish high school. What are you, crazy? There was like one couple that had sex when we were in high school and everybody knew about it because it was like a profound accomplishment. You know, it was an achievement, really. When I was going to high, maybe Turkish high schools changed too. Remember, I'm talking, this is like almost fucking, 20 years in the past at this point. But yeah, college is different. But it does feel like Euphoria is very, it just felt like, I don't know. It just felt strange. It's like a strange show. The vibes are not there. The vibes are weird. It had mad segs in it. Yeah, there's so much segs. There is unlimited sexual style. And it's strange. It's too much sex. I thought Zoomers hated that shit. I thought Zoomers hated watching sex happen. I thought Zoomers were like, why is there sex in my TV show? I'm closing my eyes. Zoomers love Euphoria, right? Isn't that a thing that Zoomers watch? So they love to watch people fuck, I guess. They don't want to fuck. They want to watch people fuck, maybe. I don't know. Anyway, whatever. It don't matter. It don't matter. Zoomers ain't watching that shit. Is it for millennials? It's not for Zoomers. It's for pedophiles. Okay. Well, there is a nervous energy to the entire show that I can't seem to put my finger on. I just like, it made me, difference is COVID, post-COVID Zoomers hate sex in media, but first season came out pre-COVID. Okay. I don't know. There's just like, I'm always anxious when I'm watching an episode of Euphoria. Maybe I'm not cut out for it. Maybe I'm turning into my father who can't watch certain shows, you know, especially if there's like any child endangerment. My dad cannot watch the show at all. He will be like, oh, turn it off, turn it off. He'll get mad at me. And now I've become my father. I literally was just I'm watching the fucking show and I'm feeling anxious for these little children, and I don't like it. I don't like it at all. It's their lives are fucking miserable, and it's like they live in America. What do you mean? There's children starving. There's children that have to live in a fucking hollowed out apartment complex by the nation state of Israel, and you're living in like Burbank, California, or where the fuck you're living at, and you're like, my life is so complicated, I have to do heroin. I'm like, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is wrong with Americans? I have to do heroin and I have to have sex all the time. It's LA under Spencer Pratt. It gets 50% worse every season. Anyway, so that's my Euphoria take. But yeah, I woke up early this morning, real early this morning, and I went, and I have an announcement finally, and Austin's going to like this one. I don't know. He knows already. I already told him, but he'll like that I'm coming out publicly with this. I did something this morning. I worked out, and then I went, yeah, I'm coming out. I went to a dermatologist. That's the most delayed fa of all time. Jesus Christ. That's right. I went to a derm. And I say derm because, like, that's the level of comfort that I'm on. You know what I mean? Like, I have a derm now. Okay? I have a dermatologist that I'm so familiar with. I call her my derm. Okay? So I went to the Ripper doc, the skin doc, which is a gay activity, right? I mean, it's kind of gay. But I dermaxed because I have these two fucking behemoths that are growing off the side of my face. And, I filled all the forms up and they're like, do you use any skincare? And I was like, no. Do you use sunscreen? I was like, no. And they were like, you're insane. You're an insane person. What the fuck's wrong with you? But yeah. So basically I went to the derm and she was like, she basically looked at my face, touched it, and was like, this is a cyst. You have these two massive cysts on your face. And I was like, so what's the deal? Like, what do I do about this cyst situation? You know, I'm a numbers guy. What's going on? How do I fix it? What do I do? And the derm was like, we're going to chat GPT it. That's right. The derm was actually Patrick Bet David. So yeah, I have cysts, 2 cysts. And what's interesting about it is apparently cysts have a mind of their own. Right? That's what she said. She says cysts have a mind of their own. Like it's always there. Right? It's always there. And the problem is, like, it can just decide to get angry and grow. And the only thing you can do is either inject it. Because I told her, like, I lanced it. I injected it with cortisol. It didn't really work. I constantly cover it with like a zit pack, whatever. And my friends keep making fun of me. They dunk on me. And one of them literally had to get Accutane, and he's still making fun of me for my acne, my cyst. Like, it's kind of crazy. I'm being bullied by the guy who was being called Pizza Face in high school. Like, we have to fix this. I'm 34 years old. What do you want me to do? Kill myself? So she was like, all right, cortisone. Sorry. Is it cortisol? No, cortisone. So she basically was like, yeah, I'm not going to lie to you. That shit is crazy. It's an alien. Okay. That shit is the Wembayama of acne on your face. So we have to cut it out. And I was like, what? She's like, yes, you need plastic surgery because it's on your face. I would recommend not just like cutting it out here. It's a somewhat invasive process, but you have to do it with a plastic surgeon. I would refer you to a plastic surgeon. I was like, okay, what's the second thing? Because I was like, that's not happening. You know what I mean? I was like, that's not going to fucking happen anytime soon. That's crazy. I'm not doing plastic surgery. That's, I'm not Hollywood Halkias over here, right? So she said the second best thing is just we boom it with the steroid. So yeah, I boomed it. I boomed it with a steroid. Okay. And so we'll see what happens in the next couple of days when hopefully it goes away. It's totally legit. South Korea has like 1,000 drive-thrus for it. Yeah, but also, what if my plastic surgeon is married to a billionaire, chaebol, and he's getting really old, and in his old age, he accidentally slits my fucking throat instead of cutting the cyst off of my face because his hands are shaky, but he wants to still have his career as a notorious plastic surgeon. And if he actually ends up fucking it up, then I die. Then they have to hide it, and then it's an international incident, and then a lot of other people die in the process of covering the story that this old Korean plastic surgeon actually assassinated me. Brother, just get the surgery. It's only plastics because they're good, not and not cause scarring. Yeah. So we'll see. So I'm on this plan now. I'm booming my face. I got the injection on the cyst to like reduce it, and then next month we're gonna do another. Boom if it's not gone away, and then I'm also gonna get naked, and she's gonna look at my whole body to see if I have I have a lot of moles, so she's gonna do a full body mole check. Yeah. That's what I did this morning. Abdul is live on MSNBC being asked about anti-Semitism.
Things like glasses or healthcare or schools for our own kids. And I worry that a lot of times people want to use the word anti-Semitism to spread to defend a foreign government.
I'll blast off right now.
I think it's just really important for us to differentiate between those two, because I don't want to be held accountable to what another government does simply because I share ethnicity with the people who live there. And I know the same for my Jewish sisters and brothers.
You've got support of Bernie Sanders and a lot of other progressives in the caucus. They're more
my favorite Jewish uncle.
There are more moderates in the Democratic Party who are worried that if primary voters elect you in Michigan, they're going to lose that seat. I guess, how will you feel if you are elected, the general election happens, and it goes to Mike Rogers?
Well, we're going to do everything we can to beat Mike Rogers. I'll just tell you this. Who better to take on a guy who voted 60 times to raise prescription drug prices and then helped to architect the legislation that kicked off the opioid epidemic and then took a $14 million payout to be a pharma lobbyist than a guy who's a doctor who rebuilt the health department in the city of Detroit, eliminated $700 million of medical debt, and put Narcan in 100 locations. There is nobody better to prosecute that case than I will. So we're going to beat him by 7. We're going to beat him up and down the state, and we're going to show them what it looks like to actually campaign on strength rather than fear.
If Democrats win in November, how should they treat Donald Trump's presidency? Should they start investigating him? Should they impeach him?
Yes.
Should they try to convict him? Should they go after this administration as furiously
Will Abdul
as they
win the
did?
general? Fuck yeah, dude. Are you kidding me? It's already a blue wave year, and he is so well positioned to cook Mike Rogers.
The day I take office in 2027. Number one, put as much sand in the gears into what
Republicans are fucking idiots. They think, you know what they're going to do when Abdul wins the fucking primary, inshallah? They're going to literally open up unlimited maximum attacks against Abdul by being like, he's aligned with Hasanabi Piker. And we've seen that fail over and over again. And it's of course going to fucking fail in Michigan too. They're going to be focusing on dumb shit like, oh, you're hanging out with Hasan Piker. And Abdul's going to be like, I want Medicare for all. What do you think is the way to win here? I know exactly what they're going to do. I'm telling you right now. I'm fucking calling it. Babe Ruth, I'm calling the shot. Okay? While they're busy talking about Hasan Piker, which will be the transgender of this Michigan race, he's going to be talking about Medicare for all and ending wars.
Trump, if we fail to hold this one accountable, will actually be smart.
Abdul El Sayed, candidate for Michigan Senate, thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate it. Good to have you in person.
Thank you for having us.
All right, coming up next is Minority Report. Did it predict the future?
Okay. Rogers lost to a CIA agent. Yeah, I know. Rogers lost to Elisa Slotkin, dude. It's not even happening. Like, he is incredibly bad. New poll, by the way, speaking of Abdul, new poll alert, ladies and gentlemen. New poll alert. New poll alert. It's poll time. It's poll position. It's motherfucking Pol Pot. Abdul El Sayed, new Senate poll coming from Michigan, Lake R, B rated. El Sayed at 34. Stevens at 31. McMorrow at 19. Bruh. Mallory, what did you do? What did you do, Mallory? New poll alert. A new Lake Research Partners poll of likely 2026 Democratic primary election voters shows Abdul El Sayed in the lead for the Democratic nomination for U.S. Senate. El Sayed has the most support and greatest intensity of support, highest favorability ratings of the candidates, and voters are liking what they are hearing about him. God damn. Now let me say something. Let me say something. Put some respect on it, dude. Put some motherfucking respect on it. Yeah, this was really funny. Zionists really Zionists really just can't not steal things. Yeah. Track Islamist pack. Mallory kept pushing that voice like she was running for St. Paul City Hall. It confuses the minds of a Michigander. Can you do a
Holy Toledo?
Holy Toledo! Holy Toledo! It's New York City! Can you hear me, New York? Holy fucking Toledo! You see this Shoycott W? Sure. When was the last time you met Jenna Marbles? I don't know. What a strange question. I have no idea. You're really stimming today, Unc? I mean, how was Stevens ahead of Mallory? What happened? What did I miss? Mallory McMorrow fell into the Goldilocks trap. Okay? She was too progressive for the moderates and too moderate for the progressives. So the race is actually getting divvied up between Haley Stevens, Michiganders, Michigan's own Bobby Hill, both El Sayed and Stevens have released internal showing McMorrow cratering to the third position. It might be coordinated strategy to get her out, but I think it's fair to say Abdul and Stevens are currently looking like the inevitable 1v1. Don't speak ill of Bobby Hill like that. I mean, she is Bobby Hill. Let's be fucking real. Okay? What I don't understand personally is how we got to a point Why is it? Okay, we're back. What the hell? Oh my God.
What the hell?
Oh.
My God, no way.
Yo, I'm sorry. M is real high.
May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
Okay. I'm giving conflicting messages here, but sorry, we got hit with the Mossad gun for a brief moment. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, but we're back. Okay, so where was I? Apologize to Bobby Hill. I mean, I will never apologize to Bobby Hill. Who has the Haley Stevens video of her saying, I cry myself to sleep thinking about the nation state of Israel, like she's a fucking Korean cult pastor from the Moonies? So someone's got that. What? Muted loser. Are you going to speak about Novak? What? Yo, chat, how we feeling about Novak? Any opinions? I don't know what you're talking about.
And in the United
I mean, come on, dude. Michiganders looked at this shit and we're like, I feel represented.
and in the United States Congress, I will continue to fight for the people of Israel. I will continue to fight for Israel's existence. Israel comes to me in my dreams. I see Israel's future, and I know that Israel will continue to exist for the Jewish people.
Bro, that is genuinely the most insane thing I've ever heard an American politician say, I think. And I've listened to not Michael Rappaport, but Mike Huckabee. Like, that is so crazy. I feel like Mike Huckabee would be like, all right, dial it back a little bit, Bobby. What the fuck are you talking about? It's just such a crazy thing to say in general, okay? What are the odds Mallory drops out and endorses Stevens' dream scenario for Abdul? Not exactly. What is this? MS Now, New York City luxury real estate. We were just talking about how rich guys are so worried about New York City mayor. Seems Donnie Deutsch. Donnie Deutsch is saying he likes Zoran Mamdani. Oh God, I'm sorry. If Donnie Douche, who is literally constantly fucking up my ass, talking about how I'm a dangerous, radical terrorist anti-Semite, is talking positively about you in any way, shape, or form, you really got to fucking lay it on a little bit thicker with your anti-Zionism. This is the most, I'm going to be honest with you, dude. This is the most I felt like this is Zogran Mossad Dani territory. That's crazy. This is Zioran territory, straight up. If Donnie douchebag over here is fucking singing your praises in any way, shape, or form, that means you have been insufficiently anti-Zionist, okay? Yeah, Zioran, ma'am dandy. That's crazy. You're slipping, which I already have a lot of issues with. Yep, he not calling you now. Man, I don't give a fuck. He's not my, listen, man, he's not my friend. He's my politician, okay? Well, not even my politician. He's the mayor, okay? Sure, it's great to have, it's great to have representational politics. I feel very represented. But the reality of the matter is he's the mayor. That's what matters. First and foremost. Ma'am Dandy, he does a lot of great work, and sometimes he falls short. On the Israel stuff, he's definitely fallen short. Anyway. Voda Steyer Ma wrote in Luigi Mangino for insurance commissioner. Consider my civic duty handled. Jesus Christ. I feel like having too many friends in politics is how we got here in the first place. What are you talking about? I'm not like the average person in this regard. Most people don't consider politicians to be friends in any way, shape, or form, and don't have like direct access to them regardless. I was just saying, like, even though I can communicate with them directly, I will still criticize them. Anyway. The average voter. Oh, I saw this. Yeah. Dennis McClin, 43, social worker from Riverside, who said he was looking for a common sense on the issues of helping the homeless population that he referred to as the unhoused. I tried Katie Porter, but I'm a realistic person. I think she had a good chance of winning. So I voted for Javier Becerra. Bro, when I see stuff like this is the ultimate black pill. Okay. As a person who talks about politics professionally, as a person who is, directly involved in the political machinery nowadays, when I see the average median voter, like the average voter and the way that they think, I turn into that meme of like, we taught this monkey to look at the median voter and to understand the median voter, and he killed himself. And it's like, that's how I am the monkey. I'm the monkey who goes, ooh, ooh, I try to understand the multitudes that are inside of the minds of the median voter, and I kill myself, okay, in a video game. I am that monkey. Oh my God. I am literally.
I'm Brian, kill me.
Bro, you're about to get clipped, dog. What are you? Why? What? You got clipped, bro? Guys, context. Okay, context. That's insane. Riverside is trash as a pit. Hasan, you're not dumb enough to understand the median voter. Yes, I need to. I saw an ad once on TV, so I voted for them. Yeah. Do you think context matters for clips? Clipping famously has context. You're right. Okay, it doesn't matter. No, I'm not saying the median voter is a monkey. I'm saying a monkey was taught a monkey was taught about the median voter's attitudes, and the monkey killed itself. It's a very common meme, man. Jesus Christ. All right, enough. We're moving on. Listen, man, I'm about to drop a truth Moab. I'm going to dig deep into the earth's crust to unearth hidden knowledge. There's nothing a woman, pick one, loves more than a handsome twink, if not a doll. That's okay, cool. Truth nuke. Truth Moab. New York Times, Madeline Schnack, 22, a student at University of California, San Diego, who says she voted for Javier Becerra in the primary for governor despite some concerns about his consideration of oil drilling in California. I think both have pros and cons, but I've thought the pros outweigh the cons for Becerra. I'm gonna do it. I'm
Brian, kill me.
I'm gonna do it.
I'm Brian, kill me.
I'm Brian, kill myself.
I'm Brian, kill me.
Oh my God. Oh my fucking God, dude. What is going on? Dude, I swear to God, we like to think that Democrats are more intelligent than the average Republican, okay? A lot of people have deluded themselves into thinking, well, the Republican Party is a cult. It's true. They are a cult, right? And they go wherever Trump goes. There's truth to that. But I'm sorry, Democrats are just as fucking stupid, bro. Someone will be like, I'm a single issue voter for the climate, and that's why I'm voting for Javier Becerra, who is singularly funded by the climate destruction industry. Yeah, this is the meme. We taught this chimpanzee to understand the median voter's politics, and he hanged himself. That's how I feel. That's how I feel when I have to face the cold hard truth of like how voters make decisions. I am reminded of the black pilling realities that the average person doesn't know anything. Okay? Dude, I'm going to be honest with you. There are millions of people today that have no idea that there's an election taking place. Okay? So that's the norm. The norm is people don't even know that an election is taking place today. Okay? And then outside of that norm, there are those who are actually active enough to go out and vote, right? Which I did as well. Look at that. There's the sticker. I should probably take that out before it fucking turns into... Yeah, I voted. Okay, I voted. Here it is. Here's the reality. Here's the devastating reality. I fucking voted, dude. I voted my freaking face off. I love voting. You know this. You know this. And there were some candidates that I was excited to vote for, okay? There were some candidates I was excited to vote for, and then some candidates I was voting for that I wasn't so excited about. That's just how it goes, right? Put it on the cyst? No, I'm not going to do that. It's an unfortunate side effect of living and existing in California, Los Angeles. Oh, also, Hype Train Level 3, ladies and gentlemen. Please subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service, the People's Broadcasting Service, sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people. Subscriptions allow you to be able to reverse or hit the rewind button. Okay? You can rewind if you subscribe. Here you go. I voted. Shit. I suspect it's not going to stick. Fuck it. Oliver Ma, I was excited to vote for. He's great. Kenneth Mejia, he's great. Anyway, whatever. Listen. The tides have shifted so much. Oh my God, people were living for your take on Western countries being cooked to Israel with 23,000 likes. I mean, that makes sense. This is not a new tide shift. This is, I mean, on Twitter, that kind of take goes viral all the time. I convinced 5 people I know who were going to vote Becerra to vote Tom Steyer, so I'm fucking pumped, huh? Okay, so here's the thing. As I was saying, primary day in California is sad because there are some people I'm stoked to vote for, and then lots of reminders that the California Democratic Party machine is still a total behemoth in this state and will take a long time to tackle. Who are you stoked to vote for? The Zionist private prison profiteer or the Zionist pro-LAPD YIMBY woman? I'm stoked to vote for Spencer Pratt, who is the only honorable vote because he's the reactionary. And obviously, a lot of these guys are, that's the ultimate goal here, right? You know, like what is this conversation? Like, I didn't even say who I fucking voted for. And this guy immediately is like, obviously you voted for whoever is going to maximize genocide. Well, thank you, boss man. Don't even joke about that. I know. I'm not very excited to hear what the fuck the election results are going to look like. But yeah, voting is fascist, especially if you vote for the Democrats, then you're a fascist. If you vote for the Republicans, you're, a regular run-of-the-mill working class guy, though. Okay? In any case, folks, lots to talk about, lots to get into. First, let's start with what the Pod John's assessment was about voting, and it was crazy. Okay? There's some crazy takes in here from John Favreau, friend of the show, Pod John. John Favreau.
Let's turn to California. The big race, of course, is the jungle primary for governor. Same question for each of you. Who'd you end up supporting and why?
I am going to vote for Tom Steyer. If the polls are to be believed, and they've been pretty consistent, Becerra is going to move on. One other will. There's a chance Tom Steyer can be that second person. I would much rather have 2 Democrats battling it out for the future of the Democratic Party in this state than I would have Becerra versus a Republican who has not passed the threshold question of opposing Donald Trump's election lines. Like, that to me is a threshold question. You can be frustrated with Democrats in this state. You can believe that Democrats have fucked up in California. But if you can't say Donald Trump lost that election, if you can't stand up to him, then that is so fucking dangerous. And he's a nut for that. I also really liked my conversation with Tom Steyer. I think he had good answers for some of the questions about where Democrats have gone wrong in California and some of the criticisms. I also really like Katie Porter, but she just hasn't risen to the top of the poll. It sucks because I really like her, but I'm trying to be pragmatic with my vote.
If I could wave a magic wand and make someone governor, it would be Katie Porter, but she is down in the polls. I have the same rationale. I want to vote strategically because I think Steyer and Becerra going to a runoff would be great. It would kind of be annoying if we had to deal with, running in Steve Hilton, who's a random British short king who's like deep in the tech community.
I don't think his height's a problem.
I do love that triggered you of all the criticism.
If I were doing ranked choice, I would be Katie number 1.
I thought about Becerra. But I don't feel confident giving the top job to someone he's had 35 years in elected office to prove himself, but has received mainly bad reviews from his colleagues. He's very late to introduce any kind of.
Brother, what is this convo, dude? What is this motherfucking convo? Zwing Thomas with the 200 gifty Hype Train level 7. You already know Hype Train level 10. Subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service. If you love the soundboard,
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
Let the people know by gifting subs or subscribing for free with the Twitch Prime or for $6 a month with a regular Twitch subscription. If we get to level 10, you already know you're going to get the regular Charlie Kirk. And if you get to level 15, it's the reggaeton Charlie Kirk. All right. Gift those subs. Who voted Steyer? It's not that bad, even if they got there. Weird. I know. It's very strange. I have 0.75 in my bank account, dude. I watch because there's no ads. Don't worry. Well, I will keep the broadcast ad free. Your voluntary contributions keep the Piker Broadcasting Service, the People's Broadcasting Service, ad free. Your voluntary contributions also allow me to maintain my editorial independence. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people. The Piker Broadcasting Service is unbought, unbossed, and unbowed.
Housing policy whatsoever until after ballots drop. Even then, it was like more NIMBY than Steyer or Porter or anything else. And now, like, I hope I'm wrong. And if he wins, then like, great, maybe he'll be a great governor. But just it prevented me from voting Becerra. Steyer, like, I'm more confident in Steyer. For me, it was like the combination of he's never had any.
Your ban situation should be all over the news. Why is it not? Are you kidding me? It was literally covered by every news outlet on the planet. The UK banning me was, I think, covered by virtually every single news outlet. Literally. Hasan Piker, UK blocks visit 1 day ago. Not only was it on every news outlet, not the American ones as much, like CNN didn't fucking cover it or whatever, but terrorists, Allah, Islam. Okay, man. Are you okay? You having a good time, dude? Take your meds. Take your medication. Take your medication. Yeah, there is. It's been all over the news, and I think it totally backfired. I will be honest. I think it totally backfired on the British government. Like, I don't think they were expecting. Oh my God, I don't think they were expecting this level of controversy from the coverage. Like, people are just straight up writing articles like Britain is wrong to ban speakers like Hasan Piker. In the race to see Pelosi, all eyes are on the fight for second. Free press, Britain. Free press, Britain. Don't ban Hasan Piker and Cenk Uygur. The Wrap, Los Angeles Times, NBC, Jewish Telegraphic Agency. Like, virtually every outlet has written about it. And most people are very critical of it. Because they should be. It's actually very stupid. This was a very stupid thing that they did. Olivia Reingold was going up to bat for her favorite socialist. Hell yeah. Hype train level 8, almost level 9, by the way. At level 10, if you like the soundboard at level 10, you know what I'll do. Oh, yeah. Nate Baer wrote an article on it. It's pretty good. I think a fuller explanation is that vote-losing Slavish Zionism is simply a core tenet of the anti-politics of centrism. Yeah, I agree. I wrote an email to my MP explaining my disgust. I was scared to read the OU post, but it was actually great. Glad to hear some institutions are sticking by their values. Yeah. Did you see Trump made this fraudster? Yeah, we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about the new intelligence director. Don't worry. By the way, Cenk is literally lapping me in the media appearances. These are all the media appearances that I was supposed to do that I just simply didn't have time to do. They asked me to do it as well, and Cenk is doing him instead. Unk is lapping me right now on the media side because I have too much other shit going on, and I can't fucking do the weird times that the British media want me to go on their broadcast. It's like always at like 6 a.m. or 5 a.m. It's crazy. I'm getting nephew zoned right now by Unk. China surprised the world with a major decision. China has removed the name Israel from all of its official maps. Based.
Where he was killed. You should be allowed to say.
I don't believe that, but based regardless. Based nonetheless. I woke up at 6 a.m. What's your excuse? I woke up at 5 a.m. My excuse is I have to do other shit.
Outrageous things.
All right, we're not going to do this right now. We're not going to do this right now. All right, we're not going to do all this. Let's get back to the weird calculation of the Podjons and who they voted for in the gubernatorial race.
Any experience in elected office or governing anything, and is a billionaire who basically, like, you know, ran for president first, flamed out there, then spent just the GDP of a small country on this race. I like his positions better than Becerra and a lot of the other candidates, but I'm just like, there's just something a little icky to me about it. So I just voted for Katie Porter because I like her. It is the least strategic thing I could do, but
that's crazy.
Katie to me is like
that is genuinely crazy. That is legitimately the craziest thing I've heard from this man's mouth. What the fuck is this guy talking about, bro? What the hell is going on? It's like I did a not even a protest vote necessarily, but he's like I wanted to vote for something, so I voted for Katie Porter. Is really funny because it's like, what are the redeeming qualities of Katie Porter that cause you to go, you know, this is who I want to vote for? Was it the I want to actually cut taxes for people making less than $100,000 a year? Like, I want to eradicate all taxes for people making less than $100,000 a year. That's what or was it the I'm against the billionaire tax of it all? Was that the reason? I never would have thought that one of the pod chants would be also the median voter. You know, going back to this.
Known her a while. The temperament with her staff stuff is obviously like, it bothered me a lot because like we've known her forever, and I actually didn't know that until those stories came up. I also don't think she's gonna win.
Yeah, he was like, I didn't want to vote for Becerra because his peers don't like him, which is why I voted for Katie Porter, whose peers have been murdered by Katie Porter. That's a joke for the record. Okay. She's just abusive. She didn't murder anyone as far as we know. I'm just kidding. Okay. Don't get mad at me. Hype train level 9.
At this point, but I'm like, who do I want to be governor? She's thought about the job a lot.
1 minute remaining.
Has like a really well thought out policy platform. She's actually worked on passing legislation and getting things done when she was in Congress. And I feel like she's just like done the work for the job more than anyone else.
Anyway, for once, the libs are doing the vibes votes when the progressive left are doing the pragmatic votes. Yeah, it's funny. X-ray of a person voting for Katie Porter. Yeah, I saw Kyle's defense of me. Ben Shapiro is making up gross lies apparently, which is, you know, what else is new? That's an interesting take. I mean, I love the pod Johns, you know. That's an interesting take. I don't know what else to say. National DSA endorsement for Malak Quiros. DSA proudly endorses Malak Quiros for Congress. She's a PhD student, barista, former lawyer, fired from her job defending students protesting for Palestine. Malak is calling for an arms embargo, abolition of ICE, and Medicare for all. Send her to the office by donating today. Hell yeah. Congratulations. Another national endorsement for a DSA candidate. Hell yeah. Pod Bros proving that they always choose the most centrist option unless they have no other choice. That's not even true. They've been pretty fucking good with the insurgencies that are propping up or popping up all over the country. What about Maureen Galindo? Maureen Galindo still lives in our hearts, lives in our minds, and lives in our souls. Shout out to Maureen Galindo. If you write her in the general, she can still win. Remember that. Maureen Galindo heads rise up. Okay. Give us half a song? No, you failed. You failed me. Fox News is going to write this in the article. Hasan Piker is a Maureen Galindo head. Yeah, whatever. I don't give a shit, dude. They fucking lie about all of my positions anyway. Randy Fine also lying about me. What else is new? Hasan Piker's Cuba trip was bankrolled by Chinese interests. The so-called influencers are getting paid by foreign regimes to tear America apart from the inside. First of all, what the fuck would this have to do with tearing America apart? Like, this doesn't even make sense on its face. Like, not only is it ridiculous and he's obviously making shit up, but like the things that you're making up don't even make sense. How does this work? How the fuck does this work? How is like delivering How is it in your mind that delivering humanitarian aid to Cuba would somehow destroy America? Randy, find your waistline was funded by Chinese food interests. Shut up. Nice tie clip. 70 years of what? It's the Japanese Communist Party. The Japanese Communist Party, 70 years. They're like commemorative 70 years tie clip. I love wearing this thing, even though they're revisionists and they're also anti-CCP, CPC. Randy Fine is not even a hog. He's a boar. I agree. Where were we? What were we doing? What were we talking about? Oh yeah, the Pod Johns we talked about already. What's with so many black and brown people backing Becerra? Good on them. You know, have fun with it. I don't fucking know. Here's the thing. Okay. I'm not going to make any statements or assumptions. All I'm going to say is the Democratic Party's turnout machine is still very, very powerful in the state of California. Okay? Tom Steyer is a white billionaire, so obviously he has a long way to go to win the approval of these demographics that understandably are going to be skeptical of him. Okay? And that's a normal and healthy skepticism to have. Right? However, I'd go so far as to say that most of the Becerra heads the Becerra momentum is coming from the Democratic Party's turnout machine, because they consolidated support behind Becerra literally overnight after Eric Swalwell was outed as a sexual harasser, sexual assaulter, you know? And I think that there are a lot of people who are just like, okay, I'll go vote for whatever community leaders are telling me to vote for. That's it. And it's not even like the bots, because I think the impact of the bots are a bit overstated. Because I saw the article about like, oh, there were Becerra bots that came out of nowhere. I think it's an indication that like a lot of moneyed interests very quickly wanted to attack Tom Steyer because they were worried. They wanted a machine politician up there. And that's what happened. SEIU and the like, unfortunately, yes. The SEIU endorsed Tom Steyer, though. The problem is California labor unions and labor unions across the board, like the major ones, can either be very good, but when it comes down to elections and who they are endorsing, they're very bad. Okay? It just sucks. It just fucking sucks. Yes, I saw this and I wanted to immediately.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just, this is it over and over again. When I hear about shit like this, I think they both have pros and cons, but I thought the pros outweigh the cons for Becerra. In the end, I didn't want to vote for a billionaire, so I voted for the guy backed by every billionaire. Fuck! That's a white person, not a black or brown person? Wait, what? It's not about fucking black and brown people either. Okay? It's just about American voters. Okay? That's it. That's my argument. It's about voters. And remember, this is a 22-year-old who is voting in the motherfucking primaries. So this is the highest, like this is the least likely voter of all time. Their level of interest and level of knowledge in American elections is beyond comprehension. Her peers don't even know what the fuck's going on. Most 22-year-olds do not know that there is an election today, okay? The overwhelming majority of 22-year-olds do not fucking know that there's a primary happening today. So this is a person who knows that there's a primary happening. This is a person who's like read the policies and is like kind of aware. This is supposed to be the educated voter. Far more educated. Anyone that goes out and votes in the motherfucking primaries is far more politically active than the average American. And this person looked at the policies, looked at everything else, and was like, you know what? I want to vote for the guy that's being backed by Philip fucking Morris. Okay? When you're getting backed by Philip Morris, I feel like you've already maxed out on every single lobby, that you're going after lobbies that don't even exist anymore. Okay? The big tobacco lobby is gone. Okay? It's gone. It just doesn't even make sense for the big tobacco lobby to pump any candidate. I wrote an article about this today from a DSA perspective. Yes, I've seen your posts, okay? I saw your post. The Billionaire on the Ballot, what Tom Steyer teaches us about guides. I see the geese writers all the time. Wait, is this the one where you talk about being bold? Might as well be funded by Umbrella Corp. Yes. Geese Magazine. Always interesting and thoughtful articles on Geese Magazine. I like it. It's very good. Hold on. You don't fuck with flavored lung darts? I mean, me smoking or not smoking, which I don't anymore, has nothing to do with like the motherfucking tobacco lobbies, dude. Trisha Paytas, did you dirty with the photo choices? Lamau 3120? What the fuck? What happened?
We didn't get invited or nominated. Crazy. How did we get missed this? Everyone.
Double homicide.
Yeah.
I was nominated. Ha!
Hasan Piker can't go to the UK, but he did get nominated for the Las Culture
Did he
Culture
go?
Awards. I don't think he made an appearance. He probably should have.
Why can't he go to the UK?
They revoked his visa.
Oh.
Yeah.
Him and his uncle.
Is he not a citizen?
And his uncle?
Mm-hmm.
What are these photos? What the heliante? Oh my God. You guys don't have to do me like this. Okay? Also, Trisha Paytas is he not a citizen? Yeah, I'm not a citizen of the United Kingdom. Trisha Paytas. That's so funny. Dog, that's you. Man, that's not me. That's the old me. When I'm fucked up, that's the real me. This is old me. It's fucked up. This is from 2014. Okay? There should be an embargo on photos where you're trying to blast fits in 2014 with long T era, zippers on the side. That should go. That should show you that this is devastating. It's AI, bro. It's AI. It's AI. It's AI. This is AI. Is woke one was wild, but this is pre-woke one. I'm looking like a fucking Urban Outfitters model. Look at the goddamn bowler hat that I got on. Skinny jeans.
Damn.
What?
Of the UK? No, he's not a UK citizen.
Oh, well, how do you
I think there
revoke
was
a visa?
South by Southwest conference they were supposed to go and give a
South by South.
speech.
I'm so confused. I thought South by Southwest was in Texas.
They branch. It's like
He's here, so how are they revoking? I'm so confused. What visa is being
he was supposed to
revoked?
speak at a panel in the UK.
And
but
why did he
they
need a
blocked
visa?
him from going.
Okay, this is crazy. I'm so I missed all this. Where do I see all this?
I saw it on
Twitter.
I mean, it's all politics. It's political, so I don't think you would.
All right. I mean, that's sad that he can't be let in, I
You
suppose,
have a
but
visa into my home, Hasan, anytime.
Okay.
You need.
Just.
And it's Pride. Come on.
Okay.
Oh, because he didn't go to the Las Culturas Culture Awards.
Oh,
I wonder
God.
if he won. He should have won, I would think.
Okay.
Yeah. But Molly from Flopcast, she went.
Oh,
Yes.
did she get nominated?
She bought.
That's crazy. You age like wine. Thank you. Those are photos from 2014. That's like literally 12-year-old photos, by the way. Like straight up. These photos, well, not this one. This was from Japan, as you guys remember. I don't know why this photo makes my legs and ass look This photo makes my head look so tiny in comparison to the rest of my body. I fucking hate it. Okay? Why you look so thick? Nah, Unc, this was a fit back then. Low Kirk. Damn, dude, you were tall for a 12-year-old. Ain't no way you had that much beard as a 20-year-old. That must be 2017. No, I had that much beard, bro. Are you crazy? Yeah, this is 2014, 2015 era. Same era. You can judge by the hats. You can tell from the hats that I'm wearing. I still wear this jacket, by the way. Not the one I'm wearing currently, but the other navy jacket that I wear. It's the same one. Look at that, though. Dangly ass necklaces. Crazy hat. Hasan, my friend just told me you have yaoi proportions. Bro, if the pants were any tighter, you could check the pulse from the photo.
Damn. What?
Yeah, but I'm denying print. I'm denying print access. You see that? That's how you did it back then. Bro, this is like, we're dusting off the tomes, dude. This is old school shit. This is 2014, 2015, 2016. This is like Mumford & Sons. You know what I mean? Looking like a fucking youth pastor. Got the fedora on. Looking like absolute shit. Okay? This is the spiritual equivalent of the millennial gray architecture. This is the spiritual fashion equivalent of millennial burger slop. Okay? March and I, whenever we go places and they have the millennial burger slop music playing in the background, we'll point to it. Like, we'll be like, look, see, it's millennial burger slop. It's like a place where they just weirdly have an ampersand logo on the wall with lights on it. You know, rustic vibes with the fucking high chairs. They're making micro brews as well. And it's the same in every other fucking city, in every goddamn state. All the flyover states have the same exact shit. Stomp and clap music. Diet Coke being served in mason jars. You're like, this is crazy. Why is this still a thing? Yeah, Edison bulb slop. Yup. This fit is from that era. Back when that shit was popping, okay? The other peak Hasanabi era, brolic as hell. This is not even my most brolic. What do you mean?
It's okay. It's okay. It's all right.
Dude, oh my God. In the post like Kayagate universe, they will point to this to be like, he fucking abuses his dog. I just realized. Perception is everything, right? Now, anytime like there's any photo of me and Kaya or any video of me and Kaya, they literally fucking say, oh, you're a dog abuser. Look at you abusing your dog again.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
She did not fuck with the pool at all. She does not like the pool.
There we go. You're doing great. That's her first time in the pool. I'd say that was a relatively successful mission.
Yeah. You look so young here, aging backwards. Buddy, this is last year. And it's just because I don't have a fucking beard and a mustache as prominent. That's literally it. You guys always, you're dupe. You're like little babies, I realize. You're like little babies who are like, oh my God, this baby actually freaked out when her father shaved his beard for the first time. That's you, chat. You seem happier. I mean, my life has changed, and for not for the better, but certainly for the worse. I'm literally now persona non grata, public enemy #1, internationally recognized terrorist. Not one, not two, but 3 different government ops. 4 if you count Turkey, Israel, the United States, and now the UK as well. Turkey's already been the OG government op. Things are fucked up, folks. I'm not going to lie to you, but we're making some changes. Brother, I scare myself when I shave is fucked up. Okay. But sometimes you just gotta keep fighting. You gotta put up a fucking strong fight and keep pushing through it all, you know, and hopefully we'll get out on the other side in a positive way. Your ass is getting chewed. I fight for you though. Oh my God, I know. Threads is a devastating activity, by the way. Anytime you say anything about fucking Tom Steyer or Javier Becerra on Threads, you get inundated with Becerra heads. Haven't met one in the wild yet. But yeah, if you live in New Jersey, 12, Trenton, Plainfield, Princeton, Ewing, Plainsboro, most of Middlesex and Somerset, please get out today and vote for Adam Hamawi, a former combat medic who saved lives from ground zero to Gaza. Did you see the internet's favorite historian got your back? Who's the internet's favorite historian? William Dalrymple? I didn't know that this was the internet's favorite historian. Britain has blocked Cenk Uygur, a left-wing Turkish-American media personality, and his nephew Hasan Piker, a U.S. left-wing commentator and influencer, from entering the country to speak at events. Both say, "You're not the hero woke wants, but the one woke needs." Yeah. You're in the new Cato survey. Take a day off, dude. Never do that again. Is this true? Hasan Piker has started Euphoria. It's true. I did. It is real. I did start watching it. Also, this is a very Euphoria coded photo for some reason. I don't know why. Hasan at Oxford Union. Okay, Auntie. Hasan, you should really talk to Dalrymple, a Titan historian and a genuinely good person whose worldview is aligned with yours. Dalrymple. Uncommon name. Don't worry about it. Okay, sure. Isn't Euphoria based on an Israeli miniseries? Yes, and it's also spiritually a very Israeli show. And that's not just my assessment of it. What is this? They're calling you a DNC plan. Hasan Piker is represented by WME Group, the same Democratic Party linked Hollywood talent agency that represented Donald Trump and still represents ex-U.S. Ambassador Daniel Shapiro, Israeli politician Nathan Sharansky, Hillary Clinton, Joe Rogan, and countless other political operatives. In the last 24 hours, Piker's speaker page was wiped. Wait, what? His supposed block from entering the UK is a fabricated scandal for a fabricated man? Wait, what do you mean it was wiped? I didn't even know that that was the case. What are these guys talking about? Dude, I don't think they understand how talent agencies work. It's so funny that they'll be like, oh, dude, you're a fucking DNC actor. You're an operative. And it's like, no, man, I've been represented by WME for a decade at this point. And I've been very open about how they fucking gave me a boss call in the aftermath of October 7 and were like, you need to shut the fuck up. And I was like, no. And they still, weirdly enough, chose to represent me. I don't know why. But yeah, WME is literally owned by Ari Emanuel, brother of Ram Emanuel. Okay? Ari and Ram's dad was in the Irgun militia. These are all things that I'm very open about. I don't think these guys understand how this works. Okay? There is not really a talent agency in Hollywood that isn't like objectively and openly slanted in the pro-Israel direction. Did they just get back to you with an okay? Yeah, they just said that you're getting a little too heated for us. Damn, they did nuke your page? Did the WME nuke my page? I don't know what Harry Walker is. I don't even know what this is. Is this like WME's like World's leading speakers bureau, Harry Walker talent agency. Like, is that bro's about to be fired? I mean, it doesn't even matter. What the fuck? What? I guess it's the Harry Walker agency, I assume, is like the subsidiary of WME's like speaking gigs or something. I don't know. Dude, I don't even know. Dan Cohen doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. He's an anti-Zionist, but not a knowledgeable person. Yeah, it's funny because like, okay, so what I assume here is that this is probably under the banner of WME, William Morris Endeavor, which is who I'm represented by, right, as my talent agency, and my management is Night Media. My manager at Night Media used to be my agent at WME. I've talked about this story a lot. You know, he's stood by me over, you know, a lot of controversial moments. So, you know, I trust him. Also, it's not easy to find a manager nor an agent that will say no to millions of dollars of sponsorship opportunities, because that's direct cash that would go into their pocket as well. So I suspect that this is the speaking agency. Yeah, Harry Walker agency is under the banner of WME. Okay, that makes sense. So maybe WME is firing me. I don't fucking know. I mean, not that it matters to me at all. I haven't really gotten them a lot of paid speaking engagements anyway. But ultimately, I don't really care. Like, I don't really. They probably get more prestige and utility out of having me as a part of their talent that they represent, to show that they have a broad array of speakers that they represent, than vice versa. But it is very funny that these guys just simply don't understand how any of this stuff works, and they just assume that like these talent agencies have, some kind of say in what I say and do, and what I can and can't do. No, they just fucking book gigs. They take inbound requests that are coming from all of these all of these different, you know, speaking engagements all around the world, or even WME is full service too. So like they have full spectrum coverage, podcasting, shit like that. And they just take commission. They take 10% commission off of like whatever paid speaking engagement that you do. The problem with someone like myself is I don't do a lot of paid anything. Curious, why do you need an agent for if you don't normally do paid engagements or paid sponsorships? How does your bro make any money off of you? I mean, I do it every now and then. Kind of like a leech, no? No, when you're at a certain level of fame, it's good to have a talent agency, because there's a shit ton of inbound requests coming. And they manage all of that stuff. They already have like pre-existing relationships, things of that nature. They also have a legal team to go over the contracts too. So like there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff that is happening behind the scenes that a lot of services they offer. You don't want to get fucking scammed, right? I'm in this industry. If you don't have an exclusive contract with a speaking agency, they will put your name up to attract Google hits. And when people inquire about you, they'll try to sell a speaker they do represent. No. I am represented by WME, full spectrum representation by WME, which means that I'm under the banner of the Harry Walker agency, which is probably their subsidiary for speakers, right? Like this is an agency that does speaking engagements, right? Yeah, plus they're licensed and bonded, required in California and New York. Exactly. When chatters ask why you're missing all the international headline news coverage interviews about the UK ban to do other shit, this is some of the other shit off your plate. Yes. Harry Walker is not a part of WME. What are you talking about? This is literally WMEagency.com/expertise/speaking. So yes, you're wrong. Harry Walker Agency, I suspect, is under the, see, they represent Ronan Farrow and a bunch of other a bunch of other, like, you know, journalists, reporters, media folks in general. But yeah, this is all above board and perfectly normal. It is very funny, though, whenever guys like this get into it and they're like, this is actually very suspicious. They wiped them off their webpage. I've never hidden that I've been rep by WME. I don't really give a shit. Why would that be a fucking problem? If anything, it's more so a problem for them that they're even representing me, and maybe they no longer want to. I don't even know. Maybe this is how we find out. I swear your chat is some of the worst internet detectives. Why do we care about this? No, because like the extremely online folks that might be really smart in their analysis when it comes to like Zionism or Israel don't know anything about like how talent agencies work. So then they think there's like some hidden truth there. This happens all the time with like Night Media too. They'll be like, oh, he's rep by Night Media. It's Night Media also reps this and that. And it's just like a different version of a schizo post, pretty much. It's all to the Wayback Machine is from April 13th. You can't even prove it's in response to the UK ban. Yeah. But yeah, all of this stuff is totally above board, and I'm very transparent about it. I don't know why people try to make it seem like it's some sort of like evil thing at play. It's basically saying like, well, I'm on Twitch, which is owned by Amazon, and therefore I'm actually secretly stamping out the revolutionary potential of the masses and then feeding them back like pro Amazon sentiment or something. You know? Yeah, maybe they got too much heat, so they deleted me off their page. I'm going to ask my manager what the fuck the deal is. You described Dan Cohen to a T, but a lot of faux leftist types will believe him. Yeah, I mean, I don't really care. What are you going to do? I think it's cool that people have some schizo beliefs. Let them believe schizophrenic things, dude. Who cares? Let them hallucinate a little bit. It's fun. It's fun. Maybe it was a DDoS thing? No, probably not. Anyway. I like to hallucinate that you're a gamer sometimes. Anyway, speaking of hallucinations, here's Ben Shapiro hallucinating that I'm, fantasizing alongside my uncle of death and destruction for millions of Jewish people, apparently, which is not so much a hallucination, but more so straight up slander, I guess. But let's
very online personalities, left-wing streamers who are beloved by a lot of the mainstream media in the United States, both supporters of various terrorist groups and foreign governments.
No, we're not supporters of Israel, Ben. That's you, buddy.
It was a big story over the course of the last few days that the UK had denied entry to them. Again, according to the New York Times, the British Home Office said in an emailed statement, the authorizations for the 2 American commentators had been canceled because their presence in Britain, quote, may not be conducive to the public good. The Home Office said a decision to deny entry for that reason was based solely on an assessment of the potential risk an individual might pose to British society. The statement said nothing, for example, about their criticism of Israel. There is no evidence to this point that that's what this is about. The UK Times, the Sunday Times, Times of London, rather, reported that it did have to do with their anti-Semitic views. Quote, the decision to block Uyghur from traveling to the UK is understood to have been based on several grounds, including fears that his presence would risk exacerbating anti-Semitism due to his rhetoric since the October 7th attacks in 2023. This has included repeating classic anti-Semitic tropes, such as the claim that Israel controls America.
Dog. Here's what's funny about this take, okay? Here's what's funny about this take. I have a much more nuanced perspective on this issue than the average person does, but the average person does believe that. So when you actually turn around and say, wow, I can't believe he's saying Israel controls America, most people look at that and go, yeah, Ben, that is the case. I like this guy now. Fuck you. If they were to unironically come in here and listen to what I have to say, they'd probably get mad at me. They'd be like, well, what do you mean Israel doesn't control America? That Israel is still, the junior partner in America's endeavors in the Middle East. Like, and I've seen this with like a lot of people who are trying to claim that I wasn't an avowed anti-Zionist from the past. And by a lot of people, I mean the Groypers. They keep fucking posting like that old debate where Sex Pestany and I were debating against Nick Fuentes, and Asmongold was there too for some reason. And they're like, oh, dude, look, Hasan is actually shaking when Nick Fuentes says Israel controls the American military. It's like, yeah, back then in fucking 2018, that assessment was not true, because I still to this day openly state that the Iraq war was not a consequence of like Israel's demands, and absolutely was a long-standing demand being made by American neocons, some of which are loyal to Israel, certainly. But ultimately, that was for material gain for a lot of American capitalists, okay? That's what it was for. The idea that the Iraq war was entirely done at the behest of Israel is wrong. It's not the correct assessment at all. However, if you were to say the current iteration of the Iran conflict is directly because of Israel's push and Trump was crazy enough to fucking lean into it, then yeah, that's a different assessment. Okay? Did Israel want America to go wage war in Iraq? Absolutely. It's not a question that they did. Benjamin Netanyahu came to the American Congress and openly pushed for it. Having said that, however, I would give it like a 25% as far as like what level of involvement Israel had in us going to war with Iraq. Maybe it pushed some people over the edge and caused them to be on board with it. But ultimately, there were obviously a lot of capitalist interests at play in why we went to war with Iraq. That was an instance where our interests were directly aligned with Israel's interests. With Iran, however, that is a very different attitude. Nick Fuentes doesn't even defend Hezbollah or Hamas's right to self-defense, waste of time grifter. Yeah, not only that, but he also literally calls me a fucking terrorist all the goddamn time, just like Randy Fine does. And he calls me a terrorist for the same exact reasons why Randy Fine calls me a terrorist, mind you. And on top of that, he does not ever fucking defend Palestinians or Lebanese population's right to fucking resist against Israel at all. That's number one. And number two, he celebrates all of these other Zionist groups. He celebrates all these other Zionist groups engaging in the act of censorship and mass repression at the behest of the state of Israel all the time. Anytime I get a fucking travel ban, he's right there celebrating. He's like, oh, hell yeah, I'm glad that this happened. Okay, well, you're basically fucking Randy Fine at that point, dumbass. That's it. You're inconsistent, you're unprincipled, and you're also a fucking neo-Nazi, so who gives a shit? Anyway, getting back to Ben Shapiro, a person whose worldview is almost identical to Nick Fuentes with one exception. Ben Shapiro is Jewish and also very pro-Israel. Nick Fuentes is an anti-Semite and very anti-Israel, right? Except for all of the other reasons, all the other policy issues, they are almost directly in line with, okay? With one exception. It's a significant one, but one exception nonetheless. Just remember that. And these guys, Groypers, fucking lose their minds when I bring this up. You guys want the same fucking immigration policies. Ben Shapiro and Nick Fuentes want the exact same immigration policies in the United States of America. Ben Shapiro and Nick Fuentes want the exact same anti-queer policies implemented in the United States of America. The only major difference between Ben Shapiro and Nick Fuentes is that Nick Fuentes is an anti-Semite and Ben Shapiro is Jewish. Ben Shapiro is pro-Israel. Nick Fuentes is anti-Israel. That's it. Pretty much aligned on every other issue except for that one. And that's part of the reason why these guys have been able to, you know, exist in the same landscape for the longest fucking time.
So, again, this reporting is the basis for why Cenk and Piker are claiming that they are being banned for their feelings on Israel. Piker himself is suggesting that he is not anti-Semitic, right? He is just anti-Zionist. Now, as I've mentioned before, this is a distinction without any practical difference.
Ha!
If you are calling for the destruction of the Jewish state, which exists in the here and now, you're not having a prospective conversation in 1920 about whether there ought to be a Jewish state in the Middle East or not. It exists. It's been existing for 80 years. And you're not calling for the destruction of Pakistan, a Muslim-only state. You're not calling for the destruction of any of the dozens of other states around the world.
Buddy, if someone were to say, hey, I think it's really fucked up that Pakistan is basically melting 2 million Afghan refugees and like forcibly pushing them out of their state boundaries, no one turns around and says, this is Islamophobia. There's no major Pakistani lobby that will actively petition to get you fucking canceled, fired from your job, okay? The only place where this conversation ever takes place is with Israel, okay? When someone says, hey, Israel's an apartheid state, we should abolish it, you say, oh my God, you want every Jew to be murdered. It's fucking ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous. That's it.
We're only calling for the destruction of the Jewish state, which would entail the murder of millions of...
Yeah, no, it wouldn't, okay? The abolition of the apartheid is not only moral and just, but also would not lead to millions of Jews being murdered. You're a fucking racist-ass psychopath for saying that giving Palestinians equal rights and representation implies Jews will die, okay? It's a horrifyingly racist belief. It's one that is not dissimilar ideologically to Nick Fuentes' worldview, who also believes that giving equal rights and representation to black and white people is akin to white genocide. Many comparisons can be made between Nick Fuentes and Ben Shapiro's worldview, by the way. It's just that the in-group, out-group dynamic is different. That's it. Here's LBC also covering the Oxford Union thing.
He said at the Oxford Union just months before he was killed, you should be allowed to say outrageous things.
Even with the First Amendment, that ability to say pretty much anything in the United States, even then the United States stops people who it considers to be extremists from entering its country. And the reason is a really important one.
Is that a good thing?
If you are a British citizen...
Is that a good thing? Wait, are you advocating for America's new censorious border control? We finally did. We finally found a fucking... Did we find a British guy who actually thinks it's great?
And you want to say outrageous things, you can push the envelope pretty far before the law will get involved. But that's your freedom and your right as a British citizen. If you're coming into our country from abroad with that kind of intention, you have no right to be here, and there's no reason for Britain to allow those people in. And
I've never... dude, British people... I thought, maybe I'm wrong about this, but I thought British people actually hated the fact that if they want to travel to the United States for the World Cup, they have to go through this like insane panopticon where the surveillance apparatus of the state will go through all of their fucking posts to see what the American state finds to be appropriate and inappropriate in their social media posting. it's understandable that this is, met with a lot of disdain. This guy is unironically defending that for some weird moral consistency to defend the British government doing the same thing. It's ridiculous when we do it to the Brits. It's ridiculous for the British government to do it to us. What the fuck is going on? It's like a race to the bottom here. These guys are...
Yep. It's important that we apply that to everybody, though, and isn't it? And the reason I raised Charlie Kirk is that the way he was killed was absolutely disgraceful. The fact that he was killed for what he said was absolutely disgraceful. But when he was alive, plenty of people argued and could argue, I think, legitimately, that some of his views were extreme about sexuality, about gender. He was allowed in. Should he have been? He said at the...
Yeah, well, this guy's going to be like, well, I agree with him. I agree with what he's saying about the gays and the transgenders, love. That's why he should be allowed. Whereas this Hasan Piker person, I don't agree with, which is why he shouldn't be allowed. I should get to fucking decide. I should be the person who decides who's let into the country and who's not let into the country. He's a Muslim and terrorist, and we've got plenty of them here coming in by fucking boats. Also, I'm a Labour voter. I'm a Labour lover. I love the Labour Party. Stop the boats. That's why I'm voting for fucking Labour, to stop the fucking boats. Come on, England. Anyway, the overwhelming majority of the British public agree with Cenk. Israel's a disgusting genocidal apartheid state.
You've described Israel as You've described Israel as barbaric and savage. You've claimed Israel uses Jews as human shields. Your critics claim that you're sitting...
Why was he crying? He was in tears, dude. He was tearing up thinking about how barbaric the savagery of Israel is.
Dangerously close to the kind of language that is creating the kind of conspiratorial fever that's led to a huge amount of anti-Semitism.
Dude, I love this because it's not a conspiracy theory. It's just what happened. So if you want to tackle the growth of conspiracy theories that like Israel controls the UK or whatever, okay, then you should be in opposition to actions like this, because actions like this actually show people that there is maybe more than just a suspicion that Israel has tremendous amounts of influence over what England gets to say and do. Okay, who England allows into their own borders. Like, you can't just say this is a conspiracy when it's literally happening, you know? Like, yeah, it's we thought it was really fucked up that you said Israel controls the UK and the United States of America. So we just, chose to bar you entry into the country at the behest of Israel. Okay, so what's the argument? You just fucking decided to lean into it. You were like, fuck it, we ball
on our streets. Now, we cannot lay all of that. We cannot lay all of that at your feet. Of course we can't. But do you ever question the language you use?
No, not at all. I question whether it should be tougher. We're all going to ask ourselves later, what did we do to stop a genocide? And so what people who are Zionists and fervent supporters of Israel do is they hide behind anti-Semitism, and they use anti-Semitism as a weaponized charge to defend the disgusting, immoral actions of a foreign government.
For what it's worth, and I speak to the British public every day for 3 hours, 5 days a week, nobody in this country thinks you can't criticize Israel. I want to ask
I just got banned for it.
Well,
it's true. It literally is true. Like, yes, Cenk and I got banned from the UK for criticizing Israel. Not criticizing England, mind you, not criticizing America, but criticizing Israel. It's just, what the fuck do you do at that point? And now the cat's out of the bag, right? Toothpaste out of the tube. Now everyone is trying to be like, oh, well, maybe it wasn't for Israel. Maybe it was for all these other reasons. Bullshit. Okay. I'm sorry. You can't literally write articles leading up to our entry into the country being like Jewish groups that are pro-Israel want to bar entry into the UK for Cenk Uyghur. Well, not even Cenk Uyghur. We didn't even know that Cenk was actually a part of it, but there was a big push to stop me from entering the fucking country. And then all of a sudden, when we actually are stopped, right? Did pro-Israel groups push for Hasan Piker's UK ban? Verdict, misleading framing. UK blocks visit by U.S. commentator Cenk Uyghur and Hasan Piker, who claim it's over Israel. The ban was the outcome of several British Jewish communal organizations that openly campaigned for. The Community Security Trust urged event organizers to drop Piker, calling his record of promoting rhetoric that includes anti-Semitic themes, denial of well-documented atrocities, and apparent support for extremist groups entirely unacceptable. The Jewish Leadership Council said his presence is not conducive to the public good. Labor MP David Taylor separately urged the Home Office to revoke Piker's travel authorization before his South by Southwest London appearance. And then after the decision, the Board of Deputies of British Jews welcomed it. So not only did they push for it, but they took ownership over it, and then they celebrated it, and then they want you to fucking think that this is like, they want you to not notice this, okay? They want you to be like, no. We get to demand it. We get to actually welcome it. We get to celebrate it when it happens. But if you turn around and say, well, that's strange. You fucking wanted this to happen, and it happened, and now you're celebrating it, and now you want me to fucking... Now you want to imply anti-Semitism here? What the fuck are you talking about? You did it. You literally did it. It's crazy. Supportive commentary followed. Jewish Chronicle column welcomed the ban as a rare good news and a welcome decision while arguing the larger problem was domestic hate preachers the authorities ignore. Not everyone in the week's debate agreed. Unheard, which had invited Piker to a live on-stage debate, opposed the ban. Its editor said, we stand against canceling people, banning them from entering the country, and shutting down public events, whether we agree with them or not. Yeah, it's fucking ridiculous. Honestly, homie, you should low-key thank these guys. I never took you seriously because of your TYT days prior to this hate campaign. Keep it up, dude. Okay, thanks. Giannis, last year, my friend Hasan Piker addressed the Oxford Union. He spoke cogently on the rise of anti-Semitism, fascism, and dangerous conflation between anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism. This coming Friday, the iconoclast, that is Wolfgang Munchau, and I, were to host him at a live event at King's Cross Town Hall. Alas, the Starmer government decided to ban Hasan from entering the UK. Why? Without even saying so explicitly, they hinted at Hasan's ... anti-Semitism. Join the club, Hasan. Your ban brings back memories of 2 years ago when I was banned from entering Germany for the hideous crime of organizing, alongside German Jews, a conference on the ultra-subversive topic of the A Just Peace in the Middle East. These days, it seems you are banned as an anti-Semite if you oppose the Palestinian genocide and the ideology that drives it. And as Freddie just tweeted now, your being silenced leaves those who purport to value free speech above all else utterly unperturbed. Such are the interesting times we are enduring. Yeah, Freddie Sayers is the publisher of Spectator and Unheard. Not a guy who's a fan of mine, by the way. Okay, not a fan of mine at all. Saying we have very regrettably had to cancel our Iconoclast event with Hasan Piker this week. He was going to be challenged in a new and interesting way. Now that cannot happen. Unheard stands for free thinking, free inquiry, and free expression. For meeting bad arguments with counter arguments, not canceling or deplatforming. The ideal of free speech only counts if you defend the right of those who strongly disagree with you to speak. Otherwise, it's meaningless. Personally, I've been very depressed by people on the political right who have talked the talk on free speech for years. We have campaigned alongside them against censorship over COVID, gender, and much else, but who are now seemingly all too happy to forcibly silence people they don't agree with. We will continue to fight against intellectual dishonesty, illiberalism, and boneheadedness, whichever political color it takes. It's just, I mean, it's totally silly. It's totally silly that these guys also turn around and try to be like, oh, excuse me, how do we know that this was about your criticisms of Israel? It's like, well, we know that it was about my criticism of Israel because you motherfuckers made it about that. You demanded that I get banned from the country because of my criticisms of Israel.
We'll see exactly what the reasons were given, and then you may be right that has happened. But people,
But that is the reason they gave.
No, that's
they
the
gave it
government.
to the press.
That's the government. I'm talking about the people of the country.
And it's really funny because there were some people who were posting my my jokes about the Queen getting killed, getting banned. And they were like, well, this is good enough reason. It's like, no, dude, that's not good enough reason. The fuck are you talking about? You sound insane. You're like, excuse me, I don't like what you had to say about the fucking Queen dying. Okay, what the fuck are you talking about? That's literally free expression. We do not live in an actual monarchy. Like, I don't think the UK is a real fucking monarchy, right? It's like symbolic, right? The fuck do you mean?
Can I ask?
Oh, the people of the country are beautiful. They agree with me.
Well, not all of them do, but can I ask, is that not the kind of inflammatory language that might have contributed to being banning? Because hang on, let me finish my question. More disgusting than the Holocaust, more disgusting than Cambodia.
In our lifetime.
That's the kind of inflammatory stuff that does get people.
Yeah, again, is it a genocide or is it not? Because if it's a genocide, it's no holds barred, okay? Like, can you imagine doing tone policing about like anti-Nazi rhetoric when you're like, yeah, Nazis fucking suck, okay? The Holocaust is a horrifying incident, and people are like, well, hold on now. Well, the Armenian genocide just took place. How dare you make this comparison between the Holocaust and the Armenian genocide? I mean, don't you feel for the Armenian victims? It's like, that would be ridiculous, right? That would be fucking ridiculous. Like this idea of like tone policing, how someone opposes the Israeli genocide of the Palestinians is a totally fucking ridiculous argument. And you can only advance this argument if you don't actually believe that it's a genocide, or you weirdly enough do believe it's a genocide, but also think like, I guess maybe because the Holocaust happened, like the Jewish state should get to have his own little genocide of the Palestinians or something like that. Like, it doesn't make any sense, right? There is no perceived victimhood that you can hold on to if you are the genocidaire. That's why it's always funny whenever people come to me with this shit, when they'll be like, oh, why do you say that Zionism is Nazism? Don't you feel like it's really fucked up to say that? Because Zionism is like, a Jewish ideology primarily, even though it's not. It's obviously advanced primarily by Christians, an overwhelming majority. And then the overwhelming majority of Zionists around the planet are Christian Zionists, because there's just far more Christians out there than there are Jews, right? But like, even then, even if it was just Jews, even if it was just a Jewish thing, it still would be ridiculous, because did a genocide happen or not? It doesn't matter if the fucking perpetrators of the genocide were genocided themselves in the past. Like, it doesn't fucking change that. It doesn't change anything, right? Unless you truly believe in some weird fucked up manner that like, well, Jews get to have a little bit of a genocide of their own, then, you know, this is a ridiculous conversation to have.
Okay, no, that's insane. So wait a minute, you want me to just give a pass to this foreign government? No. Then how, no. These are all tricks. These are all tricks to say, don't criticize this way, don't criticize that way. No, you're immoral if you're not deeply criticizing the Israeli government.
This caller doesn't even know the talking.
Hassan has shown signs that he's not, again, not conducive to the common good. He has pointed out that socialism and one time even communism is a good way forward from where we are, because he talks about the rich and he talks about the elite without actually...
Wait, buddy, yeah. That's literally, you can't say this is not conducive to the public good, because I disagree. Okay. Commentary that's not conducive to the public good is intentionally vague, okay? It's intentionally vague so that dumb people like this will turn around and be like, well, I don't agree with him, so it's not conducive. But like, what it's supposed to be about is if I'm like doing what Tommy Robinson does, right? If I'm like throwing rallies to be like, we should fucking, I'm not going to even say it, but like, throwing rallies where the objective of the rally is to do hate crimes. That's what Tommy Robinson does. That's not conducive to the public good. Like inciting violence, like specifically engaging in agitation. If the charges if the charges of my commentary were true, if I was actually trying to do rallies where we're talking about like hurting Jewish people or something, then yes, that's not conducive to the public good. And there is perfect validity for a country. It's perfectly valid for a country to be like, we don't want you here. What the fuck are you talking about? And it's the same for every group, right? Not just Jewish people, but just like if I was trying to fucking put together a rally to bring together a fucking lynch mob to go and harm Muslims, then yeah, it's understandable that the country would be like, no, sorry, we're not letting you in. The problem is I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. They're claiming that I'm doing that. There's no evidence that I'm doing that. There's plenty of evidence to suggest I'm doing the opposite of that, right? Like, ultimately, it's ridiculous. Ultimately, it turns into, sorry, you are in opposition of my emotional support apartheid state that has done a genocide, and therefore, I don't want you to be here. I don't want you to be in this country.
You mentioned that he's one of the rich. So, because he's a multimillionaire himself, and he goes, the rich is this, the rich is that. So he's got his priorities misaligned. So I think what the Home Secretary has done is...
This doesn't even make sense. So I am rich, but I also want to kill the rich. So I want to kill myself. Like, how does this work? It doesn't even fucking make sense. I brick people's brains so hard with this shit where they're like, socialism means you're supposed to be fucking poor, lad. Socialism implies you're supposed to be fucking poor. And he's actually a trillionaire. How does it make fucking sense? It makes me angry. He shouldn't be allowed.
Is good in a way as long as it's done for genuine reasons and they've got genuine information or content that he's done in this case.
I feel like she's having a hard time trying to make sense of what this guy's argument is.
To say, no, we don't want him in this country. He's just going to try and disrupt the nation's harmony, shall we say, if there is any at the moment. But
I think we do still have some harmony, but yeah, it is fractured for sure. Matt, I must leave it there for time reasons. Thank you very much for your time.
She couldn't even respond to it because it was such a stupid point. He's disrupting the national harmony, lad. What the fuck? He's disrupting the national harmony. He's rich, but he hates the fucking rich. He says, eat the rich, but he's fucking rich. How does it make sense? Unlike me, a very consistent man who says, fuck the migrants, stop the boats, as I go and eat my curry chippy. All right? That's not a contradiction. It's real life, innit? I can see why we needed to have the First Amendment if this is the average Brit. Yeah. All right. But yeah, I already covered this, but really good numbers coming out here with Abdul El-Sayed at 34 and net favorables at El-Sayed placing him at plus 44 net favorables. Stevens at plus 32 and McMorrow plus 27. This is the Abdul El-Sayed internal numbers that just came out. Fantastic movement. Things are not looking too good for Mallory McCuomo, unfortunately. And I suspect that that is because she tried to Goldilocks too hard. And when you do that, you look unreliable. Sometimes you look like a fence sitter, and that's not good. Randy Fine talked about you on Newsmax. Yeah, I saw.
Did, sir. Well, I do, and I think it brings up a much greater point, which is the influence of foreign money in the United States.
Dude, Randy Fine is saying the influence of foreign money in the United States is so funny. It's like, brother, you literally have an Israeli flag in your office. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, you are Israel's fattest supporter, okay? And to be fair, there's plenty of fat people who support Israel. Plenty of, there's nothing wrong with being fat, okay? But In a legion of large and in charge supporters of the state of Israel, he is the largest.
It appears that this trip was funded by Chinese interests. It appears that many of these quote-unquote influencers that we see out there are funded by foreign interests that are simply trying to divide us as a country, to tear us apart from within, because how better to beat the greatest superpower in the history of the world than if you can get it to fight itself? So I'm glad the Justice Department is doing what it's doing. This guy should be in jail.
How do we did, sir?
How do we get here?
Well,
Israel's largest, most gluttonous supporter thinks everyone else must also be getting foreign funding. Show us your Chinese money. Speaking of Chinese money, my Chinese tailor has shipped out my Chinese suits, and I'm very excited. They're going to be arriving soon. Super stoked. 2 Western suits and 2 more Zhongshan suits are going to be added to the rotation, baby. Very exciting. Do you have an Ip Man style suit? No, I don't. All right. Shoykat Chakrabarty, by the way, this morning had over 500 volunteers, including Megaphonics. Okay. Megaphonics mentioned, there you go, who woke up at, Megaphonics wants you to know, he woke up at fucking 5:30 a.m. to go and door knock for Shoykat Chakrabarty in San Francisco. Okay. Just so you understand, Megaphonics is no longer Megaphonics. He's Megaphonics again. Okay. I did 2 turfs of these green dots. They're me. Okay. Congratulations. Anyway, over 500 volunteers showed up at 6 a.m. this morning to get the vote out. In 2 hours, we put up over 20,000 door stickers to remind people to vote. Over the last year, we've built the largest field campaign in San Francisco history, and it's beautiful to see it in action today. Okay. What is this? In San Francisco, a divided left eyes Nancy Pelosi's seat. Yeah. I don't even want to fucking get into this. Okay. I don't even want to get into this. Primary is still 2 months away, but it's time for McMorrow to take a big old proverbial sledgehammer to Stevens. El Sayed has clearly consolidated 1/3 of the progressive left voters. Stevens is benefiting from $10 million in spending on her behalf. Her and McMorrow are largely competing for the same voters at this point. Second tough poll for McMorrow this week. She's getting destroyed because she chose to hit the Goldilocks zone too hard. Okay? I've been watching you on and off for years now. Your current fashion sense is by far my favorite. You mean just regular ass suits? I'm wearing a vintage tie, by the way. I'm getting into vintage ties, chat. Left GOP rep and Michigan Senate candidate Mike Rogers' actual photo from the campaign trail. Right photo put out by staffer. Wait, what? Ain't no fucking way that they're so worried about Abdul El-Sayed that they try to make him look like Abdul El-Sayed. Suit era sucks, but I understand the necessity. I mean, dude, you can't on the one hand constantly clown me for wearing ridiculous fits from like 2014 to like 2020. And then certainly even more ridiculous fits from 2020 to like 2023, 2022. When my style improved dramatically, and then get mad when I fucking wear suits. This doesn't go out of fashion. Suits don't go out of fashion. So any time frame where you can snap me wearing a fucking suit is always still going to look good and normal because suits are timeless. That's it. Toledo man concerned trolling Maine's strongest sexter. Oh yeah, holy Toledo, we're back. We're going to be talking about Graham Plattner's sexting problems and scandals.
I mean, look, there have been a lot of revelations about Graham Plattner as this campaign has gone on, from tattoos to sexually explicit texts. But this one might be different. And the reason I say that is, take a look here. Google searches for Graham Plattner in Maine up significantly over the past few days. We're talking about up 275% in the last 3 days versus the 3-month average. And more than that, more people search for him on Sunday in Maine than at any point that I could find, even given the past revelations about the tattoos as well. So it seems to me that this time may in fact be different, where Mainers' focus on Graham Plattner is higher.
This is interesting because people might say, oh, there have been so many scandals, they're inoculated to it. Nothing new to see here. This might indicate otherwise.
This might indicate otherwise. More people searching for him on Sunday than ever before, and the search is way up versus the
Okay,
average.
how have the prediction markets changed?
Yeah, okay, so one of our first glimpses into how this might affect Plattner's electoral fortunes is from the prediction market. So you can see this right here in the Kalshi prediction market. Chance to win the Maine Senate race. Now, of course, there's still that Democratic primary that Graham Plattner is heavily favored to win. So we have Dems, Republicans, the likely Republican nominee, of course, being Susan Collins, the incumbent. You go back, May 22nd, was that, about 10 days ago, Democrats had a 70% chance. That's essentially Plattner had a 70% chance of winning the general election. Now that number has fallen. It's fallen rather significantly. Look, he is still the favorite according to the prediction markets, a 59% chance, but you're basically going from about a 7 in 10 shot to about a 6 in 10 shot. This is now a race that, if you were projecting it out, I would say would be well within the margin of error. I dare say too close to call, although Plattner's still favored, but his chances have gone down significantly, and Collins' chances have gone up significantly.
And part of the reason this number here will make Democrats in Maine nervous, I think, is because of the incumbent Susan Collins, her history. She's been very resilient, despite being seen as vulnerable for decades.
Despite being seen as vulnerable for decades. She was first elected back, I believe, in 1996. But if you look at the last 3 times that she has run, take a look at the polls underestimate Collins in Maine. In 2008, the polls underestimated her by 8 points. 2014, the same thing. The polls underestimated her by 12 points. In 2020, the polls estimated her by 12 points. Oh, my goodness gracious. And she was down about 10 points before any of the revelations came out this weekend, which, according to the past polling errors, she would be well positioned to make it quite the race. And if, in fact, the prediction markets and the Google searches suggest that this race will, in fact, tighten, well, then Graham Plattner's lead may very well be lower than the past errors that have, in fact, allowed Susan Collins to win, like they did in 2020 when she was trailing the pre-election polling.
It was always going to be difficult for Democrats to take the Senate in this election, but really any path to taking the Senate goes through Maine.
Yeah.
So what are we seeing about the chances of taking the Senate right now?
Yeah, if you take a look, the chance of getting the Senate right now, you go back 2 months ago, it was about a 50-50 split, right? Now Republicans, again, it's close, but Republicans are now slightly favored to take back the Senate, no doubt in part because of what is going on in Maine, which just makes that path, which was already difficult, a little bit more treacherous.
This feels like a Plattner tax right now in those overall stances to take the Senate. Harriet, thank you very much.
Thank you, my friend.
We got a lot of news this morning.
I mean, these are fucking Kalshi odds. It doesn't, who gives a fuck, dude? It's just so dumb. I'm sorry. But utilizing Kalshi odds to be like, oh, it's cooked, like their chances are getting worse, is crazy to me. Also, speaking of which, there is some new news. Chuck Schumer, I met with Graham Plattner today. We're going to beat Susan Collins and take back the Senate. Republican midterm plotline. If you don't vote Republican, you're faking Galen out. Democrat midterm plotline. Adolf. We can end this now. It's not too late. Adolf. I mean, this guy literally is a fucking annoying centrist, but this is kind of funny. Maine voters tell ZBS News, that Graham Plattner's sexting controversy won't change their votes. The sexting controversy is such an interesting one because we don't even know when. FD Unkifier just declared it's racist to vote for Plattner. That is crazy to me. That is actually crazy to me. I'm sorry. That's wild. What the fuck? I doubt that he said it like that. Why I left the white left address the elephant? Wait, what? I doubt he said that. That's got to be bait, dude. I don't trust that at all. I'm sure he has understandable. I'm sure FD Unkifier has understandable skepticisms about Graham Plattner, a guy who was not only a machine gunner and all this stuff, but also had a fucking Totenkopf tattoo, man. Like, what are we talking about? It's kind of a deal, you know? It's not insignificant, you know? Anyway, what is
grit my teeth and vote for him because, I'm a Democrat.
Many voters in Maine tell us Democratic Senate candidate Graham Plattner's latest controversy will not change their vote.
I probably wasn't going to vote for him anyway.
I can separate what somebody's doing in their personal life and the mistakes or whatever that they've done from how they run politically.
I don't think any differently about him since that story came out.
I'll probably, grit my teeth.
And that's not too much, but kind of feels like it's not that bad, right? He has an issue with the fans of Plattner who look past the tattoo and act like white saviors. FD called Plattner a seasonal villain you'd see in a House of Cards, and that he hates the dude. More than a dozen Maine voters told me that their support for Graham Plattner isn't wavering after this latest scandal. I want a senator, not a saint. I want policy action, not gossip, one voter said. Yeah, I think a lot of people are ironically making the exact same decisions that I suspected that they would be making, which is they hear a guy. Like, I've been talking about this since before the fucking last round of controversies, right? I've been talking about this since Janet Mills was in the running. People want to fucking vote for someone who's endorsed by Bernie Sanders, who says they want Medicare for all, who says enough with the wars, right? And who says fuck Israel. That's literally what people are looking for, right? And this is a left populist momentum that Graham Plattner has happened to find himself being a banner carrier of. Okay, he's the standard bearer. When people say he isn't anti-war, we're talking about from the average person's perspective. I think you guys are being, again. You guys are being you guys when you go, oh my God, Graham Plattner is not anti-war. Graham Plattner is the most anti-war in comparison to the fucking average politician. Oh my God. When I'm doing this analysis, I am talking about it from the perspective of like the average American, okay? From the perspective of the average American, Graham Plattner is anti-war, like far more anti-war than the average person, and also has a lot of credibility to be anti-war because the average person looks at his tours and thinks, oh, that's cool. He's brave. He's a warrior. In any case, Matthew Petty says, Graham Plattner is a literal Blackwater mercenary who signed up because he likes violence per Reddit with a Nazi tattoo. He is also probably responsible for less death and suffering than the replacement level centrist hawk he's running against. I might be the one exception to Iglesias' rule. Yes, I would love to have an outspoken dove in the Senate, but I think Plattner's tattoo is really sketchy given his history. There's also nothing in his like private Reddit that indicates that he is a Nazi in any way, shape, or form. So there is that inconsistency as well. It feels like he was just like designed in a lab to make people go fucking insane. Having said that, I don't take issue with people who are scrutinizing Graham Plattner. I don't. It's ridiculous. I mean, he especially if you're a leftist, it's red flags galore. Okay? However, I do take issue when people go, well, he was a trigger man for American imperialism, as opposed to the people who literally championed it for their entire political careers. If you're placing the fucking blame entirely in the hands of the individual and not the fucking people, the individuals that were a part of the system, that championed it, that lied about it, that willingly entertained it, knew better, and didn't give a fuck, you're an insane person. Like Graham Plattner being a trigger man as opposed to Susan Collins being the fucking politician that sent not just Graham Plattner, but millions overseas. Yeah, Susan Collins is responsible for far more death. Same with fucking Marjorie Taylor Greene. Same with every politician, okay? But I do think that, weirdly enough, a lot of people look at the individual and they can't analyze the systemic forces at play at all, where they think, oh, a politician voting for war is nothing. A politician voting for war is just, regular order of business, whereas a person who is going to wage that war, well, that's the person who is ultimately responsible. There is a level of responsibility that obviously the person, the veteran, has here, okay? It's true. It's ridiculous to assume that, they bear no responsibility for whatever actions they may have taken part in when they actually served. But if you're going to make this, if you're going to match it up against a fucking politician who championed the war over and over again, yeah, obviously the politician is at fault. This is the same mentality. It's the same mentality between the way that AOC speaks on certain issues versus the way AOC votes on legislation. People constantly say, oh, AOC is bad because she's this or that, but they never look at her fucking legislative track record. That's what matters the most. She's a fucking politician. And her legislative track record is far more progressive than the highlighted moments that people hyper focus on, where she is weak objectively, where she will do the wrong thing or say the wrong thing objectively. Why the fuck? I mean, I guess it makes sense. I guess the consistency here is these are anti-electoralists for the most part, right? So they don't even think that it matters at all. So I guess that's what it is. Anyway, I feel like I'm much more consistent on this issue than everybody else.
Highest takes.
For some weird reason. This like bricks people's brains.
Primary Democratic Senate candidate out of the state of Maine is Graham Plattner. He is now facing a new scandal as the controversies pile up around him, causing a lot.
I thought you were against the masses voting on important things. Wait, what? What are you talking about?
A lot of concern among some in his own party. Melissa DeRosa is one of them, author and Democratic strategist. Faz Shakir, senior advisor to Bernie Sanders, also founder of More Perfect Union. Great to have you both on today. Good morning. Speaking of Bernie Sanders, here's what he said about Plattner about a week ago.
Yeah, I didn't believe that chatter that said voting for Graham Plattner is racist. When they said that that's what FD Signifier's take was, I didn't believe that. We can move on. I don't agree with that. I don't believe that at all. Can we just watch FD's video instead? Brother, please, let's just watch the video and respond to that. I mean, I don't really feel the need to. Honestly, I like FD Signifier. I might have some disagreements with him on this video. It doesn't really matter. It's not, the Graham Plattner shit is not something that I'm trying to talk about too much, okay? I want to move on. There's a lot of other races happening right now. No, this is only 33 minutes long. It's not 2 hours long.
You all know that the future of our country depends right here on Maine. You elect Graham Plattner as senator, you're going to transform America.
The quote, Faz, you're going to transform America. He's meeting with Democratic senators today in Washington. How are those meetings going to go?
I think they're going to go fine, Bill. I mean, he's not running for monk or being a head of the monastery. He's running for a United States Senate seat. And he's made some imperfections, and God only knows that if imperfections in private life were the test, Donald Trump would not be president of the United States. The test is whether you want to fight for the people. And Graham Plattner's got an agenda like Bernie Sanders, fighting for Medicare for all, fighting against AIPAC. And it is engendering a lot of enmity and anger. He's taken on the Democratic establishment. Now he's taken on the Republican establishment. Susan Collins is funded by AIPAC. So a lot of these wealthy elites would not like to see Graham Plattner become the next senator, and therefore are trying to make him out to be the next Adolf Hitler. And it's a shameful and it's ridiculous for a guy who fought 4 tours of duty for his country.
All right, well, he's the one with the tattoo. Melissa, how are these meetings going to go?
I mean, I don't know. We saw on Sunday, on the Sunday show, some of the U.S. senators expressing concern, which was new. A lot of them have been keeping their mouths shut and sort of letting this all play out.
Melissa DeRosa being the moral center here about Graham Plattner's scandals, specifically what we know about the scandal is the suspicion that there were consensual text messages shared, right, between Graham Plattner and women, where he might have, been sexting them, right? We don't even know the details of it, right? But Melissa DeRosa being the person criticizing Graham Plattner on this is really funny because her job as a Democratic strategist was to literally disparage every single woman that was brave enough to come out to be like, Andrew Cuomo sexually harassed me or sexually assaulted me. Like, her job literally was to be like, yeah, these bitches don't know anything. Fuck them. What are you talking about? Graham Plattner's scandalous past. The fuck do you mean? We remember your job. Like, that was your job. What are you talking about?
But again, it's not about people being upset that he's taking on the establishment. It's not about people being like, oh, he's trying to take power from us. He had a Nazi tattoo for 18 years. He then pretended that he didn't know that it was a Nazi tattoo, which does not pass the smell test. His staff came out and told CNN that he was well aware. They had all been talking about it. And I agree. The personal stuff, whatever goes on between two people, it is what it is. This is not the first time in American politics we've had someone dabble in infidelity. But this is his staff then believed the whistleblower who came out and told the reporter. They instructed her to lie. They instructed her to record the conversation and send it back to her, which just looks like thuggery. And so all of these things keep piling up. And while I appreciate that he did serve this country, I don't find it tasteful or appropriate that he also mocked an American soldier who was shot by the Taliban.
Oh, how dare you? How dare you mock an American soldier? It's so funny. He's got stuff for everybody. Like the whole defending a Hamas operation all the way back in 2014, mocking a fucking Purple Heart veteran for being shot. Like, these are things that ultras are supposed to love. You know what I mean? He has something in his background for every ideological tendency in this goddamn country. Okay? I want to do like a quadrant, like a Graham Plattner quadrant of things that he said that put him at the top left for all the MLs to be like, this is awesome. Things that he said for the top right, You know, like the old takes about how like, oh, well, women need to take accountability over how much they drink or whatever. You know, he's got something for everybody. Now, what's funny about all of this is that with the exception of like the ultras who are unbelievably marginal, okay? Like not relevant at all. Only relevant in this corner of the fucking internet, unfortunately, because I have many of them in my community. For the average person that is a naysayer of Graham Plattner, they are all objectively far more immoral, okay? Just on one issue and one issue alone. Graham Plattner being anti-Zionist and anti-genocide, and all of those other people that are naysayers of him being pro-genocide. That's it. You immediately arrive at a position where you are a far more moral actor. All of your fucking naysayers are pro-Israel, and therefore, they're all bad. Far worse than you. Yeah, don't marry anyone who thinks betraying your wife is trivial because it's not the invasion of Iraq. Ridiculous retweet from someone whose entire career is 3 decades of dick riding the Clintons as their professional DC grudge enforcer. That's it. He has all of the best enemies to have. So although I have my skepticism of Graham Plattner personally, given his background, it's very difficult for me to look at this guy and be like, yeah, he's the most evil politician in America. Because all of the reasons as to why people are fucking shitting on him they all revolve around his anti-genocide position, his anti-Israel position. And all of the people that are shitting on him are some of the worst individuals in American politics and in American society in general. So yeah. It's just fucking stupid.
Okay, all right. So I sense as a Democrat, Melissa, he's not your guy. And there appears to be growing questions. Here's a sample of that from the Democratic side.
Yeah, I have concerns. That guy has questions to answer, and that's what campaigns are for.
I've been clear about Graham Plattner.
You literally, okay. The peanut gallery. Ultra-Zionist, pro-Israel, Cory Booker.
That guy has questions to answer, and that's what campaigns are for.
I've been clear.
Ultra-Zionist, pro-Israel, Jake Auchincloss. I don't know how to say his last name.
About Graham Plattner, I find that tattoo and his commentary about it to be personally disqualifying. I hope Maine voters agree with me. I think there would be a mistake for the Democratic Party.
You hope Maine voters agree with you and vote for Susan Collins. There's something really funny about him, too, which, for the record, Jake Auchincloss, Jake Auchincloss, whatever, fucking, I don't know, okay? When I shit on him, and I was like, this guy's literally an Israel First Democrat. What the fuck is going on? I didn't know he was Jewish until the ADL came after me, and numerous other like Zionist organizations came after me. They were like, "Wow, this guy is a Jewish Massachusetts congressman, and you're over here fucking saying he's Israel first." It's like, yeah, I'm saying he's Israel first, not because I suspected him of being Jewish. I did not know he was Jewish. I thought he was a fucking regular ass Marine. Pro-American hegemony guy. Okay. I said he was Israel first because he's fucking Israel first. It's ridiculous. If you are a Democratic congressperson who's sitting on the board of a committee called Majority Democrats, okay, an organization called Majority Democrats, which Jake is, and you go on CNN to say, I don't want a Democratic majority in the fucking Senate. You're Israel first, buddy. Sorry. Sucks to suck. You're a psychopath. You're an insane person. The fuck do you mean? You really don't want any, like, albeit marginal, but any checks on Donald Trump's fascism? What are you, a fucking insane person? Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, Nexus Project. Israel wasn't mentioned once in this clip. Calling a Jewish member of Congress Israel first over this is conflating Jews and Israel in a very problematic way. In context, Hassan has spoken at length about how AIPAC-funded Democrats like Auchincloss are willing to lose Congress to Republicans again in order to rebuke Plattner's tattoo, but as a cover to protect Israeli government interests that the GOP currently champions more. Auchincloss gets almost $1 million from the Israeli lobby. Auchincloss gets close to $1 million from AIPAC, who wants Republican control of Congress, so kneecapping your own party to lose the potential to take Congress back seems reasonable to be suspect of. This is when I first found out that the dude is Jewish to begin with. How the fuck am I supposed to suspect a white boy from Massachusetts who went into the fucking Marine Corps is Jewish? I'm sorry. Not many examples of such, such white boys out there, okay? Get mad at me all you want. This is like a new variant, okay? Kind of like Aiden Ross. It was shocking to me. How the fuck was I supposed to know? Am I wrong for this? Anyway. Also, even if he was Jewish, which he is apparently, and I knew that he was Jewish, that still doesn't change the fact that he is very clearly saying, fuck the Democratic majority in the Senate. No checks on Trump, please, because I don't like the guy who's about to get elected. And I can't say it's because I actually don't mind Donald Trump, but I do mind having an anti-Israel voice in the Senate on the Democratic Party side. So I'm just going to lean into his tattoo. Like, you're fucking a psychopath, dude. Straight up. Your presumption that he wasn't Jewish is a whole can of worms, but your underlying point is cogent, that it doesn't matter if he's Jewish or not, that you weren't saying it because he was Jewish. Why is it okay? I mean, I'm mostly joking, but like, come on. He literally looks like Wonder Bread. Like, he is the most Wonder Bread Marine Corps guy of all time. How the fuck was I supposed to expect him to be Jewish? You know how many guys like him that are, Catholic from fucking Massachusetts that joined the goddamn Marine Corps exist? Is Plattner invited to Pride? I'm sure. Anyway, it's actually good. You're like the opposite of Rand Paul's son. Mediaite. Senator John Fetterman suggests Graham Plattner might be a Nazi sympathizer. Oh my God. Hold on. What the heliante? Hold on. Where the fuck were we? We were talking about Graham Plattner.
To think that Graham Plattner's brand of the Democratic Party is what wins us durable majorities throughout this country.
Fast, you don't have to go far. I mean,
both of those Democrats.
By the way, the divide is real. Go ahead.
Both of those Democrats there, significant AIPAC funding, and as does.
Oh, There it is. Which, by the way, another thing that's like a very, never mind. It's just fuck it. Let's
Why
just.
does it always come back to APAC?
Why does it always come back to APEC? I don't know. Maybe because it's a pretty fucking significant lobbying group. And yeah, these guys care about that shit a lot.
Because right now,
today.
there is a declaration that Graham Plattner is a Nazi. You've heard on this channel and other channels.
Oh, I was going to say, one of the funniest aspects of the Graham Plattner is a Nazi saga is the fact that the photo of him shirtless dancing is with his extended Jewish family because his wife is Jewish. Right? Didn't he marry, or no, is his wife Jewish, or is his sister-in-law or his brother-in-law? I don't know. Like he's dancing at his wedding, surrounded by his in-laws are Jewish. He's not dancing at his wedding. He's dancing at his brother's wedding. His sister-in-law is Jewish. He's dancing at his brother's wedding. Okay.
And it is false, right? He's fighting tours of duty in Iraq, and he goes from Ramadi and Fallujah, he goes to Croatia, and he looks at a tattoo parlor with his whole unit, and they say, that's Skull and Bones. I'll put it on my chest, and they get it together. And for that crime, he has been declared the second coming of Adolf Hitler, right? And it's outrageous, it's shameful, and people are calling him a Nazi, and you sense from my end, AIPAC has a role in this. That's my view.
Melissa, I'll let you get in here, but it's not just the tattoo. I mean, it's the personal matters too, and who knows what comes of these messages that he sent to staffers. Go ahead, Melissa.
No, again, I was going to say, I'm not sure it's such a good look for you to continue and for his supporters to continue to attack AIPAC, which is affiliated with Israel, when he had a Nazi tattoo for 18 years. Like, let's keep saying it. Nazis killed 8 million Jews. They were responsible for the death of 11 million people. They sought to exterminate the Jewish population from the face of the earth. We are at a time where there's rising anti-Semitism, not just in this country, but around the world. So I'm not sure it's such a good look to keep leaning back on AIPAC. I understand we have political differences. I understand we have political differences with Bibi Netanyahu and the policies that they employ in the Middle East, and that is fine. But this is something different. And I understand his excuse for it. I understand it. I just don't buy it. I think a lot of other people aren't buying it too, regardless of whether or not they are supporters of AIPAC.
Brother-in-law,
thank you. You got 15 seconds.
Brother-in-law married a Jewish person. This is not a person who hates Jewish people. He was at a Jewish wedding. He declared in his Reddit post that have become.
Yeah, that's the funniest aspect of it, is that he's the famous Totenkopf tattoo. The famous Totenkopf tattoo unironically comes from where he's surrounded by his extended Jewish family.
Source of controversy that he wanted to fight Nazis. I mean, it's really outrageous and shameful to believe the idea that he is not opposed to Nazi and fights against anti-Semitism in every form.
Okay, I'm out of time. Thank you for yours. Janet Mills says, by the way, she didn't drop out. You wonder if that Democratic governor gets back in this race. Fast, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Melissa, thank you for yours. To be continued.
Thank you.
Thanks. Jillian.
Anyway, Senator to Manuraj, let's take a look.
Yeah, let's see right now.
Yeah, I think what impresses me about what's going on in Maine is you may or may not know that Republican super PACs controlled by the wealthiest people in this country are plan to spend $100 million in a very small state like Maine. Extraordinary amount of money. Now, why do the richest people in this country want to defeat Graham Plattner? That should tell you everything you need to know. Because he's going to stand up for working people. Is he a saint? I guess not. I don't know too many states here. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Do you see a potential deal with Iran? Worried about it.
Outside of the DSCC headquarters where Plattner is meeting with Democratic senators? What the fuck? Dude, zero chill. Zero fucking chill. I swear to God. It's so clear. It's so fucking clear that it's like, if this guy had not been anti-Israel, none of this would be happening. Okay? And people still fucking fall for this shit so hard. Yeah. So this is what the NRSC was promising regarding his bad day law when he was outside of the SCC headquarters. Like, dude, they literally, I mean, it's the Dave Rubin equation, right? When all else fails, just accuse. When all else fails, accuse someone of being a fucking sexual deviant. Straight up. Straight up. It's like, oh, you're anti-Israel? Well, guess what, dude? Don't actually pay attention to the pro-rape riots that have taken place inside of my favorite apartheid state. And instead, well, you're... actually, I've decided you're a sexual deviant. Aha, we got you. It's fucking bullshit. Meanwhile, the people that are making that accusation are literally, again, in defense of the country that had a pro-rape January 6th, a pro-rape riot. It's always, don't look at what we're doing. Don't look at what we're defending. I accuse you of the thing. Yeah. They're saying he's a sex addict.
Offensive to veterans that he blames some of his past and present behavior on post-traumatic stress disorder. That is not a catch-all for people.
Oh my God, they're coming after Morris Katz. The quote in question here is a criticism of revenge porn. This is fall prudish trash from apologists for the serial sexual assault perp in the White House. Embarrassing. Morris Katz, a top advisor. Now they're fucking hitting the fight agency guy. In his blog post, Katz defended Hill's naughty pictures. I've sent news, I've received news. We need to reach a cultural understanding where sexual photos that were consensually exchanged get deleted once relationship ends or either side no longer consents, Katz said in an elegy for Hill's career. The quote in question here is a criticism of revenge porn. This is faux prudish trash from apologists for the serial sexual assault perp in the White House. Embarrassing. Oh my fucking God. Levine digging around in the trash for a Plattner angle and then yelling, I got one at something that implies he doesn't actually understand consent. Democrats should literally not stand for any of this, except, unfortunately for all of us, Democrats are leaning into this stuff pretty heavily. Is it anti-Semitic to say that the Israel lobby has the most annoying mobilization tactics by a country mile? No, it's not. I feel like a not insignificant amount of their power projection comes from just being max annoying and government officials just capitulate so they can stop being harassed. No, that's literally the meta. It is straight up the fucking meta. The meta is, oh, are you a prominent critic of Israel? Do you oppose Israel? Well, we're going to fucking lie about you non-stop until you give in and you cave and you just shut the fuck up about Israel. Half of the lies that we're going to make up about you are literally things that Israel has done, by the way, that we're going to attribute to you somehow. The problem with some of these tactics is that if it's not directly about like anti-Semitism allegations, it does work. Because it's the same as like disparaging me, right? A lot of people have tried for years and years to disparage me. The obvious thing is like hitting me on, being a rich socialist or whatever the fuck is going to be far more effective for normies than it is to say, I oppose Hasan's worldview where he wants to have a more just, more equitable outcome for all workers, right? So you do a multifaceted, you do a multi-front, multifaceted approach. You try to tackle it from every angle. That's why people will say I'm transphobic. That's why people say I'm anti-black. That's why people say I'm, not woke or too woke, depending on which argument is being presented, depending on what the audience is. They will always land on something that like broader audiences will find receptive, right? Anyway, it's fucking annoying and lame as shit. And it's extra lame. It is extra lame when it's some of the worst scumbags that are pushing this. And then Democrats fall for it. Okay? Yeah. Oh my God, not a triangulated approach for a smear campaign. Yeah, that's what it is. And then Democrats will lean into this shit. And if it actually succeeds in causing Susan Collins to somehow secure a marginal victory over Graham Plattner when it was like literally imminent, all right, where the Democratic majority was going to be established, right? Then they'll turn around and say, see, this confirms our priors. It was just that Graham Plattner was too anti-Israel to win Maine. He was too pro-Medicare for all to win Maine. He was too left to win Maine. That's the reason why he couldn't win Maine. You should never run anti-Israel and pro-Medicare for all candidates ever again. We've learned our lesson, right? That's the goal. They want to take control over the party again when there are so many people. We all told you a month. He announced a campaign that we should have picked someone else, but you wanted walk like a chud, think like a woke. Yeah, dude, I had all to say on Graham Plattner being selected for Maine. Yeah, I'm not only the fucking magic man, not only am I the kingmaker, I also personally did that. Dude, I'm sorry. You gotta fucking wake up, buddy. Okay? You gotta not watch just me for as long as you do. Subscribed for 60 months at this point, cuss. And realize that I have no say in this matter. Not you, but the left in Maine. None of these people had a say in this, okay? The centrist Democrats put forward Janet Mills. Graham Plattner clearly, demonstrably, was a far better candidate than Janet Mills. That's it. Anyway, California governor crosstabs. All right, we'll look at all this stuff in a second. Yeah, aside from that, let's get back to Trump's mixed messages on the war with Iran.
95 days into this war and with talks on the brink of collapse. This morning, President Trump declaring negotiations are back on track. Complicating the deal, Israel's incursion into Lebanon, advancing deeper in the region to fight Iranian-backed Hezbollah. Iran threatening to call the talks with the U.S. entirely off. The president initially said he couldn't care less, saying the talks started to get very boring. But hours later, he was on the phone with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Sources describing the call as tense, with President Trump fuming at Netanyahu over the escalation. At one point asking him, "What the expletive are you doing?" and accusing Netanyahu of being ungrateful. The president then writing on social media that Israel and Hezbollah agreed to scale back the fighting, saying the talks are continuing at a rapid pace and dismissing.
I feel like all this shit is so phony. The whole Trump is yelling at Israel. Trump is really mad about Israel, guys. Like, all this stuff is just fake as fuck. Okay? It's the same state of play with Biden. Okay? Like, I still think that they are gearing up for another incredibly stupid approach where they will try to bomb Iran again or something. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Speaking of state of play, dude, you guys all want me to watch State of Play, but every single person that's like chirping about me watching State of Play is eventually going to leave when I actually turn it on. It's so strange to me. Like, I don't know why you guys do this, where it's the same as the people that are constantly demanding I play video games. Like, there are more people asking me to play video games than there are who want to watch me play video games. It's very strange.
The disagreement to a little glitch when speaking to our John Carl. But Netanyahu says the Israeli military will continue to operate as planned. The ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran already on shaky ground, with both sides trading strikes this weekend. And on Capitol Hill today, Secretary of State Marco Rubio will be testifying for the first time since this war began in 2 back-to-back hearings. Again, President Trump initially said this war would only last 4 to 6 weeks, and here we are 95 days into this conflict, Michael.
Yeah, a lot of things have been said that haven't come to fruition. Thank you so much for that. We appreciate you.
The big question with Iran is what now and what next? Iranian state media is signaling that talks to end the war are now back on track. That's just after reports that Iran had suspended talks with the United States over Israel's offensive in southern Lebanon. And according to Axios, President Trump just yesterday unloaded on Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu over this, with expletives flying over the phone. Axios reports that Trump demanded that Netanyahu back off his plans to take his attacks and offensive against Hezbollah straight to the center of Beirut. A U.S. official summarized the call this way to Axios, that Trump told Netanyahu, quote, "You're effing crazy. You'd be in prison if it weren't for me. I'm saving your ass. Everybody hates you now. Everybody hates Israel because of this." Joining us now is one of the reporters who broke this news, global affairs correspondent for Axios,
Barack Unit 8200 Ravid, baby.
Barack Ravid. Quite the read, Barack, of course, and quite the call. I mean, is this how these two leaders speak to each other often?
Well, I don't know if often, but it's not the first difficult and tough call they had, although a senior U.S. official told me yesterday that it was definitely one of the worst calls they had, and that maybe there was one call over the war in Gaza that was more difficult than the call yesterday. And I think what led to this is a growing feeling that the president had that Netanyahu is out of control. I heard it from several of the president's people. And Trump, at the end of the day, wants to end the war with Iran and to de-escalate in the region more broadly. And he felt that what Netanyahu is doing in Lebanon and his plan to escalate the war further by expanding the Israeli ground operation.
Yeah. It's really cool how the White House staff with knowledge of Trump's phone calls with Israel only have one reporter's phone number. And it's the same phone number that Biden's staff with knowledge of his phone calls to Israel had. What are the chances? Maybe this is part of the memo during the White House transitions. If you want to leak phone calls with Israel, call this guy. Yeah, isn't that crazy? He's just got such deep insight, dude. I love that. I love how that works. Yeah, one Biden after another, one Brandon after another. Barack Ravid with a Sisyphus-like punishment of having to tweet the same thing over and over again. Deal is close. Insert U.S. president mad at Israel. Why is he called Unit 8200? It's just the name of the unit that he was a part of, the Israeli PSYOPs division that he was a part of when he was in the IDF. That's why I say Barack Unit 8200 Ravid.
In southern Lebanon, and by going on a massive bombing campaign in the center of Beirut, knocking down buildings, and that is disproportionate, and that would cause an escalation that would undermine what the president was trying to do with getting a deal with Iran. I think this is how the president went in to this call yesterday with Netanyahu, yesterday around noon, and he told Netanyahu that he needs to stand down and that he needs to understand that this war broadly in the region has to come to an end, and that you cannot just continue it. And over this call, Trump used the F word several times, told Netanyahu he's effing crazy, mentioned the fact that he helped him numerous times regarding his pardon request in his corruption trial. And therefore, what I heard from U.S. officials and what I heard, and my colleague Mark Caputo, who worked with me on the story, what we heard is that Trump's message to Netanyahu was that by doing what he's doing in Lebanon, he's being ungrateful to all the assistance Trump gave him on the pardon issue. And I think this is also what led to the mention of, if not for me, you would have been in prison by now.
That does sound very Trump-esque of saying you have not been grateful or shown you're grateful enough. So then the what now? I mean, is it clear that Israel is going to slow or pull back on operations against Hezbollah in Lebanon because of this, or just specifically exactly maybe where they're targeting? And isn't there a responsibility, and where's that conversation of Iran?
Yeah, it's like when Biden called him a jackass. Yeah, it's the same exact guy. It's the same exact story. Okay? Ridiculous.
On to tell Hezbollah its proxy to stop as well.
No, definitely. And I think this is the Iranians for 2 or 3 weeks now told Hezbollah to escalate because they wanted to, put pressure on Israel and to also put pressure on Trump. And this is why we saw Hezbollah escalating. On the other hand, once Israel escalated its response, the Iranians came to the U.S. and said, oh, if they're escalating, we're out. We're not talking to you anymore. I think this was part of this Iranian maneuver to try and, because the Iranians at the end of the day, they want a deal to end the war and they want it on their terms. And I think they thought that through Lebanon, through putting pressure through Lebanon, they would get better terms or would get Trump closer to where they are. But I think now the question is what happens. So the ceasefire at the moment, we had numerous announcements on a ceasefire. Most of them stayed on paper. So I think we need to see if this is actually implemented, because we're just in the first phase. The first phase is Hezbollah stops shooting rockets at Israeli towns in the northern border, and Israel holds or suspends its plans to attack Beirut. This is a very minimal thing. There's fighting on the ground in southern Lebanon. Israel has ground forces there. They're demolishing buildings in southern Lebanon. Hezbollah is firing attack drones at Israeli forces in southern Lebanon. So the fighting is still ongoing. And I think that today, actually, I think in 40 minutes at the State Department, Israeli and Lebanese diplomats will meet under U.S. auspices to try and actually consolidate the ceasefire and try to agree what does it actually mean and how do we actually make it work and not just stay as a Truth Social post.
The group chat is back, but this time we have got Gordon Sondland, the former ambassador to the EU. Thank you so much for being here.
Ahmed Segal reported this is all bullshit, but he's surgically attached to Bibi's butthole. Exclusive. According to a very senior official of the PM's team on the late night Netanyahu Trump call, he's literally talking about Netanyahu. This is what Netanyahu wants the Israeli public to hear, or maybe even the American public to hear, the English-speaking public, because Ahmed Segal is writing about this in English instead of Hebrew. The Axios report is inaccurate. Trump did not make personal remarks about jail or claim that Netanyahu is hated globally. Instead, the tense call focused on conflicting social media posts. Trump felt Netanyahu implied the war was continuing at full intensity, while Netanyahu felt Trump implied a total ceasefire. Trump did note that defending Israel's global position is difficult and breeds hatred. Ultimately, the call ended with an understanding. Okay, I'm not going to lie to you. This actually confirms Barak Ravid's reporting. I was skeptical about the Barak Ravid reporting to begin with, and I'm still skeptical about whether or not this is going to lead to any material changes. But now I actually do think that it happened, because clearly he just restated exactly what Trump would have said, but in a more polite manner. Trump did note that defending Israel's global position is difficult and breeds hatred. Ultimately, the call ended with an understanding. Israel will hold off on striking Beirut as long as it's not attacked within its own borders. Okay, got it. One bad man theory proven
Prime
wrong
Minister
again.
Benjamin-
Israel's Netanyahu faces backlash for halting strikes on Beirut's southern suburbs. Who would have thought? Who would have fucking thought, dude? That's crazy. I never thought I'd see the day where decades-old dick-measuring contests between middling Israeli journalists shape major chunks of our geopolitical reality, still waiting on Gil Riva to weigh in on the Oval Office transcripts. I don't think it's like a dick-measuring contest between journalists. I think it's more so a deliberate attempt to reframe and control the narrative, control the message. Benjamin Netanyahu feels a little bit embarrassed because obviously a big part of his appeal in Israel, a big part of the reason why Israeli society is fine with him is because he gets to say he has unprecedented access and unlimited access to the American administration. He can basically dominate the American admin, right? Yeah, the other sign that like the Axios leak might have been real is the way Mark Levin responded to it. But again, even if it is real, it doesn't matter. Joe Biden actually did say he was going to have a come to Jesus moment with Benjamin Netanyahu in the aftermath of the State of the Union. He was hot mic'd, and he was caught on hot mic saying it. But what did that lead? What did that lead to? Nothing, right?
Good morning.
So what is the relationship between Trump and Netanyahu? I don't want to say that just because people were swearing things are bad, but what do you know about that relationship?
Well, I can tell you they're like brothers from another mother. They talk all the time. Yes, they swear at each other. And the swearing, by the way, goes both directions. They literally are almost like siblings. They think very, very much alike when it comes to U.S. policy.
Gross, but also expected. Isn't that wonderful, dude? You really love hearing that. Amazing.
Israel and vice versa. I don't view this as anything other than business as usual. Netanyahu is in a real box with Hezbollah because they started with a real ceasefire, and of course Hezbollah violated it within 2 minutes. And Netanyahu has no choice. He has to hit back.
And this is one of those. This is one of those things this guy is saying where this is appealing to absolutely zero people, other than people who are already invested in Israel's defense. So pretty much 90% of people that hear this are going to be like, "Oh, you mean to tell me Donald Trump is the same as Benjamin Netanyahu? Yeah, I knew that. That's why I fucking hate both of them." And like the 10% of people who are like, "I love Israel and I love Donald Trump for defending Israel," are going to be like, "Oh, hell yeah, they have a brotherly bond."
And Trump is trying to play three-dimensional chess with Iran.
Can I ask about that? Because so far on this show, we often talk about Iran and the U.S. That's the conversation. What is the deal? Nuclear. And in the meantime, these bulldozers moving through southern Lebanon says there's another actor here, and that issue has not been addressed. And Iran has brought it up. Is Trump having this conversation with Netanyahu in this way because it's jeopardizing any hopes of the deal, reopening the Strait of Hormuz, all these other issues that are all tied together?
Don't kid yourself. There's not another actor here. Hezbollah is a complete proxy for Iran.
No, but what I'm saying, it was U.S.-Israeli strikes, right? That was the initial. Where is Israel in the conversation between Iran and the U.S.?
Here's where Israel is in the conversation. The news that never really hit page one, that should have been, well, it probably hit page one, but it disappeared instantly. When Peshkian resigned, the president of Iran resigned, that told you everything you need to know about what's going on there. Trump is dealing with a five-headed monster. He's dealing with multiple factions of the IRGC, and they're fighting amongst each other. The more moderates, and calling Peshkian a moderate is really saying something, because he's no moderate, but compared to the others, he really is. When he resigned, it tells you that Trump does not have one solid interlocutor in Iran with whom to negotiate this deal. And they're all trying to placate one another. The IRGC has billions of dollars stashed overseas in Swiss bank accounts and elsewhere. They want to keep their money. They want to keep their power.
But he's negotiating with someone, right? So
many,
there is a conversation.
With many.
But here's something Axios was reporting. We mentioned the cursing. Axios went further. They said, summarizing Trump's remarks to Netanyahu, the U.S. official said, so this is coming from our side leaking this, "You're effing crazy. You'd be in prison if it weren't for me. I'm saving your ass. Everybody hates you now. Everybody hates Israel because of this." This is what they're attributing to Trump. And in the meantime, I just want to show for audience, Pew Research Center, American views of Israel and specifically Netanyahu are upwards of 60% disapprove.
Which means he's doing a fantastic job. Netanyahu's doing a fantastic job.
So is Trump responding to the fact that there are large numbers of the U.S. population that don't think he's doing a fantastic job?
Trump is responding to a situation that is momentary. In other words, he's clearly getting somewhere with someone in Iran, and he views Netanyahu at that moment in time, not generally, as effing that up. So he's saying, like you would to a brother, just stop for a minute.
Yeah.
Just stop. I'm trying to get this deal over the edge.
I'm going to draw Terry into the conversation because when I tried to break out the numbers in Pew, Democrats versus Republicans, we saw what we know from the last 2 years. Democrats, 80% Democrats within U.S. view Israel and Netanyahu unfavorably. The number that struck me is Republicans going up to 41%. And it seemed to be in line with the world of what we have been calling marquee podcast land, right? Your Tucker Carlsons and whoever, even the Rogans of the world who are being who expressing their frustration with Netanyahu in Israel to their constituencies, to their listeners.
Yeah, well, look, this is what happens when you get $5 a gallon for gas. Republicans are very frustrated. We did not vote for this at all. And I think a lot of the discrepancy is coming because Trump's trying to get a peace deal. He's trying to tone this down and get out of this and meanwhile take away Iran's nukes. But Israel doesn't want Iran to exist, right? That's the reality. And that's why they keep doing these things and screwing up our peace talks. But you're going to see that number continue to tick up the longer this conflict goes on. And that's why it's very important that President Trump gets
I don't agree at all. You're saying Israel does not want Iran to exist? Israel very much wants Iran to exist as a partner.
Yes. Israel does not want the current government or the current state to exist as it does. Hasan, I am in the polls right now. Who the hell do I vote for? Okay, turn on the DSA LA voter guide and just plug and play, okay? That's it. DSA LA voter guide. How are we still doing this?
Partnership. What they don't want is the clerical regime to exist. There are about 90 million people in Iran, and about 88 million of them would love to be a peaceful partner of Israel.
Google DSA LA voter guide and plug and play. And wherever you are, you can do the same for your local DSA. They usually all have voter guides.
2 million that don't happen to have all the money and the weapons.
Well, I think actions speak louder than words. I'll defer to you. You are the foreign policy expert, but I think that there's a lot of really bad things that we're seeing coming out of this entire conflict, and the quicker we can get out of it, I think the better it is going to be for our country and for the future of America.
Can I let you answer one more thing?
I voted for Spencer Pratt. Thank you. Okay, that's crazy.
He said screwing up the talks and like that. This is, I guess, kind of the question I was asking. Can you respond to that world of and maybe Republican voter that thinks Israel?
Also, yeah, I don't understand. Like, I voted by mail. I don't understand why people don't vote by mail if they live in California. It just like shocks me. What are you, excited to physically vote or something? Like, what the fuck's going on? You can't vote for mayor, huh? No, I can and did.
Is quote unquote screwing up the talks.
I think, unfortunately, and this sounds sort of unctuous, and I don't mean to, but I think the American public is not well educated on what Israel does for and with the United States and why Israel is such a key ally. And it's very popular right now to hate Bibi Netanyahu. But Bibi Netanyahu is fighting for the existence of his country. And when you're fighting for the...
Dude, what the fuck? Dude, it's 2026, man. Guys like this should not be allowed on television. Okay? It blows my mind that guys like this still go on TV and do not even care about how they are seen. This guy said we need a disruptor. Let's hear what he had to say, who that disruptor was.
And change the system for at least try something different. You can't keep doing what you're doing without saying, okay, and knowing it's not working, but keep voting for it. You know, I can't just keep, I can't go down that rabbit hole every time.
What pushed you over the edge this time?
The fires, the homelessness, the condition of the roads, the taxes that aren't being used for the right thing.
You know who he voted for? Javier Becerra. Karen Bass for mayor of Los Angeles because he wanted to give her more time to fix the city. He also voted for Javier Becerra, who will be the state's first Latino governor in over a century. He represents who I am. That's a big factor for me, says Mike Binder. This is why I'm saying it's just like the average, the median voter's mind is dookie, okay? The median voter's mind is doo-doo. Unbelievably cooked. Yes, I already did this. I already went through this. If Becerra wins, are you going to video game yourself? Stop looking at your phone or you're going to get accused of getting someone else banned? Oh my God, I know. It's funny. This is how Medicare for All was polling at like 80% and people voted for Hillary Clinton over Bernie. I know. I don't even want to talk about that. It's making me so sad.
President Trump continues to say that the negotiations that he's having with Iran are all on track. It's all going well. But the Iranians said today that there haven't been any negotiations for 3 or 4 days. And at the core of that problem is Lebanon, the south of Lebanon, because Israel has now occupied a larger proportion of Lebanon than it has for 25 years. And so it's not just a question of Hezbollah ceasing to fire missiles and fiber optic drones into Israel, terrorizing the people of the north of Israel. It's also about Hezbollah's determination to drive back what they see as an occupying force. And Iran says until that happens, there is going to be no ceasefire. Now, Israel also wants to keep up the pressure. You can probably see across the bay from me there, the twinkling lights. There were Israeli attacks there quite a long way from me today. And here in Tyre, or Tyre as it's sometimes called, we saw today the evidence of the destruction that Israel is wreaking across the south of this country. From the shattered windows of the Jebel Amal hospital, we could see them raking through the rubble of the apartment block opposite for bodies. Israel says it was targeting Hezbollah infrastructure. Maybe it was a Hezbollah commander who shaved at this basin in front of this mirror. Another body comes out. President Trump reportedly shouted at Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu yesterday, saying he was killing too many civilians and that everyone hated him for it. What the president meant was that Israel's long war in Lebanon is interfering with what he had hoped would be his short war with Iran. President Trump would just like this all to be over. He says he's finding the negotiations with Iran very boring. Well, the people of Lebanon would like it to be over too. But as long as Israel is occupying a swathe of the south of the country and
occupying further and further into Lebanese territory as well. They're encroaching further and further into Lebanese territory. They're bombing more and more. They even were going to bomb Beirut again, as they were doing so in the beginning. I I mean, what can I fucking say, dude? Like the audacity to just like talk about your lack of interest, about people's lives being ruined permanently. To be like, oh, well, it's just boring. Oh, it's boring. Oh, you find it to be boring, do you? It's great. This is life or death for so many people. And yet, you find it to be boring. It's just pure terrorism. Yeah, to get one over on Iran, the United States is committed to making sure that this can happen over and over again. I don't want to show it, but there Israeli shelling of a children's nursery in southern Lebanon. Yeah, here. Okay, it's not TOS. Never mind. Look. This is not a recent video. This is from last year. Or is it 2023? Or is it 2025? Yeah, it's got to be 2025, right? Yeah. They keep doing this shit over and over and over again. That's what it looks like on the ground for the people living near the areas that Israel is bombing. Just so you understand. And Israel hasn't stopped doing this. From their perspective, this kind of terrorism is just a mechanism to spoil the ceasefire that Iran is trying to establish with the United States of America. That's where we're at. And Donald Trump calls it boring.
Hezbollah is still here. This war may...
Like, we do not recognize the humanity of people living over there. Straight up. We don't. We do not think of them as human beings. We don't think about them as worthy, living lives worthy of dignity. It's monstrous, barbaric behavior.
Go up, it may go down, there may be truces and then fighting, but it will not be over. 2-year-old Emir is here with his father.
When they give us warnings, we go out to the beach and sit there. But yesterday, we went back home and suddenly, we don't know what happened. The house collapsed on us. I had my children, my family.
Wait a minute. Wes Streething. The concerns I raised about Gaza, including distressing eyewitness accounts from UK medics, were a result of moral urgency, not midlife crisis. It felt like hitting a brick wall at the time. Now I know how casually those concerns were dismissed. Oh my God. All the war criminals, they're jumping ship. Hamza Yusuf says, first Thornberry, now this one. They know a reckoning is coming, and they're scrambling to save themselves, but the archives don't forget, and they don't lie. Yeah. I mean, maybe. Hopefully we're reaching the stage of one day everyone will have always been against this, right? When it's safe, when there's no personal downside to calling a thing what it is, when it's too late to hold anyone accountable, everyone will have always been against this.
My sisters and my mother with me. Suddenly, we felt smoke and gas all around us, and there was no more oxygen. I brought a sheet and started covering up their faces so they wouldn't suffocate, and we went outside.
Hezbollah had invited us and other journalists to Tyre today to show us the damage to the hospital. 39 members of the staff were injured, and some remain in intensive care.
I was in my room, meaning I was just sitting there. I was resting a bit. Then suddenly, unexpectedly,
We felt the whole world come down on our heads. The glass, the dust, the doors all came down.
President Trump has claimed that Hezbollah has now agreed to a ceasefire. Not quite, it seems.
The Israeli enemy has shown no limits in its continued acts of aggression. However, pressure from the Islamic Republic of Iran through the suspension of negotiations compelled the US president to exert pressure on Israel to agree to a ceasefire.
Is Hezbollah going to stop firing into Israel?
Until the last moment, we will continue to fight in defense of our land and our dignity.
120 miles down the coast and across the border in the Israeli town of Ashkelon, Staff Sergeant Michael Chukin's comrades were carrying him to his final resting place. He was killed by a Hezbollah fiber optic drone while operating with an IDF unit inside Lebanon. So the Israelis keep bombing. Today the jets were over Tyre again, a menacing roar from above. Some residents who've refused to follow Israel's orders to leave don't even let it interfere with their morning swim. But street by street, Israel is destroying the city of Tyre and scores of towns and villages across the south of Lebanon. President Trump thinks he can bully allies and enemies alike, that he can start and stop wars at will. The devastation of Lebanon.
It's because the Mandelson files were released yesterday and text showed Mandelson calling Streeting pathetic and was having a midlife crisis when in 2025, 2 years into the genocide, he showed a couple of videos and testimonies from London doctors who worked in Gaza with the cabinet. Oh.
Shows the danger of such hubris.
Lindsay Hilson reporting from Lebanon there. Well, the U.S. Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, has been grilled by congressmen in his first public testimony since the start of the Iran war.
Did you already talk about the call? Yes, I didn't focus too much on it. I think it's bullshit. I'm sorry. I don't think it's that significant. I think that I will believe that this call is impactful when I see results. Okay? Just like, what did I say when they were like, oh, there's going to be a ceasefire deal? When the Trump administration kept saying there's going to be a ceasefire deal. What did I tell you? I'll believe it when the ink is dry and the troops are pulling out. Because the reality of the matter is, we place a good deal of emphasis on what Israel wants. Okay? It's our primary focus. Let's be real. So when there's reporting that there is the girls are fighting, when there's reporting that there is like a discontent between Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu, what matters to me is not that there is discontent. What matters to me is whether or not there's actual there's something actionable there.
Anushka Astana is there. Anushka.
So look, inside that hearing, there were clear frustrations from Marco Rubio himself, but also from the senators who were saying, why aren't you out there leading our negotiations? They were frustrated about Lebanon, and they were also frustrated about the Strait of Hormuz, asking, will Iran get sanctions relief for reopening it alone? Rubio said, no, we need to get a deal that limits their nuclear capability, arguing that with a nuclear weapon, Iran would have immunity.
Iran ever acquired a nuclear weapon, they could very well use it because given the theological nature of their decision making, at that point, your options on what you could do about them would be quite limited, and their ability to hold the world hostage.
They'd be like North Korea, for example.
They'd be North Korea, but worse. They'd be better funded. They would at that point decide that they own the Straits of Hormuz forever and everyone has to pay them a toll.
So those are the stakes as they see them. There wasn't any public criticism of Israel, but it is clear to Marco Rubio and to Donald Trump that without a ceasefire in Lebanon, they will not get their deal. And that is where that frustration in that phone call that Lindsay mentioned comes from, a phone call that Axios...
Okay, again, it makes perfect sense for all of the proxies to cease their hostilities, which... Jeremy Scale, when talking to Chapo, actually brought up Gaza as well, which I thought was very interesting because he does have direct contact. He has people that he talks to inside of the Iranian administration for quotes. So I place a lot of value in his reporting on this. And he even brought up not just Lebanon with Hezbollah, but also a ceasefire with Hamas in Gaza as well, which is interesting. You don't ever hear that element from many of the other reporters that report on the Iranian side. So here's the thing. Trita and I have had this conversation as well. Trita Parsi at Quincy Institute have had this conversation as well. It makes perfect sense for Iran to demand a cessation of hostilities, not just between the United States of America and Iran, but also for America's proxy, Israel, and if you want to call it Iranian proxies, Hezbollah in Lebanon, and even Hamas in Gaza, right? They are a part of the axis of resistance. And from their calculation, if America and Iran ceased their hostilities towards one another, but Israel continued to blow up Lebanon, then Iran would have to fight back against Israel's proxies, which would be the other Gulf countries in the region, or directly against Israel. And if you're directly attacking Israel, okay, if you're directly attacking Israel, then at that point, America has to come back into the fray regardless, because America has to defend Israel. So it makes perfect sense for them to demand a full cessation of hostilities, including in Lebanon. Israel knows this. Israel has the primary ambitions of expanding into Lebanese territory, which they have done so successfully, without much restrictions from the American side, even though they're an American proxy, because we let them do whatever the fuck they want. But that's where we're at now. In order for there to be a full-blown ceasefire, Israel has to retreat. America has to restrain Israel. But America can't for some reason. I think they can, they just choose not to.
Claimed was expletive laden, with Trump using the F-bomb and telling Netanyahu that the world now hates Israel. Now, other sources say it wasn't as rude as that, but it was clearly tense. You can see that in the different social media that has been put out by both of them since then. Netanyahu suggesting he does have the right to carry on in Beirut, Trump saying he is pulling back. We spoke to the senators who were at that hearing about all of this.
We're going to have to destroy the Iranian Revolutionary Guard before anything's going to happen. I don't personally believe anything's going to happen, but I'm never going to underestimate Trump. I hope he's right. I hope he can get a deal done, but we've got to get the uranium out of there.
Are these negotiations working?
The ones with Iran?
Yeah.
Obviously not. There's no conclusion. The president says he was not even that interested in the negotiations. I mean, the fact is that Operation Epic Fury is really Operation Epic Failure.
How do you feel about the president's comments to Benjamin Netanyahu?
I can't speak of any specific comments. I haven't read about this, but two of the more disastrous leaders on the world stage right now are Donald Trump.
Damn, you get to talk about Big Papi like that? And no, I don't mean Donald Trump. I mean Benjamin Netanyahu. He's getting bold, dude. He's getting bold. Yeah, I saw this. Michael Knowles openly argues Hasan Piker should be censored and kept out of civilized countries and should be in prison. But when Emily Jashinsky asked if the same standard should apply to Ann Coulter, he admits he would oppose it because he likes her. Michael Knowles, Hasan Piker is terrible. He certainly should not be welcomed in any civilized country. I think he should be in prison. That guy just totally sucks and should be censored. If he weren't an anchor baby, we wouldn't have to tolerate him in our country as well. It's only common sense to keep him out. Emily Jashinsky, pushing back, says, what if they banned, for example, Ann Coulter for criticizing their immigration policies? Would that fit into the Michael Knowles acceptable ban category? Michael Knowles turns around and says, I would disapprove of that because I love Ann Coulter. Michael Knowles seriously is just like, yeah, I don't really give a fuck about free speech or have any sort of consistent position. I just don't. I think people that have hurt my feelings should be killed is basically his position. It's honest. Yeah, here's Michael Knowles praising fascist dictator Franco. Hitler sent Franco troops for the Civil War. Franco gave Hitler a list of Spain's Jews and sent thousands of Spanish soldiers to fight the Allies do the Holocaust in Eastern Europe. Is this anti-Semitism? Yeah. He's also flexing that he's allowed to go and debate at Oxford Union, whereas I was not able to because he's been a big supporter of the UK Big supporter of the UK banning me entry into the country. What do you think Charlie Kirk would have said about your ban? He 100% would have opposed it. That's like not even a question. It's the easiest gimme of all time. It's the easiest gimme of all time. You get to look consistent. There's really not much pushback at all. What's crazy about it is that some of these guys are failing that standard. Okay? They're totally failing the easiest goal. Like free press has been able to overcome their own personal anger and resentment towards my commentary. Okay? Washington Post, the editorial board of the Washington Post defended me and Cenk. So the fact that like there are people who are so weak-minded that they can't even fucking clear this unbelievably low bar that would only allow them to later down the line show how consistent they are on this issue is hilarious. Nick Fuentes and Michael Knowles could not clear this unbelievably low bar. Now, of course, for Michael Knowles, it makes sense. He's a fucking idiot. And on top of that, he is, one of one of the Daily Wire slaves alongside Matt Walsh, which I don't even expect Matt Walsh to actually... Matt Walsh probably didn't say anything about it. I would be surprised if he actually opposed it, though. Or, I mean, I'd be surprised if he actually was in favor of it. This is a chickens for KFC moment for guys like this. He's very stupid.
Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu.
So you could hear the divide there, those who are desperate for a deal to be done, and those, among them Republicans, who actually want Donald Trump to stand by Benjamin Netanyahu and, in their eyes, finish the job.
Anushka, thanks very much indeed. Well, joining me now is Professor Shivli Telhami from the University of Maryland. He's also a senior fellow at the Center for Middle East Policy at the Brookings Institution. Professor, thanks for coming on the program. I guess the sound that we can all hear is the sound of Trump's irritation and frustration with Israel.
There's no question about it. I think that, there were reports early on when there's typically a report from Axios about a tension between Netanyahu and Trump. Sometimes it's exaggerated. Sometimes it's for public consumption. Sometimes it's for deception. In this particular...
The Free Press defended you well. It's not surprising, dude. It's the easiest bar to clear. I don't think you guys understand. What the British government did was unbelievably stupid. It was so stupid that anyone that ever wants to seem like a sincere person, anyone that's in the commentariat that wants to come across as like a sincere person and not a total fucking Israel stooge, is going to look at it and be like, I disagree with this guy vehemently. I think he's bad, but it's ridiculous to ban him from entering the country. Like, no matter how biased you are, this is a silly thing for the British government to do. Okay? And there's a reason why they won't even defend like certain other actors like Valentina Gomez, right? When you turn around and you try to like compare me to Valentina Gomez, you look stupid. Valentina Gomez's entire output is to say the most unhinged shit. She has been outright rejected by her own Republicans. So the people that actually can't clear this unbelievably low bar are either only invested in disparaging me personally because they feel slighted by me, like the Sex Pestinies of the world, right? Or they are massive dick riders of Israel. And some might even say Valentina Gomez shouldn't have been banned because I don't think the government should even have the power to pre-crime people like that without solid evidence that crimes will be committed like the Maccabee Tel Aviv, etc. But comparing her to Cenk Uygur is insane.
Case, one has to believe it because it's so embarrassing.
This is not dissimilar to like, I mean, it's even worse than the Visa where they blocked the dude for having the JD Vance meme. because that one is stupid on its face. This one is also political, so it sets a very scary, very dangerous precedent. Like, that one is so stupid that it's not replicable, right? This is not so stupid. This is actually a serious error that the UK engaged in.
The Prime Minister of Israel, that it's really hard to believe that this is just reporting. I think there's no question, if you look at other reporting, the president has been very frustrated overall with the Prime Minister of Israel, in part because he feels that he was deceived, or at least believed what the Prime Minister tried to sell him before the war. This will be an easy war, and it wasn't. Obviously, the president himself made that decision, but nonetheless, there's a sense of frustration, and it's increasing because, as you know, initially when the ceasefire was announced between the U.S. and Iran, it was announced on all fronts, including Lebanon. The Israelis walked back from that. They saw an opportunity to push the war with Hezbollah, and obviously now it's escalated, and the president feels very frustrated.
And he feels frustrated also by the apparent limitations of America's superpower and his own power. But what's he really worried about? Is it the Republican Party? Is it the MAGA base? Is it the midterm elections?
This is really an interesting question because it's not a limitation of power. He has extraordinary power if he wishes to use it. Israel is entirely dependent on the U.S. The war, even in Gaza alone, showed how dependent Israel is on the U.S. They needed replenishment immediately. When Iran started firing rockets, the U.S. was there to intercept them. They needed protection at the UN, particularly when lots of international organizations were finding there was genocide taking place. The U.S. protected Israel. That's, in fact, the president's reportedly said to the prime minister, you would have been in prison without my help. So there's no question that the real question is, why doesn't the president of the United States exercise? It's not whether the U.S. has power. The U.S. has power, undoubtedly. That's a big question. But a lot of Republicans are asking that question.
Right, but you know, Trump did tell Netanyahu to stop, and I wonder whether you think Netanyahu is actually listening to that.
Yes, I think he has to be listening up to a point. We don't really know what exactly the calculus of Trump at this point personally, but there's no question we know in the past, particularly during the end of the 12-day war a year ago, when the president said, stop it, Netanyahu stopped it. Trump is very mercurial, and that really worries Netanyahu, because if in fact he says no to the president's still in a position to hurt him. But nonetheless, the president is obviously very much paying attention to a lot of allies in Congress that are still supportive of Israel, funders who are very supportive
saying,
of
Khalil, no. Stop it, baby. Baby, stop it, baby. I love you. I love you. Give me a kiss. Oh, it'd be a real shame. It'd be a real shame, wouldn't it, baby? Bad baby, this isn't you.
Israel. Public opinion is mixed now.
Literally, everyone else is watching State of Play right now, and you're doing this. You're so locked in. Yes, man, I'm an adult. Okay, I got to do adult shit.
Yield back.
I thank the ranking member. Secretary Rubio.
Protester interrupts Marco Rubio's testimony in House hearing. This was a Marco Rubio House hearing that took place earlier today.
Your full written statement will be placed in the record. As you know, please feel free to summarize your testimony. And again, thank you for being here. You're now recognized, sir.
Thank you. Thanks for having me here today. I think I'm going to skip the long opening. You have it in writing. I'll just do a couple brief points. Rather spend the time on your questions. It'll probably be a better use of our time. Just suffice it to say what I told you a year ago, and getting back to that point now. A couple things. In terms of U.S. foreign policy.
Stop supporting Israel! Stop supporting Israel! Israel committed a genocide in Palestine. It's still ongoing. And now they're committing another genocide in Lebanon. And what are you doing? You're serving Israel. Stop serving Israel.
True. Awaiting the ADL report on this heinous anti-Semitic crime that took place. Okay. Heinous anti-Semitism, heinous anti-Semitic crime, claiming Marco Rubio is a supporter of Israel.
All right. The core of our, can continue now? All right.
That person is now banned from the UK.
So the core of our foreign policy must always be the national interest of the United States. That is basically defining what that national interest is and then operationalizing it in such a way that our foreign policy reflects it. This is across the board in the work of diplomacy and the place in which and that requires prioritization, by the way. It requires us to prioritize some parts of the
Even by the standards of a people who've suffered so much, last night was different.
Isn't it kind of wild to think that this is probably the only way Marco Rubio will get a window into public opinion on Israel and they just move right past it like it's nothing? I feel like these guys understand the public approval on Israel. I think they just don't care. Like, I don't think Marco Rubio, especially the right, I don't think the right is oblivious to how the public feels about Israel. I think the right is probably more tapped in on public approval and disapproval of many things. They're often much more knowledgeable about their base even. YouGov today showed support for the Iran war is lower than the current support for the extremely unpopular 2003 Iraq war. Holy shit. Looking back, do you think the U.S. did the right thing taking military action against Iraq in 2003? Did the right thing, 38%. Looking back, do you think the U.S. did the right thing taking military action in Iran this year? 35% say did the right thing. Oh my God. Oh my God. There's more positive support for invading Iraq in 2003, which is unbelievably unpopular, okay, than there is for Iran. Like right now, 20 years after the fact. Majority of the U.S. is now banned from the UK. No, this isn't even post 9/11. This is now. Our opinion on the Iraq war now. Not post 9/11 when it was popular. I don't even know why it's that high. I don't know why it's 38%. That's crazy, but still.
Lives turned inside out and night turned into day.
Такий і спалах прямо озарилося все. І зразу дим сивий пішов і все.
Yeah, Russia killed 12 Ukrainians with one of its biggest attacks ever on Ukraine. Oh wait, 22. I thought it was 12. My bad. Yeah, that's still ongoing, by the way. I know we don't really think about it that much, but Russia is still pummeling Ukraine. Ukraine is still, blowing up Russian positions as well.
Eyewitnesses describe what it was like as 73 missiles and over 650 drones were launched by Russia at Ukraine. One of the largest aerial bombardments since the full-scale invasion began over 4 years ago.
Ой, просто що дим, нічого не видно, ми не могли поняти, чи апокаліпсис, що все засипало, все диму.
One way to measure the intensity, how crowded the shelters were last night in the capital. Another, the fatalities. At least 21 dead and dozens injured in Kyiv and Dnipro. After a night of deafening explosions, mourning and a different sound. Neighbours and families processing news of people killed in Dnipro, including 2 children. Or take Ulla Mudra. Herself and her daughter survived a strike on their block. Covered in dust, described what it was like last night.
There was a cloud of dust. We couldn't breathe. Men were standing nearby. One was thrown under the car by the blast. We were calling out to other people. We couldn't see anything. People were using flashlights as it was dark, and we couldn't understand where we were.
This is the second large-scale aerial attack of this type in just over a week, and it's becoming clear that this summer Russia is intent on punishing Ukrainians with renewed intensity. The question, why? The answer:
we've hit a key inflection point in the war where basically for the last 3 years things have been trending positively but slowly for Russia, but now things are starting to trend negatively but slowly for Russia. And I think Putin is seduced by the very seductive premise, which is you can win a war through strategic bombing, you can demoralize a population, and that essentially you can bomb your opponent into submission. But he's not going to be successful because that's not the center of gravity for this war.
The centre of gravity now is being determined by drone warfare. For months now, Ukraine has been using drones to target this crucial Russian supply line inside occupied Ukraine. It runs from Rostov in Russia along the R280 highway. It's a vital route for military supplies overland to Crimea and to Russian forces along the southern front. Ukraine is bringing the fight to Russia in ways that its population is starting to feel. Ukrainian long-range drones have continued to strike oil infrastructure inside Russian territory. In the last few days, at least 6 refineries hit. In Dnipro today, the savagery of domesticity destroyed for the umpteenth time. The card reads, "For Mum." It was Mother's Day in Ukraine a few weeks ago. There have been 5 of them since the full-scale invasion began. Ukrainians have seen pivotal moments in this war come and go. And they know that when it comes to Putin, there are few things as dangerous as a strong man who feels weak.
President Trump has just named Bill Pulte.
Oh, we're going to talk about Bill Pulte, but meanwhile, explosions heard in Iran's Qeshm Island. Dude, I don't understand this will they, won't they situation that we're watching where America will just take pot shots at Iran and then Iran doesn't do anything about it. And I don't know where the fuck, I don't know how long we're going to go along with this, right? This already happened. This has happened before. It's not new. And I guess shortly we will find out if Iran is retaliating by striking the Gulf. But perhaps the reason why this is taking place is because they've decided to drop the whole ceasefire thing. They're just leaning into more and more. They're leaning more into Israel's ambitions.
A good example of this, and a number of European leaders have basically said we should fight to the last Ukrainian, which I find kind of morally sickening. I mean, this is actually what we're doing. The Ukrainians are going to lose this war. I could lay that out for you. They should have quit a long time ago for their own good. The language that's used to describe the demographic situation in Ukraine is that it's in a demographic death spiral. It's in a demographic death spiral, and we're encouraging them.
Oh my God. I know someone sent me Mersheimer exclusively to trigger every person in the chat, right? This is like a fucking nuclear first strike in here. Before people say, oh, Mersheimer, classic tanky or whatever, he is just a believer in offensive realism. He does not think that engaging in a proxy war against Russia is good for American interests, and he certainly doesn't think it's good for Ukrainian interests. Okay? That's it. He is not a Russian operative. You just have a disagreement with him on this issue. Who's going to get mad at that? He's right. People who do think that Ukraine should fight down to the last Ukrainian.
To throw bodies into the meat grinder when they're going to lose anyway? God, morally reprehensible. But people make that argument. And it is you correctly point out, that's the buck passing argument. You don't see these Europeans fighting and dying over there, right? The British, French, and German leaders, they're really enthusiastic about continuing the war, but that's because their people are not dying.
A ballistic missile was launched from Fars province, Iran. Air defense and sirens activated in Kuwait. I still think this is like theater. This is strategic deterrence still. If that makes sense. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think this is still like they're not. We'll see. We'll see how America responds. But this reminds me of when Iran would volunteer a retaliation that was tempered. Why do you think that? Explain. I don't know. I mean, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Maybe I'm totally off base with this because I don't know. I don't know what the retaliation looks like yet, right? If it's just like pilot of fighter jet downed over Iran was previously shot down in Kuwaiti friendly fire incident. Wait, shut the fuck up. I'm simply speculating. Yes. We got Egyptian God of War? No. Okay, that's actually fucking sick. Are you serious? God damn it. Maybe I should have fucking watched.
The truth
Is this it?
will only make this more painful.
Is this Egyptian God of War?
No, Begzi. I will handle that problem. You deal with our new.
You're cringe for not having fun? I am having fun. It's God of War, but you get to play Kratos' wife? Wait, a woman? Gross. Woke, dude. What the fuck? That's woke as hell. God of Foids shaking my head. Hey, yo. Broad of War? God of Woke? Fucking pronouns.
Okay. I think they're gone.
Just be careful.
Fresh air. Oh, you're different.
You're a cube. Talking. You know what? It doesn't matter. How do we get out of here?
Yeah, no, we've tried. There's no way out.
And you're a talking sword.
I'm not the sword. I'm the ribbons, obviously. And my name is Rue. The cube is Frank.
I'm Faye.
What the fuck is going on?
There has to be a way out of here.
A way out? But you're not even all here.
Of course I'm not here. I'm dead.
You have to be dead to come through the gateway.
It's like you're holding something back.
This isn't working.
I feel like gamers are gonna be mad. They're gonna be like, she's not hot
Where
enough.
are we anyway?
Afterlife of the gods? I call it the everyone.
Afterlife of the gods. Great.
So, what's the plan, boss?
Not your boss, Frank. That cask. That's why you're trapped.
they're gonna get mad that she's not 90% boobies.
Explosion happened, right?
Unplayable.
My magic, it's wrong here. I feel wrong here.
You want out, right?
I think we all want that.
Wait, is she
Definitely do.
what's her?
You need to accept it. All of it. You're dead.
How? How do I accept that?
Simple.
She's the redhead from True Blood? Is that who she is?
Be
Nord?
here.
Deborah Ann Wolf.
But what if I need to be somewhere else?
Then focus on what you do need.
Oh my god, yeah, she is actually very attractive. Also Karen from Daredevil.
Find your way home.
Hey, that's it. What were you thinking of?
A promise.
Okay, we'll take it. Now let's get out of here.
Okay.
Get ready.
Yeah, they're mad that her breasts are not revealing enough, probably.
Wait, not a good idea. Bad idea.
It's always funny when some gamers, some right-wing gamers, would literally be like, why? Oh, Kratos! Well, yeah, where's my sexy hunk of a man? Where's my sexy hunk of a man? I need to play a character that's super sexy with a big penis. Bro's looking for man meat on Pride Month? Yeah.
Rue?
Okay, this cube is annoying me a little bit.
I think you should give her the sword.
How do I know I can trust her?
I'll give it back.
Wait, is that Alana doing the voice for the ribbons?
Okay. Take it.
Oh my god. The cube is Jack Quaid, but the ribbons are... I think the ribbons are Alana. What the fuck is this combat? Okay.
You need to get out of here!
Not until I get you out.
I don't need help!
Here we go, coming up behind!
This combat low-key reminds me of the older God of War games. A little bit. It's got all the cool stuff from the newer God of War games as well. Like the mechanics, the fight mechanics. But the movement reminds me of the old God of War games, which was like Devil May Cry.
Got an idea on opening that cage.
For those of you who don't remember, because you're too young, old God of War was DMC style, like the fighting.
I got a promise to keep. Fine, but lady, that sword, it's more than you think it is.
Also, what the fuck is Egyptian about this? I don't even understand what's supposed to be Egyptian here that I'm looking at.
Are y'all ready? I will kill you.
Don't make promises you can't keep, Gotham. Try again!
Faye, focus!
Fire! I will wrench you sweat by sweat! You don't know what you wield.
What is
it? You're scared of this sword. Why?
I fear nothing!
She's fighting Sid Rosenberg.
Just give up.
I don't give up.
Someone say cube slop. That's not a thing, okay? You can't be making up shit like that. Low Kirk, his skin tone, this demon's skin tone is closer to a human's than Sid Rosenberg's. I'm gonna be honest. That's fire. This is camera angle slop. God of War Laufey. Laufey. I mean, this is kind of cool. Let's see. I'll be honest. I didn't like Ragnarok as much. I wasn't a big fan of Ragnarok because it was too like hand-holdy. As opposed to previous God of War games, like every... Don't talk like you're going to play it. I did. I finished the last God of War, not the Ragnarok one, but the one before that. Is that Markiplier? PlayStation 5 is finally getting games. Yeah, it took what, 4 years? How many years has it been since PlayStation 5 came out? Was that? Wait. It's been 6 years? Control Resident, Tomb Raider, Until Dawn, Ace Combat, Silent Hill. I mean, a lot of... Okay. All right, give me the fucking top level background. I know many of you watched it. So talk to me. What are the fucking good things that are coming out? 6 years, there's like 12 games worth playing on it, which are all on PC anyway. They are finally starting to kick the PS4 to the curb. Yeah, did I see Dave the Diver, but 3D? Was that crazy? I feel like there was a brief moment where I saw Dave the Diver, but in 3D. So there's a Wolverine game, which is exciting. It's a prequel with the chef. Oh, shit. Dave the Diver is such a fun game. Oh, my God. I mean, I played it on the Steam Deck and offline, so none of you guys got to experience me play it, but I loved it. It was so cute. It was so fun. It was great. Bro, they're never making a Turkish God of War. What are these, bro? Gods in Turkic mythology? Wait, what? Why? What's wrong? That's chill. Yeah, a lot of titties. Yeah, I got to pick up Dave the Diver for my $649 1 terabyte Steam Deck. Isn't it like 900 now? Am I crazy? Didn't the Steam Deck prices go up? I heard Bloodborne Remaster is coming. 60 FPS Bloodborne Remaster, PlayStation 5. Yes, the 1 terabyte is almost 1K now. Yeah. Kuwait is engaging numerous missiles and drones. Seems to be a bit more serious. Response from Iran at this moment. A ballistic missile. Well, that we saw already. IGN recap. Everything that was announced. What? This is just a readout, bro. That's crazy. ROG Ally Xbox clears. I don't know about that. You can get a PS5 at Costco and return it when you finish. 90-day return policy. You talked about Trump yelling at Bibi and saying everyone hates him in Israel, right? I did, but I don't really fucking place a lot of emphasis on that, especially considering that after that conversation took place, America hit Keshem, or maybe Israel did, we don't know, Keshem Island, and then now Iran is retaliating against Kuwait. So there's seemingly, that was, as I said, fake fucking theater. Here's a recap slide. State of plays from Wolverine. Well, it's not recap. Oh, there it is. God of War Laufey, Until Dawn 2, Onimusha Dawn of Dreams, Psy-Ops, The Mindgate Conspiracy, Ill, Control Resonant, Marathon, Gitaru Man, Stuntman, Hollywood, Ace Combat, Silent Hill, Onimusha Way of the Sword, Phantom Blade Zero. That one's going to be good. DEI of War. I really hope the Marvel's Wolverine one is good because I don't know. I feel like it's I hope it's not. I hope it's not Slop Central, you know? I worry a little bit. We need a good Holy shit, they look at how hairy. God damn, bro. They did not even hit him with the 2026 metrosexual Wolverine. They just went straight fucking shoulder hair. Yeah, comic book accurate Wolverine.
See if we can find the one that got away. Redhead. Might be our only lead.
Yeah, they made him Turkish.
Looks like she took off into the industrial park.
5'2" and fucking hairy ass shoulders. This is Turkarine. Oh, it looks a little Slop City. This is literally Spider-Man.
Status update.
Perimeter stable. Holding position.
Not that it's bad, it's good. Oh, I love that. Okay. That's cool. Okay, it's Spider-Man, but unbelievably bloody.
No answer. Stay sharp. I don't like this. Should do another sweep. It's too quiet.
Okay, I don't like how fast the blood gets off of him. I know people are going to say I'm looking for any excuse, but I feel like that it's like, just keep the blood on him, you know? Just let him fucking get bloodier and bloodier, you know?
Shut it, freak. Shit's gassed off. Not today, Bob. The hell? Skullbuster! Up there! We need backup now!
I don't know if you guys know this about me, but Wolverine is my favorite character, or was my favorite character when I was growing up. I guess still is technically. And Gambit was the one that I thought was the coolest. I read all the OG Wolverine comics where he would like go on missions. He was like he was like a private defense contractor kind of. Hellboy too, yes. But I loved Wolverine. Out of the Marvel characters, he was my favorite. LeBron answer? No. I mean, what? Who the fuck rides for Wolverine like that? I love Punisher as well. I was always a Marvel guy more than a DC guy. Yes, Old Man Wolverine. Yes, I did read it. Incredible. Loved Old Man Wolverine. Oh, it was so sick. With the Hulks, right? That's the one, right? It's in the future where like nuclear bombs dropped or something, if I'm remembering correctly. That one was sick. I love that one. Old Man Logan, was that what it, with the Hulks? But yeah, the one I'm talking about is like the black and white comics that I read that was like Logan going to going to Japan, and he was like doing like assassinations and stuff. Hulk incest, yeah. Yeah, I've read a lot of the different variants for Wolverine comics. It's going to be awesome when 30% of missions are where you play as a side character with no powers who sneaks around hiding behind boxes and taking pictures. I really hope that doesn't happen, because that really took me out of fucking Spider-Man.
There you are, Red.
Jean? Is that you? Don't worry. You're not going anywhere.
There you have the second character. Yeah, except this fucking Jean Grey is very different than a powerless character. She's objectively more powerful than fucking Wolverine is.
Son of a bitch!
Better than the fucking cube? You don't know what that cube is capable of. You know what it is? I don't look, maybe I'm alone on this, but like I wish, like if I were to play like in my mind, like a peak Wolverine game would be if he was like carrying out assassinations and like fighting enemies and stuff, but they looked closer to like real world cops and soldiers instead of like these, futuristic, like Spider-Man does this shit too, where it's like you're fighting all these like different mercenary groups or whatever, and they all have like they all just look kind of silly. Like, and I can't stand robots. Ambiguous bad guy corporation. It's always like that. Like, look at this. Yeah, they're all like cyber. They're cyber enhanced bad guys from Bad Guy Corps, and they're half robot, half man. They're always bionic.
Shit. Yeah, that'll work. of those mutants! He's a wild animal!
You don't like how linear it seems? Yeah, I mean it's definitely going to be on safety rails, clearly.
Get out of my way! You're mine, Shorty! How's that feel, freak?
Oh my god, he dies? That's cool. The healing thing is. Yeah, this is literally Adam Smasher. This is Cyberpunk. Okay, I just realized we're just watching a cutscene. This is not even QTE or like, this is not a real fight sequence anymore. It's just a cutscene. I was like, what the fuck?
I was hoping for the redhead.
Is this what we're doing for the next million years, or when can I come back? I'm a girl. Okay, first of all, girls enjoy games too. This isn't the fucking Asmongold community. Okay, and second of all, we're almost done. But it feels to me like getting back to the real world and not the video game world once this is over. Iran might be striking Kuwait pretty hard.
Let's get you guys out of here.
Are you a superhero?
Look, kid. I'm Wolverine.
Oh, this is what I was talking about. Okay, if they have shit like this is literally what I'm talking about when I said like, because he would go on missions and stuff and he would wear like a tuxedo. Like that is, I forget which comic book that's from, but it's like, oh, so I guess it's gonna have more of his like origin and like the common. This is Canadian on Canadian violence.
Some folks can't wait to die.
That's sick. Okay, I like that. They were just showing one mission. Yeah, Sabretooth. All right, getting back to the real world, everybody. Kuwait is getting peppered with Iranian ballistic munitions and drones after explosions were reportedly heard in Keshem Island. So yeah. Did you see Ben Cohen defended you?
I mean, my understanding of the way things were supposed to be is that you're supposed to do most anything as long as it's not hurting other people. And that's the way I still think it should be. I mean, they're concerned about Hasan Piker coming here because it's going to cause some sort of civil unrest. I mean, you got President Trump inciting a riot, the insurrection on Capitol Hill. I mean, maybe we shouldn't let him come.
Hasan Piker, a very well-known influencer in the United States, a live streamer.
Yeah, Ben, tell him, Ben. Tell him you know me. Turf war? Yeah. Yeah, Abe Lovely is mad. Abe Lovely is mad that I'm beating him at his own game, telling Paul Mason to suck my dick.
His entry to the UK was denied by the British government, and they said that his presence in the UK may not be conducive to the public good. What's your reaction to that?
I was with Hasan Piker. I did an interview on his show. It's hard for me to believe that there's a reason for excluding him from the UK.
What do you make of it, though? I mean, it seems that the government...
They're saying that he's bad for the public good?
So the exact phrasing from the government is his presence in the UK may not be conducive to the public good.
It's pretty vague. I mean, I got no idea why they excluded him. I mean, it just seems crazy to me, at face value.
He has made some very strong statements against Israel's actions in the West Bank and Gaza. Quite recently, he said that Hamas was the lesser evil over Israel. Do you think, in general, that sometimes governments are a little bit more careful about people that express views against Israel when it comes to platforming them or letting them into the country?
I know that some people have said that criticizing Israel is anti-Semitic. I think that's absurd. I mean, I'm a Jew. I believe Israel has a right to exist, but I'm totally opposed to the slaughter in Gaza. And I'm opposed, and Ben and Jerry's was opposed to the treatment of Palestinians, even before October 7th.
What? Do you fuck with Giannis Varoufakis? If so, should get him on the broadcast outside of Qatar. I love Giannis Varoufakis. I was supposed to do an event with Giannis Varoufakis in person in the UK that he put together that they recently had to cancel because I got banned from the country. Same with Papa Ben Cohen. Yeah, all the stuff is totally ridiculous. Everything sucks. And I have news on the situation in Bakersfield. There's an active hostage situation in downtown Bakersfield at Chase Bank on Chester near Truxton Avenue. Wait, what? Several buildings have been evacuated or locked down. What the fuck? Yeah, Giannis called me his friend, which was cool. It's not a robbery. I don't know what's going on. I have no idea. It's a bomb threat. My friend was evac'd. Bakersfield bank robber, bomb strapped to his body, holds hostages, cops swarm. Okay. All right. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck's going on there, but let's move away from that and let's talk about Iran seems to have struck the U.S. embassy in Kuwait. All right, let's get back to Donald Trump taking a Twitter cryptocurrency style scammer and turning him into the next director of national intelligence, Bill Pulte. Bill Pulte is now the director of national intelligence. This guy famously fucking was one of those. I'm not wrong, right? Like, this is the guy who used to do those Twitter things where he's like, for 10 people who retweet me, I'll give $1 million or something, right? Wouldn't he do stuff like that? Damn, Dropside pulled out too. Dropside pulls away from South by Southwest. Dropside News was scheduled to host a panel discussion at South by Southwest London on June 3rd. We have informed the organizers we will not be moving forward with the event following South by Southwest's refusal to condemn the British Home Office's state censorship of our colleagues Hasan Piker and Cenk Uygur, who were also scheduled to speak at South by Southwest. The banning of our colleagues is part of an intensifying campaign by the UK government to stifle criticism of Israel and criminalize pro-Palestine activism at a time when genocide in Gaza is continuing. Holy shit. Damn. Beast mode. I cannot believe South by Southwest literally was just like, yeah, whatever. Like, that was actually shocking. Like, they didn't even fucking say they criticized the British Home Office. Like, they wouldn't even dignify myself and Jank for, like, we were doing this for free. Like, think about that. We were doing that shit for free. Typical corporate speak. Come on, Hasan. No, dude, come on. That's actually unbelievable. Subscribe to Dropside today. Yes, they're the best. They literally said we have 800 other ags. Why you mad? Yeah, pretty much. Like Oxford Union, students that run Oxford Union had a far better take on the issue than a whole ass American corporation, South by Southwest, from Texas. Wait, so are you washed now? What do you mean? Yeah, Zara pulled out. So it was supposed to be me, Zara, and Ash were supposed to do the panel. But hey, guys, don't worry. South by Southwest has Wes Streeting as a speaker now. You know? Yeah. South by Southwest London, the festival Cenk Uygur and Hasan Piker were scheduled to speak at. Last year, organized an unannounced talk by Tony Blair. The information was leaked to me. Blair still spoke, but many artists pulled out of the event when the news broke. Funders of South by Southwest London include KPMG, Deloitte, Pepsi, Uber, and the UK government itself. Daily Mirror covered it. South by Southwest labor puppet. South by Southwest is literally a Texan thing from Austin even. Yeah. The only reason why South by Southwest stopped meat riding the military industrial complex in 2024 was because damn near every artist worth a damn dropped out. Yeah. I mean, look, I've never been like a big South by Southwest guy. I've had plenty of opportunities to attend in Austin. I just chose not to. Right? Does bro still shock his dog? Yes. They were sponsored by the U.S. military and Raytheon. Yeah. Attack is still ongoing. Jesus Christ. Chris Hedges just uploaded a good analysis of the great Iran conflict. Okay.
Iranian nightmare. Trump's catastrophic miscalculation ends. It swells the
Wait, what is
precipitous. This is too bitter a humiliation.
Wait, what the fuck? Okay, dude. That's crazy. This stream is shock slop. Yeah. It's also missile slop and drone slop. That's what it is. All right, but let's get back to Bill Pulte. President Trump has just named Bill Pulte as the next DNI, Director of National Intelligence.
As the acting director of national intelligence, replacing Tulsi Gabbard. Let's go live to the White House right now. Our senior White House reporter, Kevin Liptak, is working the story. Pulte is already serving as the director of the Federal House Finance Agency. Does he have any intelligence experience?
None that we know of, Wolf. You know, to call this appointment an unorthodox one, I think would be an understatement here. You know, he's the heir to a construction company fortune. He's been in this mortgage role for the last year or so. What he is a real true Trump loyalist. You know, he's a frequent guest on Air Force One and at Mar-a-Lago. And what you've seen him doing is leveraging this role that he's in at the mortgage agency to try and go after some of Trump's perceived enemies, using allegations of mortgage fraud to go after the New York Attorney General Letitia James, the Fed Governor Lisa Cook. In some ways, that effort has not succeeded, but it has, I think, engendered an enormous amount of goodwill towards him by the president, and now the president putting him in charge of the expansive American intelligence community. Writing on social media, quote, William has deep experience managing the most sensitive matters in America, the safety and soundness of the markets, and over $1 trillion at Fannie Mae / Freddie Mac, a substantial increase from where it was just 12 months ago. And he also says, also surprisingly, that he will continue in that job even as he is now going to be appointed the acting director of national intelligence, essentially suggesting that he will be splitting his time between his current job and what is an enormous position. You know, the DNI position was created after 9/11 to essentially coordinate all of these intelligence streams from the 17 intelligence agencies inside the federal government. And so it's an enormous job, but I also think it signals where the president sees this job heading. You know, he did not necessarily rely on the incumbent DNI, Tulsi Gabbard, for intelligence matters. He has relied on the CIA director far more for those subjects. Instead, he looked to her to sort of go after some of his obsessions, whether it's to try and advance claims.
I mean, this is a fuck it, we ball moment, right? Yes, this is the guy best known for doing random engagement bait cash giveaways on Twitter, who Trump just had as an appointment for some like housing initiative. I don't even know why, but I think he's like OG, a real estate developer or something. So that kind of makes sense. But now he's just in charge of the director. He's in charge of national intelligence. He's a DNI, director of national intelligence. I have no fucking idea. It almost feels like he's just, they're just putting like a fuck it, we ball type guy at this position now. Oh, it could be that Trump wants him to pin mortgage fraud charges against his critics. That could be the guy. The current director of national intelligence is a guy who 2 years ago received a trophy declaring he fucks only the young at an oddly dildo-focused event he organized dedicated to the conspiracy that Bed Bath & Beyond never actually went bankrupt. I'm sorry, what the fuck did I just read?
Ever, man.
Oh my God. The current director of national intelligence is a guy who 2 years ago received a trophy declaring he fucks only the young at an oddly dildo-focused event he organized dedicated to the conspiracy that Bed Bath & Beyond never actually went bankrupt. That's...
I fucking dildo slap.
I don't want to show you the video because he slapped someone with a dildo.
Daddy. All right, fine. There you fucking have it. The first dildo slap in history live.
Okay.
So, Bill, this says Bill Pulte fucks. All right?
Yeah.
And then if you notice it's got a tramp stamp with a butterfly on the back.
Only the young.
One ass cheek set. Yes, it does say only the young on the back here. Only the young, December 14th.
That looks pretty badass.
We have a mushroom stamp on the head of it, and Bed Bath on one cheek, and GME. Oh, fuck. GME on the other.
That's 3D printed 100%. He was trying to pump B&B traders and get them into buying his company's stock. This was on his resume. That's what got him hired. Hey, happy 250th birthday to the United States of America, by the way. Do you understand why there isn't a lot of fucking excitement around this shit nowadays? Like, doesn't this kind of make sense as to why people are just not fucking with America at all? Americans are not fucking with America at all? Did you just say no shot? Yeah, he's replacing agency heads that were approved by Congress with acting heads that are not approved by Congress, literally out of Project 2025. Yeah. The guy on the left is called, I shit you not, Pee-Pee Show, and he dupes morons into pumping certain failing stocks. This guy's Pee-Pee Show? Oh, that's Pee-Pee Show. Yeah, no, he's the NSA chief, dude. Pee-Pee Show. He's the acting director of the CIA. How the new acting director of national intelligence, Bill Pulte, first came to FD Alphaville's attention. He first came to Alphaville's attention for latching onto the meme stock craze and positioning himself as kind of a Bed Bath & Beyond Jesus. We'd share his tweets on BBBY affair, but they were all subsequently deleted. However, thanks to Reddit, we still have a video of Bill Pulte Fucks Award from the fellow BBBY promoter. Warning, includes footage of a man being slapped in the face with a large green dildo. Dude, I genuinely cannot find a group of guys that have more disdain and hatred in their souls for the United States of America than this crop of Republicans. Okay? Like, this is a level of disrespecting the nation state that Joe Biden could never achieve, even if he had transgender women show their breasts on the fucking front of the White House every day. Not just one day for a pride event where one of the trans models that was there, like, you know, showed her titties a little bit for a brief moment. But if Biden was doing that every day, it would still not come close to the level of disrespect, to the hatred, the genuine disdain that these people must have in their hearts for the United States of America, considering the actions that this admin has taken. It's incredible, dude. They're just shitting all over the front lawn. They're wiping their ass with the curtains of the White House. Yeah, briefing GIMP. Sir, approval rating down. Iran war restarting. Lebanon disaster. Ebola. Midterm wipeout incoming. 250 party canceled. Donald John Trump. Make Bill Pulte the director of national intelligence. Donald J. Trump also replaced briefing GIMP with Laura Loomer. U.S. attacked Qasem Island of Iran. And now Iran is attacking Kuwait and maybe Bahrain as well. Is that what's going on? I find it really odd what this administration is doing. Like, they are literally, they're robbing everything. They're just stealing every little last bit of resources that's readily available. They're picking the fucking corpse of the American administrative state for scraps. They're also destroying the world's energy markets. They're causing tremendous instability. I don't even know what to say. Like, they just don't give a shit. And it's crazy because there are still people that love this admin and think I hate America. You know what I mean? Like, their biggest fans of Donald Trump sit there and listen to Fox News every day. And Fox News is like, you know who hates America? Guy who wants to stop wars and fucking, I don't know, spend some money on ourselves for once. What do you do in that situation?
Of voting fraud, whether it was to try and downplay allegations of Russian election meddling. This, I think, suggests that the president will put in this position someone who has gone after this retribution campaign, who has advanced some ideas of vindication against some of his enemies. He doesn't say whether he will be appointing him to the permanent job, but because Bill Pulte was already approved by the Senate for his current job, he will be able to stay in this position for quite some time.
Kevin, has the White House explained why Pulte is the man who should be in charge of the U.S. intelligence community? The Director of National Intelligence, as you know, and as you correctly point out, oversees the CIA, the DIA, the Defense Intelligence Agency, all the intelligence agencies in the military, at the State Department, INR, Intelligence and Research. What qualifies him to do that?
The only qualifications that the White House has specified is what President Trump is pointing out on his Truth Social, which is what he calls managing the most sensitive matters in America. Now, what he's managing are these mortgage agencies. You know, his current position really sort of involves ensuring that the mortgage market remains sound. You know, how that is relevant to this intelligence job, we don't have a firm explanation for that quite yet, but I do think you can read into what Pulte has used his job to do as how President Trump views the DNI position. He has used his access to the mortgage information in his current position to go after Trump's perceived enemies. And I don't think it's a stretch to suggest that he would use his access as the intelligence director to also potentially advance the retribution campaign. That has been sort of the most prominent way that we have seen Bill Pulte act in the job that he is currently in. And so how this proceeds going forward remains to be seen. But clearly the president is someone who has really put a premium on trying to go after his enemies, but also has been frustrated that that has not been particularly effective or particularly quick so far in his term so far. That's part of the reason why he dismissed Pam Bondi as Attorney General. I think he sees Bill Pulte as someone who has been perhaps more effective in doing that in this, you know, clearly much more minor job at the mortgage agencies. And so we don't know how he will behave in this job. We don't know if he will in fact go after the president's perceived enemies as the DNI, but certainly we know that he has done
not
that
even a
in his
finance
current position.
guy.
And it's a way that he has been able, I think, to gain
Brother,
the
we're getting
president's
cluster
trust,
bombed in Kuwait.
over
What's
the
going
course of
on?
this-
I think Donald Trump may have restarted the war, chatters. I don't know what's happening, but it kind of feels like Donald Trump might have restarted the war. As I was telling you yesterday, that there was no, it didn't feel like there was a real ceasefire that was anywhere near as imminent as they claimed it was. Yeah. Hello. This thread recaps the events of the last hour. I mean, yeah, there's not really much happening there. I know. I saw following multiple. That's it. Shortly after explosions were heard near Qeshm Island, missiles and drones are now in Kuwait. The attack on Kuwait seems larger than the last. Multiple bases may be getting hit. Another wave of missiles and drones in Kuwait. Following multiple strikes in Kuwait, Bahrain is now under attack. Part of it is because Iran has to reestablish military deterrence. So, feels like that's what they're doing. If you recall, this was my suspicion in the conversation that I had with Trita Parsi. He felt like the ceasefire was closer than ever, and I felt like that wasn't the case. Unfortunately, it seems my assessment might have been more correct. Yeah. The United States carried out an attack on Keshem Island earlier tonight, official tells Faituk's network. There are like 20 videos of bombs in Kuwait right now. Most of the bombs are falling near civilian infrastructure. There's literally parts of a drone like 300 meters from me in Kuwait. Holy shit. IRGC statement. In response to the U.S. strike on Keshem Island, the IRGC Aerospace Forces struck U.S. military bases in Kuwait with precise and intensive missile strikes. You literally said Iran is being a fake demon yesterday? Yeah, because they were. I said it seems like Iran needs to reestablish military deterrence because America sees it as a sign of weakness that they're engaging in a tit-for-tat strategic deterrence or strategic restraint. It turns out they are actually reestablishing military deterrence. Low-key, Professor Pape would go, or Professor Pape, Robert A. Pape would go crazy on the broadcast. I know, I tried. I've tried to reach out. He has not responded to my calls. Is there anything going on on Al Jazeera that's live
so far? President Trump says he will abide by a recent court ruling temporarily blocked.
Oh yeah, Trump's anti
for Americans. Local protesters say Washington is creating a health risk for their country. Now let's begin with some breaking news. Kuwait's army says its air defense system is currently intercepting missile and drone attacks. And Iranian news is reporting explosions heard in the area of Keshem Island. We will, of course, bring you all the latest developments as we get them. U.S. President Donald Trump has rejected reports that Washington and Tehran have stopped talking, saying communications is ongoing. In a social media post, he called the reports false and erroneous fake news. He went on to say the conversations between us have been going on continuously, including 4 days ago, 3 days ago, 2 days ago, 1 day ago, and today. Where they lead, one never knows. But as I told Iran, it's time, one way or the other, for you to make a deal. You've been doing this for 47 years, and it cannot be allowed to go on any longer. Our White House correspondent, Kimberly Halkett, joins us now live from Washington, D.C. Kimberly, there are some reports that Donald Trump was actually even lashing out at Netanyahu over the phone when he told him not to attack Beirut. Now Trump is telling Iran it's time to make a deal. But how much do we actually know about Trump's personal involvement in these talks and what he thinks about how they're going?
Well, I think that the fact that there has been...
Do I think the IRGC is subscribing to the broadcast for $5 a month? No, I don't.
With regard to the frustration at not only the pace, but where things stand is certainly the indication that Donald Trump is projecting overall some frustration with the fact that this has not resulted in a deal and that this conflict, whether it be in terms of military or in terms of diplomacy, continues to drag on. The U.S. president had been initially indicating that he thought that this operation, which which we should point out the Secretary of State insists is over, despite the presence of the military still in the region and the fact that there has been no agreement or permanent ceasefire. The U.S. president has always projected that this would be something that would be swift, that there would be a better agreement than the JCPOA that was negotiated under President Barack Obama back in 2015, and that, of course, the U.S. President Donald Trump pulled out of. And so, as a result, what we know is that the U.S. president has been increasingly expressing those frustrations on social media. And the post that you just read on his platform, Truth Social, is yet another example of that. The president has been continuously trying to indicate that a deal is imminent, but with each passing day, it is becoming clear that this is not to be the case. Now, what we do know is that the latest that is being reported here in the United States is that the U.S. president is demanding that Iran put down in writing the nuclear concessions it says it will make as part of any preliminary agreement. But given the reports also this week that Iran says that these discussions have been halted, it's very difficult to see right now where things stand and whether or not the U.S. is advancing in terms of its goal of trying to bring an agreement to not only limit Iran's nuclear program, but reopen the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, Iran, indeed. They're saying that these exchanges of messages stopped a few days ago. Trump insisting that these talks are happening every day. But, of course, Kimberly, the issue of Lebanon and Israel, that's clearly on the table in these negotiations. At this point, what more could Donald Trump do and possibly give the Iranians that would be politically acceptable there in the U.S.?
Well, the problem is that is exactly the challenge that the U.S. president is up against in terms of politically acceptable. This whole conflict with Iran, the strikes on Iran, the fact that this is a joint operation with Israel is politically unpopular here in the United States and becomes more so with each passing day. And there are indications of just how sensitive the administration is becoming to these criticisms, not only abroad, but at home, evidenced and played out on Capitol Hill, as we saw. And I know you will be playing some of this following me, but I think it's important to note that when the Secretary of State Marco Rubio was testifying on Tuesday on Capitol Hill in front of the Foreign Relations Committee, he was challenged by Senator Cory Booker, a Democrat, about how this is different from the JCPOA that Donald Trump not only pulled out of, but repeatedly criticized and vilified the Barack Obama, the previous president, for negotiating. And so he pushed back, saying that this is much better, that this is much broader. But again, the fact that he is still having to answer those questions indicates not only the skepticism here domestically, but also the challenge that if there is finally a deal, that the administration will have selling it to the American public.
That's Al Jazeera's White House correspondent Kimberly Halkett reporting live from Washington, D.C. Thank you, Kimberly. So let's get to that testimony that Kimberly was just talking about. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio testifying before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. He was challenged by Democrats to reveal the plan to get...
Yeah, True to Parsi said, Iran just struck U.S. targets in Kuwait after the U.S. struck Qasem today. Also, alarms just went off in Bahrain. Seems Iran striking there too. Iranian source tells me Iran has stopped playing the tit-for-tat game. Instead, it's now striking back at least 1.5 times as hard for every attack the U.S. takes against Iran.
Fire on commercial ships that are going through or threaten to fire on ships, because in many cases, ships just won't move. They won't go, not because they got fired on, but because of the risk of being fired upon. And so they have to announce very clearly, the straits are now open. We're not charging a toll. We will help remove the mines that they put in there, and they will not fire on ships.
But the president says they also need to make commitments on their nuclear program. That's what I'm asking. What?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
What commitments do they need to make in order for the strait to be reopened?
Well, the second thing they have to agree to as part of this is, so in addition to the straits, that's the predicate that opens the door to phase two. Phase two is they have to commit to very specific negotiations on highly enriched, the disposition of the highly enriched uranium that still is buried deep in a mountain somewhere. They have to agree on negotiating severe and long-term limitations.
And Al Jazeera's Patty Culhane has more on Rubio's testimony from Capitol Hill.
It is some of the more forthright information we've heard from this administration about exactly how they're going about these negotiations. As you just heard, he said they want the Strait of Hormuz reopened, and then the U.S. will slowly ease back its naval blockade. He really wanted to project to the members of the Senate committee that he believes that the U.S. has the better cards to play, that Iran is, in his words, begging. If anyone's begging, he said it's Iran begging for a deal. Then he said the second part, and I think this was really illuminating, he said they have to agree to remove all of their enriched uranium, the uranium that's up to 60% enriched, and they have to agree that they're going to have dramatically scaled back program going forward. He said...
Yeah. Siren sounded as a result of hostile attacks with missiles and drones, Bahrain Ministry of Interior says. So they're hitting Kuwait and Bahrain.
Because he basically testified they're using the sticks, but none of the carrots at their disposal. He was very blunt about not freeing up any of that money. He said, we're not going to give them a signing bonus or a down payment. So he got a lot of questions about Iran, really downplayed how much the U.S. needs this deal. He did say that it's usually taking about 5 days sometimes to get a response from Iranian officials. But he projected that the U.S. can make this deal.
Yeah, they're terrified, man. They're definitely so scared.
Without really explaining how that's going to happen.
At least 10 people have been killed and dozens wounded in Israeli airstrikes across southern Lebanon on Tuesday. The Israeli army carried out several raids in Nabatea and Sidon districts. There have also been airstrikes targeting the cities of Tyre and Bin Jbeil. Now, these latest attacks come despite Donald Trump announcing an end to the fighting between Hezbollah and Israel on Monday. Israel has also been targeting hospitals and civilian facilities as it expands its invasion of the south. Now, this is the aftermath of an airstrike near a hospital in Tyre on Monday, which caused significant damage to the facility. At least 4 people were killed and 127 others were injured. Obeda Hito sent us this update from the site of that attack.
Israel would never do such a thing. Wait a minute.
This is the third time that there has been a strike in the vicinity of Jebel Ahmed Hospital. The doctors and medical workers here are describing them as proximity strikes. The hospital is here. You see the facade of the hospital has been heavily damaged. We were able to go inside the ICU as well as the critical care unit and several of the other floors. It's been significantly damaged inside. Some of the operating rooms are not usable. Some of the treatment rooms are no longer usable. A lot of damage to the equipment. We met a mother who had an infant child in the
I'm banned from the UK again.
Care unit, prenatal birth care unit, and she actually came to the hospital after the strike. She was happy to find that her baby was alive, but a lot of damage around the place that the baby was, too close for comfort for her. You see this extensive damage all throughout this neighborhood. This is the parking lot. The solar panels that were sitting over this parking lot have collapsed onto these vehicles. This is just in front of the hospital.
I'm doing blood libel.
And the main strike happened in the residential neighborhood just behind the parking lot here.
I have to sit here and go, this is good actually.
Ambulances and the emergency vehicles that have come to the scene, they're still digging through the rubble of this attack. There are at least
if you don't say this is good actually, you're an anti-Semite and we will ban you from traveling to the UK.
Extensive damage to the entire neighborhood. You can see here how the building has been completely wiped out. This was a multi-story building. What they're telling us is actually it was just a row of buildings that essentially made a whole block.
Hey, when you see this death and destruction, you know.
First time, as I mentioned, the first
of Lebanon, and you think to yourself, hey, where are the Lebanese people fighting back against this? When you have that thought in your mind, remember you have to say they're the bad guys, okay? Because if you say that the Lebanese people have a right to defend themselves militarily against this fucking armed occupation, This monstrous force that is known as Israel, the Israel occupation forces, then you're a bad guy. You will be banned. You will not be allowed to enter the United Kingdom.
The hospital continues to operate and treat patients, but at a limited capacity.
What are you,
the
evil?
Is that there's going to be more attacks, and that intensity of those attacks are going to go up as well.
Russia has targeted several areas of Ukraine.
Don't you know it's
killing at least 22
anti-Semitic?
people and injuring more than 100. The large-scale attacks targeted.
Don't you know it's
capital
anti-Semitic to
Kyiv, but
defend
also the regions
yourself?
of Zaporizhia, Kharkiv, and Dnipro. Kyiv was the worst hit, with at least 6 people killed and more than.
If
80
Israel
others
wants to
injured.
destroy you,
The city's mayor says a strike on a residential building caused parts of it to collapse, and that people are likely trapped under the rubble. In Dnipro, at least 16 people were killed, including 2 children. 42 others were injured. And in Kharkiv, at least 14 people have been injured. Audrey McAlpine has this report from Kyiv.
Tuesday afternoon, people in Kyiv found themselves back underground when the night's mass attacks continued into the day.
Ukraine has just come under another ballistic threat over the last several minutes. If you look here, you can see we're inside one of these state shelters where people in this neighborhood have come to get protection. It really speaks to how on edge people are, not just today, but over the past several days leading up to this attack.
Overnight shelters across Kyiv reached capacity after Russia warned a huge attack on the capital was imminent. This neighborhood in Kyiv was among them.
That were dropped. Predictable attack, but unpredictable moment it was that it would be so fast.
Alexander was sheltering in the ground floor of his building when a missile hit across the yard.
It's like default Tuesday for us.
It's becoming an all too common sight. The second Russian massive.
well, Russia's not the size of New Jersey, so Russia obviously, when it does this, is bad, and we know it's bad. When Israel does it, it's the size of New Jersey, so it's good.
They simply want to intimidate us. But intimidation does not mean victory.
It wasn't just Kyiv, but other major Ukrainian cities like Kharkiv and Dnipro, where several people were killed, some buried beneath the rubble. The night strikes highlight an uncomfortable reality: Ukraine's lack of crucial air defenses, which leaves it vulnerable to more attacks like these. Audrey McAlpine, Al Jazeera, Kyiv.
Yeah.
And still ahead here on Al Jazeera.
Sorry, Ukraine. You can't have any fucking air defenses because Israel's got them all. And maybe. Holy shit. And maybe the UAE as well, which is Little Israel. Jesus Christ. Yeah, it seems like Iran is setting a new equation for how they intend to respond to American violations. No more tit for tat. Yeah, they're going beast mode, I think. It seems like they're going beast mode on regional actors. Like all the proxies are going to get hit again. Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps says, in announcing this initial response to give as good as it gets, issues a stern warning with the utmost resolve to the American administration, the head of the global arrogance, and all who permit the use of their lands or airspace as a launch pad for their aggression against Iran. The era of hit and run is over, and the forces of aggression must bear the dire consequences of their ignorance and their reckless, uncalculated adventures. Why are they not hitting Israel? I don't know. Maybe they're leaving hitting Israel to Hezbollah. Or maybe they might hit Israel. Hey, flop news here. Can I quote you on the best mode comment? The fuck does that mean? Can you tell them not to hit the Kuwaitis? And by the way, why don't they hit the USA chips? Mark Carney made a racist remark saying that immigrants are bringing anti-Semitism with them. Oh, hell yeah. Peeling off the Gulf nations are the one pressuring Trump not to attack. No, I don't think it's, I don't think that's the case. I think that they have better relationships with some of the Gulf nations, so they're not hitting those Gulf nations. Like, they've developed better relations. And worse with others. Here, let's see what Kuwait is saying.
Iranian news reported of explosions heard in the area of the Qeshm Island. We'll, of course, bring you all the latest developments as we get them. Now, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, he is facing widespread criticism for holding off on striking Beirut's southern suburbs, both from within his own cabinet and from his opponents. On social media, opposition leader Naftali Bennett said the government has lost control over Israeli sovereignty and that there's chaos in every corner. Far-right National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir has posted saying, "This is the time to tell our friend President Trump no." He also said that now is the time to do what is required and necessary to strike Hezbollah, to unleash the hands of our fighters and to restore security to the north. Nida Ibrahim is in Nablus in the occupied West Bank with more on the backlash in Israel against Netanyahu.
According to many politicians, many media analysts talking to several Israeli media, they're saying that Netanyahu has chosen once again his political own interests, his own survival at the expense of the strategic goals that many Israelis were hoping he would achieve against Hezbollah. According to many opposition leaders as well as coalition members who are with Netanyahu, who have been lobbying for him to expand his military assault, to target more targets inside.
Yeah, there's
Beirut.
people who are
Now
mad at him,
very
bro.
Frustrated. They are criticizing Netanyahu, saying that once again he chose himself. Let's watch some of this debate on Israeli media.
Oh, Saudi Arabia too? Jesus
Israel needs
Christ.
to change its strategy. For every rocket Hezbollah fires at Kiryat Shimona, Tehran should get hit.
Soldiers are falling, wounded and killed, and Israel's prime minister is sitting around waiting for Trump's green light to strike the southern suburbs. Israel is not a banana republic. Flatten the here to the ground right now, and don't stop until the last.
Yeah, he's like, we're not a banana republic. We democratically want to do genocide. Why won't you do genocide?
Currently launching military operations driven by electoral motives to send a clear message to Israelis that Israel has no constraints. But in reality, Israel is constrained in Lebanon, and the Iranians proved that in practice when they said that a successful deal with them requires stopping the bombing of Lebanon.
Let's not forget that Netanyahu had a hidden motive. Yes, he wanted to expand the military assault in Beirut for his own reasons, strategic reasons, trying to reassure communities in northern Israel. But he wanted to derail the talks between the U.S. and Iran. And that's why many believe Trump has made that phone call and threatened him. Even some media is saying that he used the word crazy to describe Prime Minister Netanyahu. In general, it's a day of frustration and criticism of Netanyahu in Israel.
The Trump administration has dropped plans on a $1.8 billion fund for political allies of the president. The beneficiaries would have been people who supported Trump's failed attempt to overturn his 2020 election loss. The money would have come from a lawsuit Trump's Justice Department brought against the Internal Revenue Service over a leak of his tax documents. But the attempt has come under legal challenge and stiff opposition from members of both parties in Congress.
The reasons for the fund is something that President Trump talked about for a long time, which is the fact that there were a lot of people in this country who had their government weaponized against them. The reasons for the fund, I think, it remain as important as they were before, but we are not moving forward with the fund.
A Kenyan court has blocked a proposed Ebola quarantine facility for U.S. citizens for another 3 weeks and ordered the government to disclose its agreement with Washington. Now, the deal has sparked widespread objection from the public and medical professionals. They accuse the U.S. of offloading the health risk of caring for patients. 2 people were killed on Monday as hundreds of protesters rallied near the planned site. President William Ruto has defended the agreement, saying it's part of a long-running health partnership with Washington. Catherine Soy has more now from Nairobi, where this case was heard.
The court session was done.
IRGC is pissed. Iran bombed Dubai airport now. Wait, what?
This is not the main.
Earlier today, Iran said northern Israel should evacuate if they hit Beirut again. Maybe they're keeping that as a red line rather than opening it up for Israel to respond. Maybe they found out they might have to repay you for their wearinization. I don't know what that means. Sources tell me the idea of Dubai is stable, please God. I don't think it is. I don't think the idea of Dubai is stable right now. Yeah, this is pretty fucking crazy. No shot. The Dubai ceasefire mega threat is even the Dubai ceasefire mega threat is quiet. Did Dubai get hit or no? Is Ian Miles Chong all right? UAE is putting their planes on the air so they don't get hit. We can also see several planes that took off from UAE circling over the Persian Gulf, waiting that missiles and drones stop flying towards Kuwait and Bahrain. That's crazy. What is this? Oh my God, bro. Elon started following Ian Miles Chong again. Is the New York Post shit again? Oh, classic. Buddy, they write about me on a fucking daily basis. It's like saying, yo, have you seen this Fox News article? Who gives a fuck? Video of air defenses firing in Kuwait. Analysts say Iran has mostly been precise and targeted. Iran attacks damaged... Oh, no, this is earlier. This is from a couple days ago. Iran attacks damaged 20 U.S. military sites since the start of war, satellite images show. This is like the early hits. And yes, we do know that they were all very precise. They hit strategic assets. They hit American radar installations that Israel also uses. Explosions, according to I-24, explosions reported also in Dubai. You are the only news broadcast that covers the situation? Yeah, because it's just happening. It's unfolding right now, which is part of the reason why people are kind of oblivious to it, because we're getting the situation from situation monitors. Initial reports of ballistic missiles now against Saudi Arabia as well, at least from Telegram. I mean, dude, if they hit Keshem Island and that this is the retaliation, this is not 1.5 as hard. Trita Parsi said this was no longer tit for tat, but you get hit once and you hit 1.5 as hard. This is not. This is you got hit once and you're hitting tenfold back. What is this? China is openly criticizing America, and no, dude. He always cooks.
Well, first of all, as far
He is first, yeah. What's his name? Victor Gao. Victor Gao is not a current administration official. He's a former administration official, if I'm not mistaken. And also, he always rips into America. That's his whole shtick. I mean, it's cool, it's funny, but like, he's not him cooking the United States of America on English broadcasts, English speaking broadcast doesn't mean anything about like the Chinese position overall. Yeah, I saw the dashcam one. Okay, RGC statement. The U.S. attacked Keshem Island. In response, Iran has carried out a precise and intensive missile strikes on U.S. base in Kuwait. Yeah, Victor Gao is like the Morandi of Iran. True. Which, of course, is more, more understandable. Less blemishes, let's say. Does this change in Iran's attack plans have anything to do with the president resigning? No. The president is a non-entity. He's a non-factor. I don't think he's... I don't think he has any kind of any kind of say in this process at all. Fewer blemishes, not less. Breaking news, complete halt of flights in Kuwait, Bahrain, UAE. Arab media reported that airport operations on all flights in Bahrain, Kuwait, and United Arab Emirates have been suspended due to airstrikes. Here's the statement. But for the record, a statement issued by the leadership of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps in response to the arrogance and blatant aggression committed by the terrorist American forces by targeting the national sovereignty of the Islamic Republic of Iran on the precious island of Qashm. The aerospace force of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, with God's grace and support, and in the fulfillment of his pledge to protect the homeland, carried out precise and intensive missile strikes on the military base of the American occupation in the state of Kuwait, which resulted in the successful destruction of their targets and the ignition of the aggressors' fortresses. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, while announcing this initial response to strike back with equal force, issues a stern warning at the highest level of determination to the American administration, the head of global arrogance, and all of those who allow their territories or airspace to be used as a launching pad for aggression against Iran. Any new foolishness, further aggression, or acts that infringes on even a single inch of our borders and sovereignty will be met with a seismic, crushing, and decisive response that exceeds the established norms and boundaries. Our valiant forces will not hesitate to reduce all the aggressors' headquarters and interests in the region to ashes. Jet activity over Tehran. Wait, is it Iranian jets or is it Israeli or American jets? I don't know how reliable this is, but by the way, that's not a crazy question. Iran still has fighter jets. Like, before you say, what do you mean? Before you say, what do you mean? How could it be Iranian jets? They still have Iranian fighter jets. Literally. Yes, they do. They have retooled F-5s. And they're in underground bunkers. Uh-oh, Dan Cohen's coming for you on X? Oh no, dude. I should quit while I'm ahead. F-14s. Yeah, they basically ended it by saying the era of strike and run is over. Babak Vadad, independent OSINT guy, says, according to Iranian channels, initial reports about missile alerts in Saudi Arabia appear to have been inaccurate. So far, according to them, Kuwait and Bahrain seem to be the only Persian Gulf states directly targeted. Well, Dubai must also be part of it, though, for sure, regardless of whether they're admitting it or not. Or not Dubai, but the Emirates must be a part of it as well, because they're also fucking why Bahrain and Kuwait instead of UAE? Okay. Listen. I don't know. Okay? I don't know what the actual goals of the IRGC is. But my suspicion is, judging by what they are saying, that they're hitting American targets. American military targets. Now, before the ceasefire was implemented, they would hit not just American military targets, but they would also hit strategic civilian targets as well. Okay? They would hit banks and things like that, or at least say that they were going to hit banks and things like that, depending on what America was hitting. So if America would hit an Iranian bank, they'd be like, okay, here are the American banks in, Qatar. Now they're back to stage one. They got hit on Qashm Island, and they're peppering the Emirates, Bahrain, I think Emirates as well, Bahrain and Kuwait. Bahrain and Kuwait confirmed. Emirates have not been confirmed as of now. Drop site news, I suspect, has a report on it too. IRGC launches missile strikes on U.S. bases in Kuwait. Explosions also reported in Bahrain and Iraq, in Erbil, I think. There have been some interceptions over Kuwait. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps has claimed responsibility for missiles on U.S. military bases, missile strikes on U.S. military bases in Kuwait, saying the attacks were retaliation for the American strike on Qasem Island, a strategically located island in the Strait of Hormuz. Kuwait's defense ministry confirmed it is under attack from drones and missiles. Iran state broadcaster IRIB said strikes hit both Camp Arifjan and Ali Al Salam Air Base in at least 2 waves. 8 explosions reported in Bahrain, which is also under attack, according to various monitoring accounts. Explosions were reported near the village of Masan on the southern coast of Qasem Island, Fars News reported. Iran also appears to be heavily striking Iranian Kurdish opposition groups near Erbil in northern Iraq. Earlier, CENTCOM said U.S. forces fired a Hellfire missile into the engine room of a Botswana-flagged commercial tanker, the MT Lexi, after its crew ignored warnings while attempting to reach Iran's Karg Island. That's crazy. CENTCOM says it has now disabled 6 commercial vessels and redirected 122 since imposing a naval blockade of Iranian ports on April 13th. The IRGC warned the time of strike and run is past, adding that any further aggression will be met with seismic, decisive, and crushing response. Yeah. Earthquake machine, question mark? No, they don't have that. Only America has that. Let's be real. Yeah. Remember when they said the deal is 95% done? That's what Trump said. We're just, crossing our T's and dotting our I's. It turns out that was a fucking lie, dude. You think Iran got the dog in them, or are they chirping? I mean, it seems like they got the dog. They busted out the dog. Iran said, place. Why are you dressing like a 1940s reporter now? Because swag. Because why not? Trump doesn't lie. True. But Trump said in China that he never lies. Yeah, that's true. So there must be some confusion here. As a Trump fan, obviously, I am going to assume that actually a ceasefire is almost done. Yeah. Remember, this was 6 hours ago when Marco Rubio said, well, that was Marco Rubio, not Marco Lubio. If it was Marco Lubio, he would say the truth. Marco Rubio, on the other hand, he fucking lies. He's actually sanctioned by the Chinese state. That's a simple mistake that people make. The difference between Rubio and Lubio. You're dressed like the election night guy? Thank you. Well, it is election night. Marco Rubio. Don't worry, they're defeated. They just don't know it yet. Okay, that's unironically the argument that that Trump has made. Alongside my favorite argument, everything will be fine. It's always fine in the end. That's what Donald Trump said. And not once, but multiple times. I know this is a pivot, but look through the New York Times summaries on Steyer versus Becerra. So biased. They harp on all of Steyer's cons and ignore all of Becerra's. Yeah, is that shocking to you? I mean, every fucking corporate entity is after this guy. Iran launched several ballistic missiles, according to ZBS News' Ryan Sprouse, night assignment editor in D.C., Zionist Broadcasting Service. Iran launched several ballistic missiles towards regional neighbors. All failed to hit their intended targets. 2 Iranian missiles fired at Kuwait fell short and broke apart en route. And 3 missiles launched at Bahrain were intercepted by U.S. and Bahrain air defense forces. Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you. Well, yeah, 1, New Jersey polls close in 22 minutes, and we're going to be taking a look at what our boy, Dr. Adam Hamawi, is how he's performing, hopefully. But I'm going to be honest, I don't really believe this. The masculine urge to record a Patriot battery while driving on the highway. Bro, that's not even because they're filming the Patriot battery. That's just how these guys drive. They're crazy. That's just the average Gulf national driving. If you've ever been to the Gulf, or if you've ever watched those videos, you already know this is just how people in the Gulf drive, straight up. Like, you know how in Grand Theft Auto, if you shake the car enough, you can wheelie it? They literally do that. Says you, LA boy, dog, if you are well-traveled enough, I promise you, Gulf drivers are on some different shit. Number 1, Gulf nations, the nationals, don't have the same standard of rules applied to them as do the expats, the immigrants, right? So they unironically do drive crazy, knowing full well that like police won't really do anything to them. You obviously, as a tourist or as an immigrant, you have to abide by the rules. They don't really necessarily have to. Golf drivers are Austin show. Oh, golf drivers, easy. I mean, they drive crazy, but they're not bad drivers. They're actually really good drivers, ironically enough. They just drive like insane people. When I said they drive crazy, I didn't mean like they drive poorly. Austin show drives poorly. Bro, they are crazy. I was hitchhiking in the Gulf once and the driver had his feet outside the window while driving. Yeah. On Pride Month, buddy, Austin drives like shit every month. Okay? That's crazy that you think just because, dude, this guy got so excited to link me that he linked the same link 18 times. Let's see what it is. Iran's real. Okay, yes, we know. All right, we've already seen it. CENTCOM claims ceasefire is still in effect. That's a huge L. If CENTCOM claims that ceasefire is still in effect as Iran is fucking lasering the Gulf countries, that means Iran can continue lasering the Gulf countries and America still has to say, oh, no, it's not. This is not. This is a position of weakness. By the way, it's very cool that we have stretched the imagination on what a ceasefire means. Okay. Normally it meant, the opposition ceases, America fires, or the opposition ceases and Israel fires. It turns out now everyone's using the Israeli definition of a ceasefire, which is everyone keeps firing. It's very cool where a ceasefire in name only, where people will be like, oh, it's a ceasefire as bombs are exploding overhead. Regular banking day. Yeah, breaking. Speaking of ceasefires, a man with a bomb allegedly strapped to his chest has taken at least one hostage inside of a Chase Bank in Bakersfield, California, prompting lockdowns nearby. Police say they are actively negotiating, which for the record is also a different type. It's like, according to CENTCOM, Bakersfield is also in a ceasefire style situation, it seems. All is calm in Bakersfield, according to Central Command.
Breaking news, a man with a bomb allegedly strapped to his chest has taken at least one hostage inside a Chase Bank in Bakersfield, California. That's about 100 miles north of Los Angeles. Major buildings, including city.
Dog, what do you mean? What did you do? He just said it. It's 100 miles north of where I'm at.
City Hall and police headquarters on lockdown at this hour. It all started about 2 p.m. local time. A hot day there, 93 degrees. Our Carter Evans has late developments now, reporting from our Los Angeles bureau. Carter, good evening to you.
Well, good evening, Tony. Police say this is an active hostage situation. It's happening right now at the Chase Bank. It's in downtown Bakersfield. Now, the suspect is a man and may have a bomb strapped to his body. Over the radio, there was talk about a subject coming into the bank yelling, "Everyone stay down on the ground." Now, police say at least one hostage is involved, and they're actively negotiating right now. You're looking at video that's coming into our LA newsroom. Also on the radio, someone can be heard saying it looked like the suspect rigged a tripwire on the hostage's legs. Streets nearby are closed, and evacuations are in progress right now. Tony?
All right, Carter, thank you very much.
All right, Bakersfield chatters, there you go. Bakersfield mentioned, but at what cost? Bakersfield mentioned, but at what fucking cost? Baker-Tucky? Oh, it's fucking worse than Kentucky. Let's be real. Bakersfield is a league of its own. I'm on the scene. Okay, dude, get the fuck out of there and be careful. What do you mean you're on the scene? All right, here's some good news at least. Congress returns the battle over Trump's $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund. It seems to me like that fund might be over.
His $1.8 billion weaponization fund, telling ABC, "We are subject to the courts." Just last week, a federal judge ruled the fund cannot give out a single dollar until further proceedings on whether the fund is legal. President Trump told me in a phone call, if a court doesn't allow it, and right now a court has it held up, what can you do? The Justice Department said while it disagrees strongly, it will abide by the ruling. The $1.8 billion fund was created to give money to people who say they were harmed by the Biden Justice Department, possibly including the nearly 1,600 people charged with attacking the Capitol on January 6th. The fund has been radioactive on Capitol Hill, even facing opposition from Republicans.
I'm not sure that
He canceled it when he found out you were after it. Yeah, dude, this is kind of fucking putting a damper on my plans because as a victim of the current administration's lawfare, I thought I was entitled to financial compensation from the Trump weaponization fund, and it's kind of bumming me out. I'm not gonna lie that they decided it might not even work. Also, what is Drewski doing here?
a $1 billion plus slush fund is the answer.
Republican Senator Tom Tillis had dubbed it a payout pot for punks, and Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer called it one of the most corrupt schemes ever launched by a president.
I mean, it's literally true. It's kind of crazy because Chuck Schumer is right. This is genuinely one of the most corrupt things any president has ever done. I can't, it's just, he's objectively correct with this statement. That's how fucked up Donald Trump is. I got to hand it to Chuck here. I mean, this is, yeah, someone said yet in the chat, which is true. This is the most corrupt thing that any president has ever done in the history of the United States of America. Yet, until tomorrow, when Donald Trump decides to, double down or triple down or do something even more corrupt.
Senator Schumer is vowing to go further, saying Democrats will force Republicans to vote on the fund.
If Republicans try to force through their reconciliation bill again, the first amendment I will offer will be to ban the slush fund permanently and forever.
Republican Senate Leader John Thune now says he wants the White House to make it clear that the fund is permanently shut down regardless of what happens in court. But the fund is only part of the settlement Trump made in his lawsuit against the IRS for leaking his tax returns. The settlement also barred the government from continuing any existing audits of tax returns filed by Trump, his family, and their companies. I'm told that part of the settlement still stands.
That tax immunity provision was signed solely by Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche. And George, Blanche is going to be on Capitol Hill today testifying before a House subcommittee. You can be sure he's going to get a lot of questions.
He is. There are so many questions still out there, John. Republicans, as you pointed out, are still pressing for more certainty that the fund is really dead. And the judge, even overseeing the whole case, could end up throwing it out.
Yeah, so you have two different judges that have raised questions about this. One looking at the entire settlement, including the tax provision. But here's the thing. There are grounds to challenge both of those for the president. And what those Republicans...
Mr. Khamenei, open this straight or I'll cry, bro. Please, bro. Bro.
Is an
that could work better than what they're trying to do so far. I'm going to be honest.
Assurance that no matter what happens in the courts, that this settlement is dead. All of it.
John Carl, thanks very much.
This morning, California voters are...
All right, back to fucking the devastating realities of elections taking place today.
Headed to the polls with the spotlight on a highly competitive primary for Los Angeles mayor, including reality star turned conservative firebrand Spencer Pratt making an unexpected push.
I just want people to feel safe. I want families to be able to thrive in the city.
Pratt rose to fame on the early 2000s MTV show The Hills.
I say things that I feel.
His campaign has taken aim at incumbent Mayor Karen Bass as she's battled low approval ratings triggered largely by her response to last year's devastating wildfires.
No, I haven't always got it right. There's more work to do. And with your help, I'll keep fighting for LA.
The Democratic vote now appears split between Mayor Bass and a progressive challenger, Councilmember Nithya Raman. That's paved the way for Pratt, a registered Republican running as an independent. He's been a vocal critic of the mayor since his Pacific Palisades mansion burnt down in the fires, but he's drawn criticism for campaign ads implying he's since been living in an Airstream trailer, later clarifying he's actually staying in a luxury hotel. He's also stirred mixed reactions for his campaign's frequent use of reposted AI-generated ads and his blunt statements about wanting to clear out the city's homeless.
What are your plans for the over 40,000 homeless in Los Angeles?
Yeah. Well, they're not homeless. They're drug addicts.
The latest polling shows Bass, Raman, and Pratt all virtually tied, with 10% of likely voters still undecided.
Now, in all likelihood, the primary is going to narrow down the mayor's race to the top two candidates who would compete in a runoff race in November. And of course, given all this attention, it's possible we could see quite a high voter turnout in LA, George.
Right. There are a lot of other key races as well.
Absolutely. And the big one for everyone to pay attention to nationally is for California's governor, the primary there, who might replace Gavin Newsom. This is similar to the mayor's race, where it appears from polling there's three main candidates going for two spots. Democrat Javier Becerra has a slight lead, but then second place is essentially tied between billionaire progressive Tom Steyer and conservative commentator Steve Hilton. George.
Okay, Trevor, thanks very much.
It's primary day across the country, including in California, where some very close races are playing out. The governor's race, though, is wide open. In Los Angeles, Mayor Karen Bass is facing challenges from both the left and the right, including reality star Spencer Pratt, who has been endorsed by President Trump. Our chief national correspondent, Matt Gutman, is in L.A. with more on the story. Matt, it went from no way, no how to Spencer Pratt to maybe. The president's record's pretty good in endorsing, too.
And running neck and neck. Good morning, Gail. I mean, this is a jungle primary we have in California, and that means that the top two candidates, regardless of party, advance to November. For the governor, it's a race to run the fourth largest economy in the world. High stakes, but so far, low voter turnout. But as you mentioned, that's not the case with the L.A. mayoral race, one of the most fiercely fought races in the country. In Los Angeles, the seat for City Hall is still anyone's game. There's incumbent Democratic Mayor Karen Bass, who is facing an unlikely challenger, former reality TV star and Republican Spencer Pratt. And Councilmember Nithya Raman, a Democratic socialist.
Thank you for your support.
All fanning out across the city for one final push as the latest polling shows Bass in a virtual tie with Raman and Pratt coming in third. Bass is looking to overcome criticism she faced during the 2025 Palisades fire.
It was one of the worst moments of my life to not be here when my city needed me.
And one of her most ferocious critics has been Pratt, who told our Adam Yamaguchi it's what encouraged him to join the race.
I didn't want to run for mayor. I had to step up so that my sons one day come back here and live in the L.A. that I lived in. Beautiful, safe. I'm standing in what happened because of failed politicians.
As for Raman, she's leaning into fighting homelessness.
They are tired of how high the housing costs are here, how it's driving families out of the city, how our response to our homelessness crisis has been lackluster.
As for the election of governor here, it's also a wide open race to replace Governor Gavin Newsom. Javier Becerra, a former Biden administration official, is in the lead.
I'm not running against them. I'm running for governor. Let them try to catch me.
Followed by environmental advocate Tom Steyer.
I am running because Californians can't afford to live here anymore.
And former Fox News host Steve Hilton, he's aiming to change the political direction of the nation's largest blue state.
If we don't get a Republican in the top two, we have no chance for change.
Now, affordability is a huge issue for Californians right now. The latest CBS News poll shows a whopping 70% of voters find the cost of living to be unmanageable. And whoever wins will manage a state with a roughly $4 trillion economy and a lot of work ahead of them. Vlad.
All right, Matt, thank you very much.
Tomorrow is the last day to vote in California's gubernatorial primary, and it is not clear who's going to advance. According to a recent poll by the Public Policy Institute of California, a clear front runner has yet to emerge.
I cannot believe that there's a British guy who's possibly going to make it to the top two. What a shame. What a fucking shame. I don't think people are rocking with Tucker Carlson, but Kana, Ossoff, and Tallarico all score about the same. Yeah, I saw. Also, happy to not be included in this poll, for the record. Hilton and Pratt for you, Unc. Yeah, stop the boats, dude. That's what I say. Stop the fucking boats, lad. We got too many British people coming in here, ruining the fucking state that I love. What happened to fucking Brexit, yeah? What about Calexit? Calexit means fucking Calexit, lad. No more British people coming in, stealing our jobs, yeah? They're coming in here and they're stealing good American jobs, yeah? How many fucking British people play American accents in Hollywood? Yeah, Pope is cooking. Jon Stewart's also cooking. Mark Kelly is very positive. John Ossoff is pretty decently positive. And then it's James Tallarico at +5, Ro Khanna at +5, Pete Buttigieg at +1, Josh Shapiro at +1, AOC at -1, Kamala Harris at -3. This is broad approval, which means, of course, the more Republicans shit on you, the worse your overall approval is going to be. But then also you got, the most polarizing figures like Donald Trump at -17, Don Jr. at -27, Tucker Carlson is -36. Yeah, he is, Spencer Pratt is so fucking bad, dude.
Everything I ever spent money on, they act like I didn't have it. So yes, I spent all this money. I was also 22, 23 years old, was planning on being Kim Kardashian, rich and famous. So I wasn't hoarding my money like this was my one run at the game. If I didn't get unplugged, which that's the game.
You know what I really don't like about Spencer Pratt? I mean, everything, but specifically, you want to know why I really despise him? Because he's got stupid chud confidence. Okay? I've met a lot of guys like him in Los Angeles. My least favorite type of guy is stupid chud with like maxed out confidence, where it's like, yeah, dude. Yeah, I blew through $10 million. Yeah, who gives a fuck? I was dumb. I was young. And the problem is that shit clicks with a lot of other stupid chuds. Okay? Yeah, he has that coworker energy. He's the closest thing by far to Trump personality-wise. Yeah, policy-wise, too. Your evening black pill? Oh, yeah. Yeah, here. This is... Start to creep. This is going to make me want to just completely end everything, but here it is. A rare Steyer-Pratt voter.
Up, and we're seeing that in the people we talked to. Most of the people we've talked to today are voting for Steyer, including these two gentlemen who we just met. Gilbert, you're voting for Steyer. Why is that?
I think we should definitely give him a chance, being that with everything that's going on right now, he has an actual agenda on how to get it done versus other people who haven't really had people in there to get it done. So that's the reason why I'm
Is your
going.
dog also supporting Steyer?
Oh yeah, Steyer, right, Papa? This is milkshakes.
And what about you, Ed? You also are supporting Steyer. You're a progressive. You're concerned about voting for a billionaire.
Yes, it was hard to vote for a billionaire, but at the end of the day, he is the one that I think is saying the most things that align with my personal values, and we're going to hold his feet to the fire and make sure he does those things.
So it's interesting, you both, who don't know each other before this, both are Democrats, and both have very different views when it comes to the mayor's race. You say Nithya Raman, the progressive Democratic Socialist council member, over Karen Bass. Why?
Well, I'm not a Democrat, but I do consider myself a leftist and a progressive, and while I wanted to vote for
that's a Hasanabi head.
Ray Huang, I think strategically it made more sense to vote for.
There's 100%. It's one of you motherfuckers. Which one? Come on. It's one of you motherfuckers that did this.
And shift everything left, and hopefully we'll get a more progressive mayor in the process.
Meanwhile, you, as a Democrat, are voting for Spencer Pratt.
Yes, sir.
Why is that?
I do like him.
Did it F? What happened? Small bean F, small bean F, small bean F. Okay, dude. This guy fucking voted for Tom Steyer for the governor and then voted for Spencer Pratt. Voted for Spencer motherfucking Pratt for mayor.
For Spencer Pratt.
Yes, sir.
Why is that?
I do like his approach for the homelessness as a person who used to be homeless myself.
I think we should be killed. He's like, if someone like Spencer Pratt was the mayor while I was homeless, he would have killed me, which would have made my life much better, I guess. Incredible stuff.
I was rendered the services that he's talking about. I was able to change my life, 10 years sober with no alcohol and stuff like that. So his approach is really good. I do think it's fair for him to go off with the runoff with Karen Bass. This way both of them can go ahead and prove to me why they deserve my vote. So as of today, I'm doing it, yes, because I do like his approach and I do think he deserves a fair chance. But come November, it could be different.
Okay, it's been real.
What's his actual policy on homelessness? Just murdering them. Better start packing up the house, buddy. If you choose to live in Spencer Pratt's LA over Zoran's New York City, you'll never live it down. What do you think about Pratt's unconventional approach? LA voter.
He's a human person. He lives here. He knows what goes on.
What do you think about Pratt's unconventional approach?
I love it.
What is it that you love about it?
He's another Trump.
I mean, yeah, this is a 7,000-year-old lady, so that's not that surprising. Kornacki cam time, is it already starting? Oh shit! New Jersey, 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 New Jersey. Adam Hamawi, Adam Hamawi, Adam Hamawi. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go.
Fairly quickly. While we wait for that, though, and by the way, if you were watching us last week, this is refreshing. Last week we came on the air at this time for the Texas Republican runoff for the Senate. And I wanted to take everybody on a tour of what was going to happen. Here's the counties to watch.
New Jersey, size of Israel.
This means this.
New Jersey, tiny nation, size of Israel, surrounded by scary enemies.
Just north of
we
Dallas.
must vote for Adam Hamavi.
It was an absolute landslide for Paxton. And so at like 8 o'clock and 7 seconds, I already knew who won the runoff. And it was like the entire reason we were on the air. And because Texas is a split poll closing state, we can't declare anything till we get to 8 o'clock Mountain Time, and there's 2 counties in Mountain Time in Texas. We then had to spend 59 minutes and 53 seconds trying to, as they say, draw blood from a stone. And yet, many of you stayed and watched, and we appreciated it. And anyway, it's a long way of saying polls have now closed in New Jersey.
I'm not allowed to vote in the New Jersey primaries because I registered socialist. Wait, they have closed primaries? That's so funny. You registered socialist? Holy LARP, dude.
That's going to begin at 10 p.m. Eastern time on NBC News Now. NBC News Now is in its regular programming right now. They're going to be checking in with us a couple times in the next few hours. If you've been watching these, you know how that goes. You'll get to watch the on-air hit. It'll pop up on the screen there. And a matter of fact, I think I have one coming up like in the next minute or two, just to sort of in 2 minutes. So we're getting our first one in 2 minutes. If you haven't seen this before, it's pretty cool. You see the tricks our control room is able to pull off here.
I'm not going to
connect me to Gotti Schwartz.
I'm not going to fight a nasty liberal revisionist who only registered as a socialist and not as a fucking communist. Why would I ever fight you, Kev Rhino? You're a filthy revisionist, okay? Oh, I bet you love de-Stalinization, okay? Oh, no, don't liquidate the kulaks looking ass. Oh, I'm a socialist. Yeah, commie wasn't an option? Yeah, you make it an option.
Just inside 3 hours from now. A lot of drama, obviously, in the gubernatorial primary there, maybe even more in the Los Angeles mayoral race. We'll be covering that too. Some key congressional races there.
Adjust your camera so it doesn't occupy the timer. Why? Polls close in Iowa in 55 minutes. Who cares?
And we got Montana. And we got New Mexico, even though there's like nothing going on in New Mexico tonight. So I don't think we're going to spend much time on New Mexico tonight. It's too bad. We haven't spent too many nights doing New Mexico elections. It would have been fun, but unfortunately, not a ton happening there that's of note. So again, we're just kind of waiting here to go to our hit on News Now, where they'll ask about NJ7. We can show them NJ12 too. Make sure you're not missing any votes. Again, these are the two main congressional races we're keeping an eye on here tonight. And again, as I said, the 7th district, it's such a key race this fall because this is what the district looked like.
Thank you for 25
in 2024. Trump won it by a point. Tom Kean was reelected by a couple of points. Okay, and in the governor's race last fall, remember Mikey Sherrill, was elected governor in kind of a landslide. She carried this district. She only carried it by 2 points. It was close, but she did carry this district. So Trump won it by a point. Mikey Sherrill, running for governor, won it by 2 points. And obviously in the midterm climate of 2026, which so far looks like it's going to be challenging for Republicans, you can see why this is just a prime pickup opportunity for Democrats. This is one Republicans would badly like to hold on to, really kind of badly need to hold on to. And of course, sort of complicating the picture here is we're not quite sure what's happening with Tom Kean. Again, I think his last vote in the...
Bro, for autistic leftists, you're like the most hilarious human alive. You're lucky that Twitch exists, or else you would have never found this niche. I don't know. I think there's many autistic leftists out there. What is this dude? Bad news. Cory Booker is still the Dem candidate. Yeah, no shit. Well, did he run uncontested? Was there anyone trying to even primary him?
Maybe I can. And what can I do in a minute? So what I can do is this.
Level 3 up train.
Tonight's going to be, as you say, there's 2 congressional races in New Jersey we're watching in these early
I canvassed
hours.
for Julie Gonzalez last Saturday.
Between them and Adam.
First time door knocking for a candidate. Thank you for having her on the stream. That being said, I was one of the 3 people door knocking in North Metro Denver.
That was rude of me.
If anyone out there in Colorado is hearing this, we can really use you out here in Broomfield on Sunday at 10 a.m.
He's also our data cruncher extraordinaire on the sidelines here with a very small table tonight.
Just ignore me.
I like this.
Thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Level 4 hype train, ladies and gentlemen. You already know the goal.
You met Adam. Here comes our hit.
If you like the soundboard, level 10 hype train gets you a gift on the soundboard. Gets you the ultimate prize. All right, where are the dumps? Where are the dumps? Dump it, dump it, dump it. Big dumps, big dumps, big dumps, big dumps, big dumps. Come on.
Give or take.
Why is he whispering? The fuck is going on? Are they waiting for the dumps? Is it data dump time? Mate, feed art. God damn. Thank you for the 20 gifted subs.
Bruh. Okay, guys. I don't know if you can
There's so many candidates for governor on the CA ballot. Dude.
Then they're going to come here as soon as we do.
Our boss will scrape results instead. Thankful to be honest. That would have been grueling work with our stringers over and over again throughout the night. There's so many candidates for governor on the CA ballot. We were instructed to skip that race in our manual tabulation.
And I want to turn now to the big board and NBC's chief data analyst, Steve Kornacki, who, by the way, Steve, if you were in California and you were crunching the ballots coming in, we would have answers in seconds. I know you're keeping an eye right now on New Jersey this hour, where polls just closed.
Oh, that's my mood.
Yeah, I don't know if I could be faster than California, but I couldn't be slower. I'll tell you that. So we're waiting on New Jersey right now. 7th congressional district is the key primary to watch here tonight. Why? Because this is going to be one of the most competitive congressional races in America this November. The Republican incumbent here, unopposed, Tom Kean Jr. You could say the check mark there. He formally wins renomination. There's some mystery here. He has not been seen publicly in a few months. Medically undisclosed situation. He released a statement this afternoon.
Oh yeah, that was so funny.
Clarity.
He said he's recovering.
We
don't know from what.
Is which of these Democrats emerges to challenge him. The leader in the polling has been Rebecca Bennett. She's a former Navy helicopter pilot. But to give you a sense of it, this district, Donald Trump won this by a point in 2024, and Mikey Sherrill, when she got elected governor last year, Democrat.
Yeah, he's recovering from all the stock trades that he was doing.
It voted for a Democratic governor by 2 points.
Level 7 hype train, ladies and gentlemen. 3 more levels to go until
you know what emerges in this Democratic primary tonight in New Jersey. And yes, the polls have closed. No numbers yet, though.
Yeah, we'll keep checking back. But
first, New Jersey 11 results have Anna Lilia Mejia with 83% of the advanced vote in Passaic County.
The redistricting maps and how they play into today. Their governor's offices up for grabs. What else are you watching?
Yeah, obviously California.
Holy fuck, it's a blowout. Hudson County's advanced vote goes 73% for Menendez Jr. Musab Ali got absolutely cleaned out there.
Let me just get out there. Democratic Senate primary here is one
David
to watch. Now,
Louis
this is a race where the Republicans will be favored to win this Senate seat. Joni Ernst, the Republican, is not running again. Ashley Hinson, a congresswoman, is favored to be the Republican candidate. But Iowa's the kind of state where if the Democrats are going to have a chance
we get Reggae Charlie Kirk. Yeah, that's fine.
They're going to have to win a couple states like Iowa.
I'll do that
for you. What I mean by that is a state that Trump won by double digits. And Democrats think this is one of those states that they could put in play nationally. They are hoping that Josh Turek wins tonight. Chuck Schumer, national Democrats are behind him, but he's facing a potentially difficult challenge here from Zach Walz. Some interesting dynamics here, but this one could have general election implications. Who emerges here?
Interesting. We'll be checking back with you very soon. Steve Kornacki, thank you very much.
You got it. All right.
Oops.
One of our first hits, and thanks as always to Gotti and the News Now.
Come on. Activate the mules.
Let me get back to New Jersey here. I'm like lost on the map as I try to talk and maneuver at once. Yes, Cory Booker, by the way. Again, not much suspense, unopposed. He's running for re-election, and he has won his primary. Let's go back to these House primaries, though. Have we got any numbers, Adam?
I'm going to come.
Oh, okay. That was emphatic and defeated.
Sorry, not yet. We're hopeful.
Soon. Complete chaos on the race to take on Cory Booker.
If NJ7 starts coming in. But let's take folks through what we're looking at here next door in the 12th Congressional District. So as I mentioned, it's a very Democratic district here. Kamala Harris won this thing by 23. It was an even bigger margin for Joe Biden in 2020. Very Democratic turf here. Bonnie Watson-Coleman is not running for re-election. I think a 12-year incumbent right there. And, you know, in big blue districts, you know, when the longtime incumbent retires, you get a lot of candidates, and that's the situation. Big red district.
Level 8 hype train, 4 minutes remaining. 2 more levels until you get the goods.
In the 12th district of New Jersey. Some of these are more serious candidates than others. We will change the order as soon as the results start coming in. But a couple things to keep in mind here about what we're looking at in the 12th district. It's sort of spread out here in Central Jersey. There's debate about whether Central Jersey is a thing that exists. For the purposes of this, I'm going to say that it does. But about 40% of the vote is going to come out of Middlesex County right here. Okay, next door is Mercer County. That's where the state capital, Trenton, is. It's not all of Mercer County. It's not all of Middlesex County, but it's pretty big chunks of each one of them.
He admitted
the balance of it, about a quarter of the vote's
knows.
Come
Jersey
here.
mentioned.
This is Somerset County.
Jersey mentioned.
So
Central Jersey mentioned.
Far suburbs.
He knows.
Bedroom communities. You know, growth area. Sort of outside
California
New York
chatters
City
before
here.
you vote for Becerra. Watch this.
This is probably going to be about 5%.
No one in this community is voting for Javier Becerra, man. That's not happening here.
In Union County. So
unfortunately, we're not reaching anyone. We're preaching to the motherfucking choir here because everyone here hates Javier Becerra. Imagine there's like Jasmine Crockett heads in my community that are like, no, of course I'm going to be voting for Javier Becerra. I was about to vote for was about to vote for Steyer, but then I saw my favorite, Jasmine Crockett.
Democratic organization. Sue Altman's name you see here. Do you recognize that? Oh, we got votes. Okay. Sue Altman had run in a different district against Kane. We talked about John Kane. She was his opponent in 2024.
Stop the count.
Okay, we got some votes in here in the Somerset County portion of the district. Okay, so again, we generally this is the early vote, we think, right, that comes out first.
Yeah.
Okay. And this is very interesting.
Toledo.
Adam Hamawee, has the most financial backing of any candidate in this race. Okay, he's shown a lot of movement. He's a plastic surgeon from Princeton, but he's been backed by a pro-Palestine super PAC.
That's what you're describing him as? Literally,
okay, and here he is
the most incredible background out of any candidate running right now in the midterms, and you just said he's a plastic surgeon from Princeton. Dog. He's literally a fucking combat surgeon that saved Tammy Duckworth's life.
She had run a well-known name in Democratic politics in New
will
Jersey.
you say she's backed by AIPAC?
7th District
AIPAC
in
subsidiaries? No.
Sam Wong is a Princeton professor here. Look at that, Brad Cohen. See, Brad Cohen with that Middlesex County base, but not translating across county lines here.
124 total votes early in Somerset. God damn.
What's very significant in that vote right there.
Yes, PALPAC is a pro-Palestine, anti-AIPAC super PAC. I think it's called PALPAC. Yes, there is one.
A Princeton plastic surgeon. He is not running with county party backing in this district. He does have a ton of money behind him.
Subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service, the People's Broadcasting Service.
Around Hamawee here about him. He testified.
Wait, he did save her? Are you fucking kidding me?
1995 trial, federal.
You're a 50-month subscriber. You didn't. I've had Adam Hamawee on multiple times at this point. Yes, dude. Yes. He was there. He was at 9/11. He was a first responder at 9/11. He went to Bosnia. He went to Gaza twice. And yes, as a combat medic, he saved Tammy Duckworth's life, dude. God damn. Subscribe. Davidius Ferenius, thank you for the 20. Conway, thank you for the 5 gifted subs.
We do have something in the 7th, but sticking with the 12th real quick, I was looking inside Somerset, inside the municipalities in Somerset, and we do see kind of Hamawee leading in all of the different municipalities inside Somerset. So we're talking Franklin Township, Hillsborough Township, Montgomery Township. As you get into the vote, again, it's all early vote, but he is kind of broad support inside Somerset.
Yeah, there's a breadth there. That's significant. You said we got some in the 7th. Holy cow. I mean, there it is. Okay. So let's take you through the 7th district here. And again, Rebecca Bennett had been favored, certainly, coming into this. Look at that. That's about a 5th of the vote right there. So start right here. Hunterdon County. This is probably about 20% of the district here. Gentile, Hunterdon
thank you for the 5-tier and gifted
Adam,
subs.
You're a Hunterdon County guy, I think.
I am.
Level 9 hype train, almost complete. 4 minutes remaining. At level 10.
That's a huge number for Bennett right there.
You know what I'll play.
That's a huge number for Bennett. Somerset County, this is her base. Again, Bennett is running with, this district spans a little bit more turf geographically. Bennett, Somerset County here, this is another big part of the district.
Who's the biggest race? I don't know.
Probably 20% of the voters so is going to come out of here, like
I'm
Bridgewater,
one person.
New Jersey.
I don't know every
This is
single
Bennett's home. This is
fucking
where she's from, Somerset County. Again, that's a
Guys,
early...
I don't know every single House primary race. I will be honest with you. I don't know. I wasn't paying attention to every single House primary race in the state of New Jersey. I have no idea. Maybe I should know, but I don't, okay? Subsonic Spartan, thank you for the 10 gifted. Hunterdon County giving 50% of the vote to Navy helicopter pilots named Rebecca. I guess she's a Navy helicopter pilot. That's the first time I've heard you say that. We get used to certain things. Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's a limit to my knowledge, man. I'm one person, you know?
Bennett, they backed a different candidate, Brian Varela, in this race.
If you were half
but again, they are much smaller size compared to like a Hunterdon, a Somerset, Union. These are the 3 biggest right here. And we've now heard from 2 of them, and those are giant numbers for Rebecca Bennett. So again, she had led in the polling, and Adam, shout if we get more NJ12 here. She had led in the polling, and everything you see with a 5th of the vote in is validating what that polling was showing.
Taking a moment today to remember the horrific October 7th terror attack on Israel and the innocent lives lost that day. I stand in solidarity with all those that are impacted.
You could be looking at This could be the matchup here. Rebecca Bennett,
Did you just
Tom
Google?
Kaine Jr. Okay,
Did you just see Rebecca Bennett? You found her Twitter profile and you searched October 7 posts. I mean, hey, you can't argue. Can't argue with that method, I guess. New Jersey, size of Israel. Israel, size of New Jersey. I just typed Israel and Gaza. Yeah, that makes
Congressional
sense.
District of New Jersey, based in Morris County. She was elected that year, and one of her sort of selling points biographically was that credential of being a Navy vet.
That
and a
was
helicopter
2025,
pilot.
Hassan.
And Rebecca
Bruh,
Bennett.
that makes it worse. It wasn't 2024. It was 2025. She does have J Street endorsements on her website. Okay. Cool. New Jersey and Israel have the same size political influence? Fuck no, they don't.
A lot of party support, meaning that the party organizational support. The party organizations saw something in Cheryl early on, and I think in this part of the
She's
district,
the meme. When I was deployed in the Middle East, I saw firsthand how vital Israel's partnership is to the United States.
So again, if this holds, that could set the stage
Great.
there for a.
That's great, man. I love this kind of Democrat. Israel's vital to our national security interest kind of Democrat. That's my favorite Dem, dude. We don't have enough of those guys. Glad to fill another one of these ranks with a guy like that, with a lady like that. And what are you going to do? You can't win all the fucking races. You can't run everywhere, right? Maybe one day. Maybe one day. All right, more dumps, more dumps, more
if
dumps.
You're Bennett, everything you're seeing in these numbers is exactly what you wanted to see. Nothing new in 12? Anything new in 12?
Nothing new in 12.
Nothing new in 12. So we're keeping an eye on that one. And yeah, I said that the Tom Kaine situation, he put out a statement, they started a written statement. He said within a few weeks, he said he would be transitioning from work from home back to in-person attendance and public appearances. He said in the next few weeks, so didn't put quite a date on that, and he said he promised full transparency at that point because there's been a lot of questions about what exactly is going on right there, and obviously those questions then spill over into the general election. What does that mean
Level 10
for him as a what does whatever has been happening with it mean for him as a general election candidate? And again, will it be a top tier race nationally this November? So keeping it on here.
Come on, more dumps, more dumps, more dumps. Kornacki, stop dumping in your pants.
Your screen. Thank goodness. We had a lot of viewers asking about this. Could we put a scroll or whatever at the bottom of the screen there with the results so you're not just locked into whatever I put up on the screen? I hope you see it. There it is. It's a great idea. We were overdue in getting it to you, but that should hopefully help tonight as we kind of jump around from race to race.
Conaway.
So, as a matter of fact, why don't we do this, Adam? If we get more in New Jersey. Paul, I'll put the counties back up here. If we get more in New Jersey, let me know. But I'm going to go off of this for a minute. I mean, you get the basic idea, clearly, I think, of what's been happening here. And let's just give you a sense of what what the rest of the night is going to look like here, okay? So we're going to do this right. We're going to zoom out, right? You get to see all these. Don't ask me to explain the colors. And then we make our way over to Iowa. And I didn't mean to go to the 4th Congressional District. I meant just to go to the Senate race in Iowa. So
we just got Union County.
We just got Union. We're going right back. We're going right back, folks. Zoom out. New Jersey. Now it's going to be like this is the Republican Senate primary for the right to run against Cory Booker in New Jersey. But I wanted to show you the House primary. Well, this is. I wish we could have turned the Pennsylvania colors off. Okay, we just got Union County, meaning we got. Oh my goodness. Let's go over here. Okay. So if we just got Union
in 7.
Oh, in 7. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go. Okay.
Fuck.
All right. This is a big one. All right. There. Okay. Union is like a third of this. It's almost a third of the primary vote in this district. Now, again, this is just
trying to medal in this race against Bennett. Nowhere enough. Also, I'm the only candidate in this race who unconditionally fund Israel. Tina Shah has also lost.
Again, Rahway is here.
Who's this?
This is the biggest population center in the district. And what more is there to say? Bennett crushing it there. Bennett crushing it with half the vote in Somerset County. Bennett crushing it in Hunterdon County. Even in Morris County,
There's only 4%. No dumps. No new dumps.
It leaves two component counties here, Warren County and Sussex County, where it might look a little bit different because those county organizations have actually backed Varela here. But those are small compared to what we just got in, okay? So yeah, about 30% of the vote, Union. About 20% of the vote is going to come next door from Somerset. And then about 20% of the vote as well is going to come from Hunterdon County. So between these counties, you're looking at like 70% of the vote. So we're 70%.
Why has Cavernicle lost it? I don't know. I don't know what you're even referencing. So I have no answer to your question. First ball drop has the guy in New York Post said is literally Al-Qaeda on top. Let's go Adam Hamawi. Let's go Adam Hamawi. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. New drops. New dumps. New dumps. Wait, what the fuck? Union County, what the fuck?
But this is the only part of Union County in the district. So again, this is going to be like 5-6% of all the votes cast in this district.
No.
This is the mayor of Plainfield, Adrian Mapp, and he is, again, with that early slice of the vote that just came in there, he's putting up big numbers here over Hamawi. But here's the problem, right?
Start the count.
You can win
Start
your home city. You got to do that. You got to win
steal.
it big. Maybe you want to win it. Probably want to win it bigger.
Guys, I'm
bigger
kidding.
than
It's
that.
248
But go to Somerset
votes.
County, where there's a lot of votes. Now, where do we find Adrian Mapp here? We got to keep going. Look at that. He's at 2%
votes.
Here, right? So that's the concern for Mapp. And I think that was sort of the sense going in. Was Mapp going to sort of have his home city, but it wasn't going to extend across city county lines? And I mean, look at that. You go down to Somerset County, and you can see that's he's not going to be able to do much with 43% of the vote out of Union County if he's getting 2% in the other counties. Meanwhile, take a look inside Union County right there, and who's coming in second? It's Adam Hamawi, 18% of the vote. Chanel Robinson, again, who we already saw in her home county, she's running so far in the vote. Her home county, she's running behind Hamawi here. And then you go into Union County, and Hamawi's running ahead of her here. Again, if you just sort of cede this to Mapp. So in a way, that is actually what you just got out of the city of Plainfield is better news for Hamawi than for anyone else. Because if Mapp's limited by just his home city, then the question is who's coming in second.
These are county by county, man. This is a much larger district than some of the smaller counties. He's basically saying Adrian Mapp is in his own home county. He's winning, but it doesn't matter because he's not pulling enough support from any of the other larger counties. Whereas Adam Hamawi is either in first position or even in that other county in second position, which is looking good in early votes. But this is still early votes, and it's only 4% in, so it doesn't actually mean anything yet.
Okay, so his county is going to have to come through for him in a massive, massive way. And remember, we say the county organization supporting him in New Jersey.
Why is the New York Times write a piece about your sex-obsessed life? New York Times wrote a piece? The New York Times wrote an article about me? No. You mean New York Post, probably. There's a very big difference between New York Times and New York Post, chatter. Yeah, New York Post is a fucking dish rag. They're just trying to they're just trying to attack. And they're hitting like all the fucking slop tuber lines.
Again, about 30% of the vote is from here. Again, the city of Trenton's here. Princeton is here. So if you Ewing Township, if you know New Jersey, is here. That's another big one. West Windsor. But again, the question too, again, if Cohen were to do well in Middlesex, is it a bit of like the situation we just showed you with Mapp in Plainfield? Is it not gonna spread elsewhere? For Mapp, it's such a small part of the district. That's, if Cohen were to get something really big out of Middlesex, that's 40% of the district. That could change these numbers a bit. But let's see when that comes in. So that's the big thing here. Middlesex County. We are waiting on Middlesex and Mercer, and those are going to be very important to see when they come in. But zooming out, that's what it looks like. Did we get anything new in 7? No, I think we're where we were in 7, right? Were we at 23%?
Nothing new.
Nothing new in the bigger sense of it. Okay, so I'm going to Shout if we get any more than 12. Yep. Right?
Come on.
Middlesex Mercer is what we're kind of looking for there. But I wanted to give folks a sense of what else we're going to be doing tonight, because about a half an hour from now, things are going to expand a bit. And where they are going to expand is going to be in Iowa. So, sorry, you think I would know how to do this by now. The Senate race in Iowa. So start here on the Republican side. Ashley Hinson, a congresswoman running with Trump's endorsement, is widely expected to win this primary easily tonight. This is the U.S. Senate seat that Jody Ernst is not seeking re-election to. Again, and this is in Iowa, a state that Donald Trump carried by double digits in 2024. But it is one that Democrats are hoping to put in play this year. They're hoping that with the national climate, if the national climate is solidly against the Republicans, this is the kind of seat that they could put in play. And so that's the backdrop for this primary for the U.S. Senate in Iowa. So it's a very interesting contrast here between these two candidates, right? They represent very different things, sort of ideologically, geographically, demographically. Josh Turek, National Democrats are backing him here. He's from Pottawatomie County. It's where Council Bluffs is. It's out by Omaha. And he actually he's a state legislator, and he represents a district that voted for Donald Trump. So he actually, of all the state legislators in Iowa who are Democrats, he represents the most Republican, the most pro-Trump district. He's been able to win in that district, calls himself a moderate, is running on electability. You see why folks like Chuck Schumer, the Senate Democratic leader, they see a possibility to sort of export that out of his district statewide. Now, Zach Walz, meanwhile, is from here. He's from Johnson County. This is where Iowa City is, the University of Iowa. He's a state senator. I saw a Republican consultant call this the People's Republic of Johnson County. This is as blue as it gets in Iowa. And not just Johnson County being blue, but the district in particular that Walz represents, the three sort of communities that make up his state Senate district, the three of them gave Kamala Harris her three highest shares of the vote of any community in Iowa. The top three are all in his district. So you have the Democrat who represents the most Republican district in Iowa state legislature, represented by a Democrat on the one hand, versus the most Democratic legislative district in Iowa on the other hand. And Walz has been running. Look, you say the national Democrats are behind Turek. Walz has been, sort of trying to harness that to his benefit. He's been saying, that Chuck Schumer is not a popular figure in polling with Democrats. So not just with Democrats, but inside the party. He's been trying to take that frustration with party leaders nationally, with party leaders in general, and says, hey, send me. I'll vote against Schumer. I'll vote against these leaders. So he's been trying to turn that to his advantage. It's going to be interesting to see this come in here.
Man.
Anything new in New Jersey?
It's wearing my ass down, brother. Holy shit.
The governor's seat here, Kim Reynolds, the Republican incumbent, not seeking re-election. We are going to be looking at the Republican primary here, though. It's a crowded race. The two main candidates appear to be Randy Feenstra, Republican member of Congress from the 4th District of Iowa, the northwest corner of Iowa. So most Republican, most of the three other congressional districts in Iowa are competitive to some degree. The 4th District is the one that's a solidly red congressional district here. That's what Feenstra represents. He's running for governor. Zach Lon is a farmer, but who is running as a populist, MAGA-aligned Republican candidate here. And Lon is the one who has had the momentum in polling. In fact, there was a poll last week that actually put him slightly ahead of Feenstra. Now, two complicating factors that make this thing interesting tonight. Number one is this. Iowa's primary has a 35% threshold, right? So it's a crowded field here. And that's important because if no candidate gets 35% of the vote in this Republican primary, they go to, not a runoff, they go to a state convention. The state convention would pick the Republican nominee then. So who comes in first is a question, but right away, does that person also get 35% of the vote? Otherwise, it goes to the state convention. And the other thing is this. Maybe this was the most important. Feenstra, last Friday, last minute, got an endorsement from Donald Trump, right? So his opponent has been tapping into the sort of populist, pro-Trump, MAGA grassroots and gaining momentum. Feenstra gets the Trump endorsement at the last minute. Is that going to change? There had been tens of thousands of votes had already been cast when that happened. But after that, does that change sort of the complexion of this race? So we got that.
Yeah, we got some new results in NJ12 in Somerset County.
Somerset, we got more Somerset in NJ12. I told you not to put the shortcuts here, and I am kicking myself for that, Adam, but I think I just found it. Here we go. Okay, wow, we got more in okay, now this just got interesting. Okay, so we said Somerset. Wow, look at this. Chanel Robinson, who is she's a county commissioner in Somerset County. So that initial batch there, which was the early vote, we think, is that right?
Yep.
Now, the next giant batch here has come in, and it's much better for Robinson and not for Hamoui, who's now in second place here. So Robinson is now leading in her county with a little bit less than half the vote it totaled, and that's put her into the lead district-wide. Again, all we have right now is Somerset County, and again, Union County, where Plainfield is, where that city's mayor, at least early on.
And it looks like this vote report is being labeled as mail in Somerset.
So we got early vote and now vote by mail.
Yes.
So what? Okay, that's important to know. So early vote, you saw Hamoui, vote by mail, Robinson, and now we await the same day vote.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? That much mail compared to that? I think I feel like those are reversed.
Yeah. Let me. I'll investigate more, but
yeah,
that's.
I feel like that's. I think that's the dynamic, but I think we might have reversed the dynamic there. But the point being, we're waiting on the same day vote now in Somerset County. We're waiting on everything in Middlesex, everything in Mercer. Again, is this the vote by mail we're looking at here in Union County? Pre-election vote, certainly, because they reported out that much that quickly.
Come on.
But what it adds up to, again, powered by her home county, Chanel Robinson, with a slight advantage over Adam Hamoui here. If Robinson is able to build this advantage, and again, if she's able to build this advantage with the same-day vote here, there are a lot of votes to be had out of Somerset County. It's not the biggest piece of the district, but it's not insignificant here. It's about a quarter of the vote. I'll be very interested to see then if she's able to do that. That's a huge if. What it looks like for her is that support going across county lines here when you get to the two biggies, when you get to Middlesex and Mercer counties. Why don't we leave it here, because we do have a little bit of suspense here. Why don't we first just check back in on NJ7, nothing new. So again, NJ7, that's, Rebecca Bennett went into tonight favored. Everything you're seeing right now is coming up Bennett right there. So unless there's an absolutely stunning turn of events there, I think you see what's coming in the 7th. Okay, this looks like we just got Middlesex County. Okay, so we said this would have to be a big number for Brad Cohen. It's a lot bigger than the 2% we saw him getting early on in Somerset County. He's the mayor of East Brunswick. He's running with the organizational endorsement in Middlesex County. Middlesex is 40% of this district, and there's half the vote. So
it's
that's probably mail.
It's not bad for Hamoui. It's not bad for Hamoui.
All coming out at once. And Cohen with the advantage there, 2,000 vote advantage, about a 11-point advantage over Hamoui. And what that does, add that to the mix. Now we got a third of the vote in this district. And Cohen now has the advantage over Hamoui. But look what happened. I think something more significant can be gleaned from this. Go back here to Middlesex County. So we said, Chanel Robinson, what happens when you get outside Somerset? Does that support extend? Look at that. She falls to 5%. So you see her running.
Dude, it's so funny. This district is like a patchwork of people who are just popping in their hometowns, basically, in their counties. And every single one of them is getting decent numbers in their counties that they reside in or have like some kind of local position in. And Adam Hamoui is always in second place, which is, I think, the reason why he's inevitably going to overtake in the grand scheme of things when all the votes are counted, when all the dumps come in. This is only 34%, and he's looking pretty good right now, for the record.
Right? So he's running at 36, and he's running at 7. Chanel Robinson's running at 27 in one, and she's running down. It's 4% in the other one. Meanwhile, here's Adam Hamoui. He's not in first place in either, but he's only 3 points behind in second place in Somerset County, and he's 11 points behind, but running at 25%, quarter of the vote in Middlesex County. So, if Hamoui is able to keep doing this, if he can do this across Mercer, if he can do this across Middlesex, if he can do this across Somerset, and Cohen is like a one-county
There's a good
wonder,
chance Adam Hamoui
and
wins
Robinson's
easily
like
without winning a single county due to the
wonder,
regional
and
candidate
somebody
basis
else,
for the
maybe
bottom
Mercer,
four. His best
is a
chance is
one-county wonder,
Middlesex
or maybe
and
that's
Mercer.
Hamoui's county because Princeton, he's got to be the most pleased with these results so far.
We do have more at a 7. Yeah. We just got Morris and Sussex.
Okay. So let's call that one up here.
Morris, that's our second report.
Yep. Right. So I think we got. I think we got mail, and then we got the in-person early, based on these numbers. But it doesn't change the picture in Morris. And and look at this. This, to the extent there was an outstanding question here in Sussex County. I mean, look, this is small. Okay, Northwest New Jersey, but Varela had the county party's backing here, right? So we're sort of looking at this saying, Bennett had the county party backings and she's winning big. Are these two going to be? It's not different. It's not meaningfully different. She's 30 points ahead of the guy who had the county party backing. So I think right now, zoom out. This is what the district looks like. It's basically about a third of the vote. I mean, look, she's 5,000. She's 5,300 votes ahead. Obviously, we say this is a vote that was cast before Election Day, mail vote, early in-person vote. I think our decision desk is probably just waiting to make sure that the same day vote, which is going to be a big chunk, just make sure that there's nothing crazy in that suddenly Varela's not getting 60% of the vote. I don't know why he would be. I don't know why any of the others would be. But that's the thing with the decision desk. That's how they have to do these things. You want to, what do they say, cross all your T's, dot all your I's, and you got to make sure, you can suspect it, you got to make sure that same day vote doesn't look any different. But I mean, I think you can see where this one appears to be going. So going back to the 12th district here, and I'm just going to take a little bit of water too. My allergies have been brutal for the last week. It is I lost my voice for 2 days after doing this last week. Just got
See,
I think
not everyone's fucking cut out for this. Okay. Not everyone's cut out for this. A lot of you are like, oh, he mogs you. Why don't you have a whiteboard or whatever? He has it, but he only does it for like 2 hours every other week. And even then he's like dying for 2 days afterwards. So you motherfuckers don't understand what it takes to be able to do this 8 hours a day. Okay. Literally 8 fucking hours a day, every single day. It's crazy.
In Somerset, 6,000 mail-in and 3,000 early in person. So again,
I'm sorry. Say it one more time.
Our expected vote going into the night for Somerset in particular, about 8,500 election day, 6,000 mail, and about 2,800 early in person.
So I was completely wrong.
No, we're still trying to get some clarity.
I doubted what you told me, and I told the folks
it would match up with that.
Right. The point is that what we're looking at is the pre-election vote. The point is also that I was wrong in my sense of which type of pre-election
we just got some Warren County vote in NJ7.
Okay, so again, this is the place where Varela had the county party's backing. Let's see if it looks any different. Surprise, surprise, it does not. So Warren County, and again, and look at that, he's in third place here. So Rebecca Bennett, again, this is the worst number she's gotten tonight, and she's up double digits, and she's almost 2-1 up over the guy who got the county party's backing. So now 35% of the vote is in NJ7, and it's just it's currently a landslide for Bennett, and it would take an epic reversal in the same day vote for that to change. So again, if that does hold, it would be Rebecca Bennett against Tom Kane Jr. NJ7. I hope the folks in those counties like TV ads because
I just want you might want to stay there for a second.
Is it coming? Folks, pay attention to that Rebecca Bennett name right there. Oh, you see it? There it is. NBC News Decision Desk has declared that Rebecca Bennett has been nominated by the Democrats in New Jersey's 7th congressional district. She will now move on to the general election where she will face Republican incumbent Tom Kane Jr., who was renominated tonight without opposition and who has been sidelined with an undisclosed medical situation for the last several months. He released a statement this afternoon promising that there would be a return to the public view in the coming weeks, and that with that would come full disclosure on what that situation has been. No one's quite really sure what's been happening, but we do know this. It will be Bennett. It will be Kane Jr.
We got some more in Mercer in NJ12.
We got our first Mercer vote. Huge. Okay, so now Verlina Reynolds Jackson,
This was expected.
the state
Don't freak
legislator
out. This was
from
expected.
Trenton, the state capital, but also it's the largest city in Mercer County.
Adam
And
Holloway's
look at
back in the
that.
lead, baby.
The pre-election vote
Back in the
here,
motherfucking lead.
she finishes first.
How
But
about we?
again, what's the
How about we
pattern?
up good?
We've seen this in
How
our
about
three
we
big
up
counties.
good?
Hamawi isn't winning any of them, but he's second
But he's
place
going
again.
sicko mode.
Right, 24, 21. And now, remember, take a look here for
Stop
the
the
other two
count.
candidates here.
Stop the count.
Brad Cohen back down to 6%. He got his bang out of
Number two
Middlesex
in every
County,
single county
but he's
means
sort of an
number one,
afterthought
baby.
in Somerset and in Mercer. And the same can be said for Chanel Robinson. She's getting somewhat of a bang out of Somerset County, but an afterthought in Middlesex and Mercer. So add that all together, and you're looking at a district-wide vote right now that has Hamawi ahead, but Cohen still at double-digit lead in the biggest county in the district is keeping him competitive. Everybody else now has fallen under 10%. So, again, that's about half the vote district-wide. And now we start to say, where's the remaining vote coming from? So we've got, again, that's more than half the vote in Middlesex County, and a little bit less in Mercer. So Hamawi's margin right now over Cohen in Mercer with those votes, 2187. So it's about a 1,500 vote margin. So if they keep running at that level, that's a big if, but if they keep running at that level, then Hamawi Hamawi versus Cohen, he could net another 1,500 votes in his margin over Cohen. He leads him by 1,000 right now. So if you added 1,500 to that, okay, we're playing with the math right here, you get to 2,500. Now you take a look in Middlesex County, where Cohen's margin over Hamawi is 2,000 votes with a little more than half in. So again, if you were generous and gave Cohen another 2,000 vote margin with the remaining vote, what would that do? We said Hamawi would be up 2,500. You'd shave 2,000 off. Hamawi would still be up 500, and you would then have the matter of Somerset County, where a quarter of the vote is in, and here Hamawi, you could see, is kind of crushing Cohen. He's more than 3-1 ahead of Cohen. So if that doesn't change in Somerset County, then currently what Cohen's getting out of Middlesex County, based on the numbers we're seeing so far, currently that wouldn't be enough. That wouldn't be enough. He right now clearly is the main opposition to Hamawi, I think, as these votes are coming in. And again, our friend Adrian Mapp here, winning his home city currently in Plainfield, but, go down to Mercer County. Where is he, right? He's at 1.2%. We showed you Somerset. Where is he in Middlesex County? He's down at 0.7%. So again, he's a one-county wonder. And there you go. So again, the Hamawi, I think, has got to be feeling the best here of these candidates. And I think, obviously, realistically, if it's not going to be Hamawi here from these early numbers, Brad Cohen is the only one here. But what he would need, one thing that he would really need, he needs a bigger margin than this. We say this is the pre-election vote in his home county, right? He was winning it 36-25 over Hamawi. Now comes the election day vote. Well, okay, what if he wins what if he could get that over 40% with the election day vote? What if that Hamawi share fell under 20% with the election day vote? What if Cohen gets a lot more out of the second half of the vote that gets tabulated in Middlesex than he got out of the first? That's what he's going to need. He's going to need something like that, I think, realistically here, because again, Mercer County, he's running at 6% right now. He's running at 6%. He would like Hamawi's number to drop in Mercer, for that matter, as the election day vote gets tabulated there too. He doesn't want Hamawi getting too far away from him in any of these other counties. But and for that matter, if it comes to it in a close race, again, Union County, 6% or so of the vote here.
Size of New
Hamawi
Jersey.
running at 18%.
Size of Israel.
And where's Cohen? 1%. See, this is a small
votes in
county,
Union
but
County.
that's consequential. If this is close at all, that's consequential. So again, I think those numbers right now, as that pattern that we're seeing presents itself, it's much more favorable to Hamawi than to Cohen. The pattern would have to change in the remaining half of the vote that gets tabulated for that to shift. But an interesting race right there. And again, this in a heavily Democratic district. So, in all likelihood, winning this primary is tantamount to becoming a member of Congress.
Just a reminder, it's 8:47 now. We're coming up at the top of 9. We will have to do a check-in again with News Now just prior to the top of the hour. And then we'll have Iowa polls closed.
Right. Okay. So Adam took you through that, and I think the News Now one is going to be a little lengthy at the top of the hour here.
I think so. Yeah.
Okay. How do we split this? I don't know if we've had this challenge. This is an interesting story, but I also have a feeling that our viewers are more interested in the outcome of that Democratic Senate primary in Iowa. It's just that this is, as we say, it's a Democratic district. So I have a bias towards when I see a close race, right? I want to stay on it just because I have a bias towards something that's very close and very competitive. But at the same time, in 12 minutes, we could start getting numbers out of Iowa. Now, I think Iowa's going to be a little bit slow going with its returns. But we will shift towards that and err on the side of showing you Iowa, I think, and then obviously jumping back here anytime we get anything. But again, the next big things here, anything
went
we
uncontested,
get from
I believe,
Middlesex or from Mercer,
unfortunately,
or from Somerset County, potentially even decisive if we get a big batch of vote here.
Did any of these New Jersey 12 candidates even bother campaigning outside of their home counties? I don't know, but good for us, right?
I'm just going to zoom out. And South Dakota, is that coming at 9?
I'm a numbers guy. Number 2 in every district. Number 2 in every county means number
South
1
Dakota
in the district.
It's an interesting race here for governor for the same reason the Iowa Republican governor's race is. There's a 35% threshold here. Now, unlike Iowa, if nobody gets 35% in the South Dakota Republican gubernatorial primary, they just kick it over to a runoff, I think, in 8 weeks from now. So it's not a state convention, but this has runoff potential. Now, this is, remember, Kristi Noem was the governor of South Dakota before she joined the Trump administration. It opened the job. Larry Roden became his lieutenant governor. He became the governor when that happened. John Hanson is the state house speaker. Dusty Johnson is the at-large member of Congress from South Dakota. And Toby Doden is running, he's a self-funded campaign, or a largely self-funded campaign, again, aimed squarely. He's tried to position himself here as the most staunchly, adamantly pro-Trump candidate, the sort of populist, grassroots conservative candidate in this race. He's the one who's been moving in the polls out here. Okay, so you got Doden as sort of the outsider, Doden. Johnson the congressman, Johnson. John Hanson, of course, the veteran state legislator, and Larry Roden, the interim governor, who moved into the job when Noem went to the administration. But does anyone get 35% here tonight? So we'll be watching the South Dakota primary as well. Iowa, we're also. I mentioned Iowa for the Senate race. We've taken you through the Senate race. There are some House races in Iowa that are going to be very significant this November. We're just not looking at particularly competitive primaries.
My name is
in
Dusty
them tonight.
Johnson.
But there are 4.
But my Johnson ain't Dusty.
There are 4.
I don't got no cobwebs on my Dusty Johnson.
Orange, yellow, but there are 4 different districts here, as we say. This one, Marionette Miller Meeks, is the one I wanted to show you here. She's got Republican opposition in the primary, but it's not considered to be a serious threat to her. She won by less than 1,000 votes
dumps, but small dumps,
in 2024, and she faces a rematch here, Christina Bohannon, who nearly beat her in 2024. This is another one. I would say NJ7. This one we're going to be talking about at least as much as NJ. It looks like you got something out of it.
Yeah, we just got an update in Somerset County. It's small. It's 200 votes, but I think it is election day vote.
Okay, let's go. I really should have.
I can.
Nope. That's
okay.
All right. So you're talking about the 12th district.
Yes. Sorry.
So what was the election day vote update we got? Did we?
So we got
46. No. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not doubting you again.
It's 214 election day votes. So it is small. Yeah. Hemingway gets 35%, and he was getting 36% in our first report.
No, he was getting less. He's at 25% countywide. So he was.
Yes, there is that interim report that.
What the fuck?
He seems to be
he's
fell
improved.
behind Robinson.
He's improved. Okay, he's improved from early to same day voting. He's improved.
Early. We established.
Yes.
He was.
How about he's improved from early day voting percentages to same day voting percentages? That's good.
He got 18%, and he's back at 35.
Now we're back at poll, and that's first place here in that.
Yes.
In that, it gets small, but okay, that's
huge.
That's well, look, we're trying to sort of
That's huge.
game this one out.
I'm a
folks,
numbers
saying
guy.
If the pattern changes in the second half here, and if it changes in any way that changes that's more beneficial to
Hamawi now jumps
then he's
ahead.
got this
2.7
thing.
is votes come in from more
Because
favorable
it's
counties.
already
46%
been
for Mercer,
favorable
54%
to
for
Hamawi.
Middlesex.
And that would be very
Interestingly, he's not
favorable,
leading in any one
if in that
county,
Somerset
specifically
County,
only
he does even
overall.
better. So, Iowa closing here in
46.9% of the total vote counted. Tabulation moving
that Senate
quickly.
race, obviously,
Ladies and gentlemen,
real interesting dynamics
things are moving.
in that
Things are
Democratic
shaking.
primary. Really looking forward to kind of diving into that one. South Dakota, we'll keep tabs in that governor's race. I think it's an interesting one. And we'll have Montana closing in a little bit too. And I know some folks are going to be very interested in the Montana, the first district in Montana, first congressional district in Montana. Just a warning that we're sitting here telling you California takes a long time. They're going to take even longer. Tonight, the Montana one is actually going to be the slowest. So I'm not sure we're going to get anything meaningful or clarifying from Montana's first congressional district, but we will monitor it. We will be checking it out throughout the night. And now we are a little bit more than 2 hours away from poll closing in California. So again, I'm going to, as we build towards this News Now hit, I will take you through a bit of the play. We got something?
Well, just a little bit more on the design of this News Now hit.
Yeah.
You'll have about 3 or 4 minutes coming up here in about 2 minutes. They're hoping you can teeing up Iowa Senate. And then they'll do a minute reset at the top of the hour, and then they'll bring you back in.
Okay. Could I ask you a favor? Is it easy to put NJ12 in one of these shortcuts?
Yeah.
Because I think for the next hour in Iowa, we're going to want to check back on this, but kind of live in Iowa.
It's really funny that 4 county establishment parties thought they could run their own candidate and win, but zero plan or interest in getting any of the other support from other 3 counties.
I know New Jersey.
And then Adam Hamawi comes in and pops off.
So what's going to happen later tonight, though, at 10 o'clock, News Now is going to begin its special. And I'm going to be joining that special where they're actually just, about 20 yards over that way.
Still waiting for more dumps?
We're going to keep the live stream going. Anything that's happening with me on the special, you're going to see. In that 10 to 11 hour on the special,
he went from 18%
we're going to be
in early
recapping
vote
anything
to
major that's happened between
35%
now
on
and then
E-Day.
for results. We're going to be setting up California.
That's an incredible bump.
There,
I think.
I'll come back here.
That's an incredible bump. In the same exact county, he went from 18% early vote to 35% E-Day. Obviously, it's a very small number of votes that have been counted so far, so we don't know. But if that keeps up, it's over. Another small dump.
Report, and it was about 867 votes.
Okay, and Hamawi and I can see Robinson did a little bit better with it. But we're talking a very small number of votes there, right?
Yeah.
Okay, right. So basically, Mapp, again, his home city, the only place where he's really registering right now. Coming up on another News Now hit, but I will say, so then a few minutes before the News Now special, 10 to 11, we're going to be juggling both. You won't miss anything that we're doing. A few minutes before 11, that's California poll close time. I'm going to go over there. You'll see this all. Leave this thing on. Please do. Because I will tee up with Hallie Jackson what's about to happen in California. And when the polls close in California, we make fun of it as a slow state. It is slow on the tail end. But that first hour, right, it's like there was the California gold rush in the 19th century. It's the California vote rush in the 11 o'clock hour. Because all that pre-election, all that vote by mail that's been received by Election Day or some point before Election Day, they've processed it, they've got it ready, and county after county, they release it all in one giant chunk. Orange County in 2024, 750,000 votes came in at 11:06 p.m., and they just fly like that. And at some point in that hour, one of those counties is going to be Los Angeles County. And when you see that, that means City of Los Angeles. And when you see that, that means we're going to get like half the vote in the mayor's race all at once. Talk more about that, but here comes the News Now hit. They won Iowa.
Shows that AIPAC has no motion in this race because Altman is getting destroyed. So here's the thing.
Closing up this hour on a very...
One, they weren't hitting as many. I don't think they pumped Altman as hard. That's number one. And number two, the Democratic primaries is a totally different demon than the Republican primaries for this reason. That's why I said there's a viable route here to put forth candidates that are actually good. We saw what happened in the Republican primaries with Thomas Massie and with numerous other candidates that had opposed Trump at some point throughout their careers, and they all got punished for it, right? There are other candidates in this race, in this very crowded primary field, that are even more pro-Israel than Sue Altman. Sue Altman was actually the Working Families Party candidate too, because she worked with the WFP, and WFP really liked Hamawi, but had to endorse Altman. Now, what's interesting about this race, or what's interesting overall with the races that we've participated in so far, is the fact that, brother, I can't hear them talk about Iowa. What the fuck is there to talk about Iowa, man? The polls haven't even closed yet. Listen, buddy, no disrespect to the Iowans in the chat, the 3 Iowans in the chat, but there's nothing yet, okay? Now, here's the thing. As I've said, there is no real viable constituency within the Republican Party that can withstand AIPAC-style funding initiatives, but clearly there is a lot of appetite. There is a lot of appetite in the Democratic Party's primaries to actually vote for a candidate that is anti-Israel, regardless of what AIPAC tries to do. Can you turn on closed caption? It doesn't work.
In the first hour to 90 minutes. That's because, I'll put it up here up on the screen and just give you a sense of it here. This is the governor's primary here. Remember, this is a top 2 primary for governor, meaning all the candidates, regardless of party, run on one ballot. The top 2 advance to the general election.
There is no real Iowa?
Tom
What is
Steyer,
this?
Steve Hilton, Javier Becerra have kind of been the top 3 in polling here.
Tell me about weighing those. I wanted to actually see them kind of debate it out. I didn't get to see that, so it was just kind of, I leaned more towards I felt he could fight Trump better than Becerra could. A big part of the conversation around his candidacy is the fact that he's a billionaire, and that too. Is that part of your thinking? Yes, definitely, for sure, because he's a billionaire, and probably has the same frame of thinking. You fight fire with fire, so.
Thank you so much. That's going to do it for us tonight.
You do have a shortcut, and we do have some more Middlesex vote.
Okay.
Tell
me when I'm going back to
Dump it.
In about a minute.
Okay, folks, we got a minute here. What just came in Middlesex?
So we got 3,700 votes.
Oh, I can see it. Wow, it was Hamawi.
Left sex, right sex.
Yeah, he gets 37%, 38%.
Wow.
Yeah.
Sex in the middle.
Folks, Hamawi's feeling great after seeing that.
And they'll want to go back to Iowa on the other side of this.
It's coming.
Call it. It's
coming.
I think they want to go back to Iowa because we have made some characterizations, at least particularly in Congressional District 3.
Iowa, boo! Call it first.
Wait, they want to do the 3rd district?
Yes.
What do they want to? It's unopposed.
Yeah, we made the characterizations at the top of the hour.
6-second ad break, top of the hour. Subscribe.
They want me to do it the unopposed.
For good old time's sake. What is happening right now? What the fuck is going on, dude?
There. Joining us now at the big board, NBC News Chief Data Analyst Steve Kornacki. Steve, you've got an update on the race in Iowa, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, as the polls are now closed, so we don't have any votes yet, but hopefully this thing is going to light up soon. Again, the Senate race here, all eyes are on this. Ashley Hinson expected to win the Republican nomination. Question on the Democratic side of will it be Josh Turek or Zach Walz here. By the way, as the vote comes in tonight, keep in mind, Turek is from the western part of the state. Walz's base is right here around Iowa City. That's a big county. In fact, we just got a little bit of vote in. It is from Turek's part of the state here. This is
really
small
puts on
here,
a show when
Carroll
he's on
County
the big
here,
show.
But you just got a chunk of the vote voting in Carroll County. It's a 4-1 margin for Turek over Walz. Again, that's the only thing that we have right now, so we show it for you. That's obviously a very strong number for Turek, expected to some degree because he's going to, again, Western Iowa is sort of his base here. His political base is in, Potawatomi County, but, these are, a place like Carroll County is small, but a bunch of Carroll counties can add up. That's a very, it's a very early initial number, but obviously that's an encouraging one there for Turek. But again, his big base here in Western Iowa is Potawatomi County. Walz is right here, Johnson County, where the University of Iowa is. And this is going to be, if this race is at all competitive, right here, Polk County, where the state capital is. This is 25% of the vote. This is a quarter of the vote in a Democratic primary in Iowa. So if East meet West and we've got a competitive race, this big city in the center of Iowa there
unless
would
something
decide.
like insane happens. They're hitting all their benchmarks in all the different counties, and they're doing really well overall. Hamawi's doing really, really, really fucking well right now. They're hitting all their benchmarks. Depending on polls close at 11 p.m. Are you going all night? No, dude, I'm not. I'm not going to go all night. Ay.
The numbers rain on the big board. Steve Kornacki will be checking back with you in just a bit. Joining us now to break.
Okay. I'm sorry. I was just trying. I was unclear if they wanted the 3rd district, and I was trying to figure out.
They were just trying to go through the calls at the top of the hour, and we did put in some calls for those unopposed races, and that's what the guidance was. But we're on the other side of it. We do have a new vote in this race, in the governor's race.
We got
South Dakota governor's race.
We got governor's vote.
Yeah.
We got okay. Of course, we've got Carroll County and Randy. Now, of course, this is Feenstra represents the 4th district of Iowa, so we're in Feenstra territory here. And though it is interesting here that we expect his main opposition to come from Zach Lon, who's actually running in 3rd right here. But again, you're in. We don't want to read too much into it, but this is just part of the vote in one small county here. But Feenstra leading there, his neck of the woods, and remembering that 35% is the threshold here. Candidates got to get above that 35%. Do we get more in NJ12?
We got about 190 votes in Mercer County.
Okay. And what did they look like? It was
Reynolds Jackson gets the share of them at 42%.
Same day votes.
Appears that way. Yeah.
And Hamawi was second, or does he?
He gets 18%. I don't know if that was second.
Okay, it's a small number of votes here, but again, we're here now because this has become the competitive story of the moment. It's going to shift here. I will not spend the hour on NJ12. I was just trying to see if we can get us to resolution, but it is like the news has been, if you're Hamawi, the news has been very good and very encouraging for you. Cohen showed some life here in Middlesex County, but now we've gotten a big chunk of the same day vote reported out there, and it's not been as good for him as that early vote was, and he needs it to be better than the early vote was, or otherwise he would need to offset it somewhere else. We're certainly not seeing him offset it in the small part there in Plainfield. He's not offsetting it in Mercer. Where we were in Somerset. So this right now is advantage Hamawi until and unless something changes. And if it doesn't, as we said, he had the most money behind him of any of these candidates.
Wrap it up. Stop coping. Stop coping. Oh, he had the most money behind him. Stop coping. Stop coping.
Right now, as of right now. So Adam will alert me if we get anything
significant. His lobster was too buttery.
Oh,
Adam Hamawi. His steak was too juicy.
Shifting to where the action is this hour. The much discussed Iowa. I keep getting the 4th district.
Enough with the sauce,
the 4th
Kornacki.
district here. So much airtime here tonight. This is the safe Republican district.
Oh, he got too much money. Again, he raised too much. He raised too much. His weed is too loud. His bitches are too bad. It's Adam Hamawi.
Okay, now we got Lee County. Okay, so, again, this is small. We've gotten 2 small counties here, but we said, is there going to be an east-west divide?
Keep looking at Iowa, Steve. Keep looking at Iowa, Steve. Steve is holding on to Iowa for dear life. He's like, I don't want to see this race anymore. This Hamawi race is not looking too good for us, folks. Here at NBC News, let's look at Iowa. 8 cows voted in this race. It was very fun, very cool. Never been done before.
In a primary. This is 25% of all the vote in the state. This is a quarter of the vote, okay? And again, we've got 3 counties. 2 of them are small rural, and one of them is the biggest of big counties.
Yeah, he's like, we can't keep talking about that plastic surgeon who some people are saying was Al-Qaeda and might have done 9/11. Not entirely sure about that one. Read an article, said he was at 9/11, possibly inside of the plane, maneuvering it in the direction of the Twin Towers. Who knows?
Okay. I mean, this is, yeah. You're not seeing a geographic divide in these 4 at all. You're just seeing big Turek numbers. Now, again, Lynn County, Johnson County, Cedar Rapids, Iowa City here. These are big.
You said, look at these districts. They're just shaped like farms. Lamont. They can't even gerrymander properly. Buddy, it's because the state is white. Okay? That's why it's not gerrymandered. Because it's just white. Notice how when a state is entirely white, the districts look so perfect. That's because everyone is white in the state.
We've gotten just a few reports from a few counties here, but so far those reports are very emphatic. And again, Josh Turek, who is a state
never mind. Those are county, not districts. My mistake. Actually, I don't know. I don't know what Iowa's gerrymandering looks like. Didn't they ban gerrymandering in Iowa? I don't fucking know. I don't know enough about Iowa.
I'm just legislative district.
Get back to Adam Homoy.
Is of all the Democrats in the Iowa state legislature, there's no more pro-Trump district that any of them represent than Turek in Pottawatomie County in western Iowa. So he's been selling Democrats the idea that a candidate like that can win a state like this. Certainly seems that Democrats inIowa are buying into that. And as we said, we didn't expect Ashley Hinson, Congresswoman Ashley Hinson on the Republican side, to face serious
He's trailing in AB,
opposition
EV
tonight.
in his home county of Middlesex.
You could just see here the 4 counties.
He's not leading any county, but his support has been consistent across the district and could run better in election day.
5 counties, I should say, all pretty similar. 3-1 lead, a little bit better than 3-1 lead for Hinson. So you got Hinson, as completely expected, winning or leading in her Republican primary by a wide margin, but not by a margin that far off. Turek right now over Walz in the Democratic primary.
Still, look, it's
gubernatorial
perfect.
primary in Iowa. Let's
My
check
point
in. That
still
means if we got
stands
Polk
about it
County,
being
it means we got it
objectively
here.
a very white
Wow,
state,
look at that.
and therefore
Adam
not
Steen,
being.
right? Okay, so now this
there's nothing
this is where it starts to get a little
gerrymander
more,
over.
A little bit more interesting here. You're looking at statewide. Epstein is running in second, and Lon is running in third. So in Feenstra, remember to keep in mind the 35%
First
number.
tiers are coming
as that
through.
Comes in tonight. Feenstra, Trump endorsed 34%.
It's absolutely disgraceful that National Democrats did not come out and ostracize Adam Homoy the way they rightfully did with anti-Semite Maureen Galindo.
This is a pretty big one.
The only difference is Galindo was running in a competitive Texas 35 district, and Democrats wanted us to nominate a more electable candidate, while Homoy is running in a safety district, and whoever wins the Dem primary will win the general regardless. So no one wanted to stick their neck out and denounce a loon who literally worked for Al Qaeda and Hamas. New Jersey's about to elect an Al Qaeda operative to the United States Congress.
Some number of early votes that had already been cast. Republicans going to the polls not knowing that Feenstra was
editor
Trump's
of
candidate.
RRH Elections, a Republican blog for election news.
Get reported out first. Is the possibility that the initial batch it might get friendlier to Feenstra as you get to the same day vote. We always talk about how the same day vote tends to be more pro-Trump, more sort of Trump aligned. We see this in Republican primaries. Well, this is Trump's candidate, okay? And he didn't endorse him until the Friday before the election after the early voting period had started. So that's something to keep in mind. Is that going to, as Feenstra moves over the 35% mark, I guess we just got Webster, as Feenstra moves over that 35% mark. So we'll keep that in mind. Democratic Senate primary, call that back up. Means we got one more county, nothing changing there. Want to take our trip to South Dakota?
Adam, head over there. There is a vote.
Oh, hell yeah.
Adam
Let's go to South Dakota. I want to see.
Let's call it up.
I want to see the beautiful South Dakotans.
Republican primary.
Dusty Johnson
the
doing great against Toby Doden.
Of the vote here.
And Larry Roden, the incumbents, doing poorly.
Centers here, well, this isn't,
Dusty Johnson.
West of Sioux Falls. Your Sioux Falls is
John
the biggest county in the
Hanson.
state. Minnehaha County, biggest county in Iowa. Right down here, Lincoln County, going up north, Brookings County. These are some big population center counties.
Hell yeah, big population, not a lot of cows there.
Yeah, Iowa. South Dakota is split between 2 time zones here. So the polls were actually closed an hour earlier in the eastern part of the state. They just couldn't report anything out until Mountain Time. But these are just small counties largely that we're seeing right now. As you can see, about 2,500, about 3,000 votes total counted. Just seeing Larry Roden. I mean, he is the interim governor right now. Hansen, the state house speaker. Doden, who's been running as sort of Doden leading in 4 counties. Doden's
Dude,
been running
what
as sort of
are
the
these
populist
names,
Trump-aligned
man?
candidate.
Toby Doden, Dusty Johnson, Larry Roden.
Really, that's kind of powering his performance.
John Harrison.
Again, 35% the number.
Yeah.
While you're doing governors, we
I
also
love
got
me
our first
some South
report in
Dakota.
New Mexico, Santa Fe has our first report as well.
We want to put New Mexico on the map here.
Yeah.
All right.
It's funny. They're like, South Dakota, you got the speaker of the state legislature, Herbert Honden.
Bregman in this primary, but yeah, we just got a big chunk of I mean, look at that. It's Denton County times 2. So we said we didn't expect much drama. We didn't expect much suspense in New Mexico. And look at that, about 10% of the votes already in that Democratic gubernatorial primary. And Deb Haaland with a, as expected, advantage right there. New Jersey 12, nothing new?
Not since our last update at the top of the hour.
Dump.
No.
Okay,
Dump.
let's go
Dump.
back to
Top of the hour,
Iowa
6-second outbreak.
and
Dump.
Just kind of live in the Democratic.
How am I feeling for Shoykot's chances tonight? I don't know. I have no idea because Nancy Pelosi coming out and endorsing Connie Chen means that Connie Chen wasn't doing well, but obviously Nancy Pelosi is a big mover in the district. So who knows? I have no idea. I have no idea what will happen in Shoykot's race. What is this? Jeffrey stopped short of saying he will support Representative Debbie Wasserman Schultz. Oh, shit. Amid anger over a decision to run a black majority district, saying he hasn't made a decision as it relates to that particular race. Everybody has a right to run where they see fit. This comment had some House Dem shock. Jeffries is known for always supporting incumbents. He's never done that. Yeah, no shit. That is literally Debbie Wasserman Schultz biting off way more than she could chew. Like, it's a black district. It's a black district. Everybody already hates her. Like, this is an opportunity to run a black candidate. Of course, Hakeem Jeffries is going to be like, what the fuck are you doing? And yes, technically not an incumbent because all of the districts are being rewrote right now. But it's good for us because there is actually a progressive. There's a black socialist running there too. There were a lot of late deciders because of the governor's race, which means those late decisions have an impact on other races down ballot, including Congress. The AIPAC thing swayed a non-zero number of leftists who were planning on supporting Connie before the weekend. Anecdotally speaking, even today's E-Day vote started slow and sped up. Later in the day, we shall see, hopefully. Dusty Johnson.
Do you feel any of this?
I do get allergy, but it hasn't affected me these past couple of weeks.
This has been brutal. I keep thinking it's like a sinus infection or
ragweed, grass.
What is pollen?
Pollen.
It's got to be pollen, right?
I don't know. I don't know what your allergy situation is.
They put me on Singulair today. I don't know if that's going to do anything. Okay.
No, I don't even think Hakeem Jeffries is actually concerned that a Democratic Socialist can win in that district. I think there is also other viable black candidates that want to run in that district, and he's probably pissed off that Debbie Wasserman Schultz is trying to fucking stake a claim into that district instead. So it has nothing to do with his fears of a Democratic Socialist winning. Obviously, he wouldn't like it if it was his name Elijah, right? Let me see. Is it Elijah Manley? Yeah, Elijah Manley, I think. Yeah, Elijah Manley is running in that district. He's an organizer. Stop muting allergy medication talk. Okay, calm down. Yeah. Elijah Manley is a great candidate running in Florida 20. Debbie Wasserman Schultz is carpetbagging to Florida 20. He says a black opportunity district instead of running in her own. DWS is everything. Debbie Wasserman Schultz is everything that was wrong with the Democratic establishment, from insider trading to payday lenders. I look forward to retiring her from public office permanently. So, obviously, I don't think Hakeem Jeffries would love if it's Elijah Manley winning that, but his gripe with Debbie Wasserman Schultz is that there are other more centrist black candidates that are running in that district as well. DWS has been at the scene of the crime every single fucking vote that cracked down on Israel criticism and invited more warmongering and increased presidential powers, giving Trump a loaded gun. She needs to lose. You know, if Shoykot wins, you have to personally thank Megaphonics. It was all his doing. Yeah. Debbie Wasserman Schultz is black? No. No, she's not. What is this? Page cannot be found. Black candidates, including Manley, coordinating who was running against Debbie Wasserman Schultz. Yeah. Sir Hype says, can't confirm Megaphonics is responsible if Shoykot wins or loses. Yeah, if Shoykot doesn't make it into the top 2, we are doing a struggle session with Megaphonics. That's the inverse. See, people are asking, why aren't you out canvassing? Good question. Why are you in here right now? Why aren't you knocking on doors? Another dump, another dump, another dump, another dump. Dumps. Plus 0.4 for Adam Hamawi.
Dispatch.
Yeah. That's the most, right? Reynolds Jackson.
That's what it's a little cut off on my thing, but
yeah, but I mean, and again, that was how many votes?
2,300.
That was a ton of votes, right? Mercer's up near 60% right now. That's election day vote. Hamawi doing better with the election day vote than he did with the early vote here. And we said even what he got with the early vote was putting him on a course there that he wanted to be on. Zoom out there. Yeah, I mean, remember, we've been watching this. Remember when we first got Middlesex, Cohen moved ahead. Then, Hamawi, I think, was about 23-20 we were looking at it, is what's in my head, when pretty much the early vote had come in from everywhere. And we said that was a pace that Hamawi wanted to be on. The pace has quickened for Hamawi since then as this election day vote has come in. We've seen that in Middlesex. We've seen that we've seen that in Middlesex. We've seen that in Mercer. We're still stuck at 46% here in Somerset County.
We just got a poke in our Iowa Republican governors as well.
That's big. Let's get out there to Iowa. This is going to land me in, our friend, the 4th district. Okay. We want the governor's race. We want the Republican primary. We want Polk County. Oh, my goodness. Okay, now we say 25% of the vote in a Democratic primary comes out of Polk. Polk is the biggest on the Republican side, although right next door is Dallas. That's significant, too. So this is about 15% of the vote in the Republican primary is going to come out of Polk County. Again, this is where Des Moines is, the state capital. We just got most of the Republican.
They're gonna eventually call it. Yeah, Decision Desk called it. Progressive Adam Hamawi has won the Democratic primary in New Jersey 12 against a split field. The result adds to a string of recent victories for progressive candidates following the elections of Anna Lilia Mejia. Chris Rabb, as the squad continues to expand. Yeah, I mean, once the same day votes started, like E-Day votes started coming, and he had a big marginal improvement. It was pretty over. The rally bump for the E-Day vote. Okay, guys, no, it's not. Let's calm down. Okay, we didn't do this with our community. Adam Hamawi is a great candidate, and he had literally the most solid fundamentals. You're 3 for 3 on candidates. You left the state to support Zoran, Rabb, Hamawi. Get ready to buy some plane tickets, buddy. I think every time an anti-Zionist candidate wins, I feel like I just see myself getting assassinated by an Israeli drone strike. That's why I'm not celebrating too hard. Hamawi, Decision Desk is calling it. Now, it hasn't been officially called elsewhere. We might, hopefully we didn't prematurely, celebrate, but pretty sure it's coming. Decision Desk has already called it. Vote Hub projects that it's Adam Hamawi. Ladies and gentlemen, is it just me, or is this one of the biggest years ever for progressive leftist politicians in Congress? Like, it feels like even more of a groundswell than ever before, and all the candidates are actually winning. Yeah, it is pretty big. What is this? Another Harvard-Harris poll? In the Israel-Hamas conflict, do you support Israel or Hamas more? By age, 18 to 24, Hamas 54%. Ages 25 to 34, Israel 57, Hamas 43%. Okay, guys, you can't show me shit like this because I'm literally going to get assassinated, okay? We can't be looking at stuff like this because I'm sorry, but I think this is literally the type of shit that, more dumps coming in for Adam Hamawi. New Adam dumps. New dumps. Iran took out Trump's buddy's boat. Motherfucker thinks he's the reason there's an increase in anti-Israel sentiment. No, I don't. I don't think I'm the reason. But unfortunately, people in positions of power do think I'm the reason. I'm not the fucking reason. And also, that's not just an increase in anti-Israel sentiment. That's a little bit different. Hamawi flips Middlesex County with more E-Day votes. E-Day vote in Middlesex. I'm telling you, it's a wrap. It's over. It's over. Hamawi wins. Wow. What a fucking race, dude. They're going to have to update this to a winning candidate. Yeah, a winning candidate's past ties to a militant cleric are surfacing in a New Jersey House race. It's crazy. Yes, the Piker Broadcasting Service has already called it for Adam Hamawi. Okay? The Piker Broadcasting Service has already called it for Adam Hamawi. We had the Outflank Vote Hub and Decision Desk. Yeah, we're all electoralists today. One Piece fan too. Yep, look at that. He's got the button on him and everything. Hamawi's winning precincts in Cohen's hometown of East Brunswick. Also another big AV E-Day split. Wow. Hamawi's sitting close at +10 right now. More dumps coming in. Oh my God. What a fucking night. What a night so far. And it's just beginning too. It's just beginning, folks. Join the official DDHQ Discord. You think I want to be around fucking election nerds? Are you insane? Are you out of your dang mind? Oh, shit. I let it run out instead of just... Fuck. God damn it. It's like a 1 second... Wait, can I just hit the elements? Fuck. Oh. There it is. Okay, I cracked it. I cracked it. I cracked it. There you go. I'm in. I'm in. I destroyed the paywall. You're an election nerd, you fool? No, I'm not an election nerd. Most of election Twitter hate me. Click the button on the URL, clear site data or incognito. Anyway, whatever. Yeah. Can you do one more quick reminder for California voters before polls close at 8 p.m.? If Shoykot wins tonight, we're throwing something on the grill. Remember, Shoykot's not going to win first position. He's just trying to get the second place.
Election day vote. And Hamawi is just he's running away with the election day vote. So he's closing the gap. I would expect he'd probably leapfrog her in the next batch here to take the lead in Mercer, on top of having a big day with the election day vote in Middlesex, where he's now leapfrogged Brad Cohen. That's his home base. He's got the lead there. We just don't have the same day vote from Somerset County. But I mean, you could see what's probably likely coming here, right? Like, given what's happening in Mercer, given what's happening in Middlesex, why wouldn't Hamawi also do better with the election day vote once that starts coming in Somerset County and move in front there? And again, what that's done district-wide, he's now opened up a lead here. It's approaching 9 points, approaching 5,000 votes, almost to the point where I'm looking at Adam for the signal that I should stay on the page. Are we that, like...
No insight on that, but yeah, you've been telling us the trends.
You know how that goes. We've probably figured out our language by now. When I think there might be one of those check marks coming, I might kind of, tap dance here for a minute or two. Thinking I thought that update might, but it's not there yet. That's the decision desk, our College of Cardinals. The plumes of smoke will come at some point right here, and all will be revealed. So I will go back to I think we could see
where's Harry Emdem
heading there. Back to Iowa, where the Senate race is set. We've gotten more updates, which means the governor's race we should check back in on. And I can see here, Lon continuing to lead. Can you see what came in? Did somebody come in the last few minutes, or did
Woodbury was
Woodbury was the last big one?
Yeah, it was our. And
from
then we
this
got
point
two
out, he's
updates
going
from Polk
to
of
fucking
about
pick
500
up
votes.
So there was a little bit more to come out of Polk.
Yeah.
I see they put him over 10,000 votes. It's a very good number for him right there.
Lose one of its two majority black districts that are right now currently represented by black Democratic members of Congress. My political sources are back with me along with my legal
CBS
source,
fired
Ellie
Scott
Honey.
Pelly.
And Ellie, I mean, obviously I'm from Alabama.
This comes after Pelly confronted 60 Minutes new
executive
executive producer Nick Bilton at a meeting yesterday and said Barry Weiss was trying to murder the program.
Primaries. Now that the Supreme Court is coming down with this ruling, what stands out to you?
Well, Caitlin, so heading into tonight, Alabama had a map where of the 7 congressional districts in Alabama, 2 of those had been drawn to be majority black Democrat.
I can't believe he got a gif of me wearing the Cuomo Fauci hat, too.
And this is all based off of the Louisiana Supreme Court opinion that came down in late April.
I dare Dave to post that on Blue Sky. Wait, do they hate me on Blue Sky? I think Blue Sky is hot and cold on me. Thank Megaphonics for electing Hamawi. Megaphonics didn't do anything for Adam Hamawi, okay? We'll see if he actually wins or loses tonight with Shoykot. If Shoykot doesn't make it to second place, it's Megaphonics' ass on the line. He's getting fucking banned. They hate you, dude? Wait, they do? They hate me in Blue Sky? Wait, why? Is Blue Sky all Zionist? Like, what the fuck's wrong with Blue Sky? We love you on Blue Sky. I feel like I'm hot and cold on Blue Sky. I don't think it's like they just don't fuck with Grant Plattner. Nowadays, it seems like everybody hates you. I don't understand it, buddy. It's because of what you're watching right now. Okay, that's why. There's a lot of there are a lot of institutional forces that are actively trying to do everything, firing off on all cylinders to be like, this is the worst person around. There's no one worse than this fucking guy. It happens.
While I'm talking,
but we keep pushing, baby. You already know. We keep pushing.
But things are going to speed up very quickly. So first, as always, thank you for watching this. And I really hope over the next 2.5 hours or so, 3 hours or so, you stay with us, because this has sort of been the appetizer. You know, we were talking about when to.
I think we are.
Oh, my big dialogue with the audience is being interrupted. Oh my gosh! I missed the moment. And NBC News decision desk has declared that in New Jersey's 12th congressional district, Democrat Adam Hamawi has won his party's primary. This is the race to succeed the retiring Democrat Bonnie Watson Coleman.
Let's fucking go! Woo!
Yeah, I'll see if I can get it back for you.
Yeah, well, this is a district that Kamala Harris carried by 23 points in 2024. So you would consider this, you would classify this as a safe Democratic seat in the general election. Hamawi will advance to that general election. As we said, he just ultimately here, there's a breadth to his support. These other candidates had geographic, very clear, pronounced, sharp geographic limits to their support. Hamawi's support spread out really across this district.
All right, now
with that one exception there.
Now that Steve also called it, I can retweet the fucking Hasanabi Productions. Now that he called it.
Palestine super PAC came in on his behalf. There's been some controversy around Hamawi that has made national news stemming from his relationship, his ties with Sheikh Omar Abdul Rahman.
Okay, bro. You seem to know a lot about his ties to Sheikh, the blind Sheikh, but not talking about his veteran background for some reason.
Certainly. There was some media attention on that. Some of his opponents brought that up. But ultimately here you could see the Democratic voters here, or enough of the Democratic voters here, because Hamawi's probably, you know, if this lands at about 30%, I wouldn't be surprised. Enough Democrats in a crowded field are good with Hamawi being their nominee here, and very likely their next congressman. So with that, we will just remind you of the other major thing that happened in New Jersey earlier tonight. 7th District, Tom Kean Jr., the Republican here, Rebecca Bennett, as the polls had suggested, nominated as the Democratic candidate. It will be Bennett. It will be Kean in the general election. With that, I'm going to move off of New Jersey. We're going to say, we're going to wave goodbye to the Garden State, okay? We say we've paid enough tolls.
God damn, dude.
We enjoyed having you pump our gas for us. And we're going to go out to Iowa, where again, to recap what just happened here, Josh Turek, state representative from Western Iowa, nominated by the Democrats for the U.S. Senate. He's going to oppose Ashley Hinson, Congresswoman. She easily, as expected, wins her primary. Potentially a competitive race this fall.
Bernie on CNN after the break. Nice.
Competitive race this fall. But again, this is a state that Donald Trump carried by 13 points. And just to underscore the situation for Democrats here nationally and how this fits in, if you do the Senate math, right, maybe we'll just put it up on the screen here, where the Democrats, they want to take the Senate, they need to flip 4 seats, right? So what are the first thing they got to do is they got to hold on to Georgia. That's no guarantee Democrats are holding on to Georgia. They got to hold on to Michigan, right? Michigan's got that Democratic primary on August 4th. We'll see what happens there. There's no guarantee Democrats are holding on to Michigan. And the outcome of that primary, we'll talk more about that as it comes in, could have some ramifications for that. So first thing, if Democrats want that for, is they got to win Georgia, they got to win Michigan. That's just so they don't lose any ground. Then they got to start gaining ground. And the state that obviously gets mentioned first and foremost there is the only seat up this year held by a Republican that Trump didn't win. That's
Bro,
me.
look at this. Look at this. I work for DDHQ. Would you collab with us? Look, do you see? This is why election Twitter is crazy, okay? What are we going to collab on, chatter? I don't know. I don't know what you want me to collab with you guys on. stop the right-wing propaganda by Hasan. Why do you promote right-wing ideology by idolizing or framing things as a positive or fun when it is not? What? I can't tell. Are you saying jokes are reactionary?
Who are these four? And these four states all have something in common. They all went for Trump in 2024 by double digits.
Stop.
That's the Democratic Senate path, right?
Stop linking things that link back to a fucking clear docs. Please stop being stupid.
That Trump carried by double digits. So will Iowa be a state that's competitive this fall? I think National Democrats got the candidate they wanted tonight, but that's still a big if. So that's the story there in Iowa in the Senate race. Governor's race will check back in. Again, 35% threshold here. We got something?
No. Again, just a reminder.
We go. Yeah.
At 9:55 is when we do over at 3A. Okay. So it's up to you how you kind of want to budget your minutes over here.
Good point.
We will have lots of Steve content coming up on the Kornacki cam, but it'll be from our studio right next door to us.
Good point. So we did the Republican governor's race right here. We're going to show our friends in South Dakota again. Not much has changed there. We told you the big population centers, 35% threshold, both of these governor's races. We showed you what had already happened in New Mexico. We took Montana's first district is interesting, but we don't think we're going to get much out of there at all tonight. And so 79 minutes from now, 78 minutes and 37 seconds from now, polls are going to close in California. And as we get to about 10 o'clock, as Adam said, we are going to walk next door. You're going to see all this. We're going to walk next door. The News Now specials are going to begin. And really the thrust of that is going to be counting down to California. Because, again, the way things work in California, we talk about it being a slow vote counting state. It's true. Once they get about 2/3 of the vote in, it slows down and it can take days. Why? There's all those late arriving vote by mail ballots that it's torturously slow. And you routinely have House races that take weeks to get called. But the first third of the vote, 2/3 of the vote or so, is going to come real fast and furious, starting at 11 o'clock. And these counties will light up real quick. How quick? 2024 presidential election, Orange County, okay? Orange County, right down here. Orange County, right down here. It's one of the biggest in the state. It's like 10% of all the votes in the state out of Orange County. And 6 minutes after poll close, we got half the vote out of Orange County. Okay? 2021, you remember the recall attempt of Gavin Newsom? Polls closed in California, right down here in San Diego County. That's also like 10% of the vote statewide. We got that within, I want to say, like 3 minutes, something like that.
Very
right?
Steyer losing because normies finally realized not to vote for a billionaire in one situation. It is maybe okay. Is so fucking funny. I don't even want to talk about that. Okay, Brad Cohen fans are losing it right now.
Yeah, I did. Dude, oh my God, bro.
This is Brad Cohen headquarters.
Why don't I draft a? You know what, bro? That's
Brad Cohen headquarters, live from Brad Cohen headquarters. Yeah, they're not having a good night over there at Brad Cohen headquarters. Adam, after learning about Adam Hamawi's victory.
Enough clarity to start making calls, right? So we're going to be looking here in this governor's race in California. Top two primary, okay, regardless of party, they're all running on the ballot. You've seen the polling. Tom Steyer, Javier Becerra, the two Democrats, plus Steve Hilton, Republican. They've kind of been the top three. Now, could be a surprise tonight. Somebody else jumps up. One of them falls down. Certainly. But that's sort of been the dynamic. Does Hilton get through to one of those spots in the general election? Or do Becerra and Steyer manage to both get enough to lock him out? Still a very Democratic state right here. Certainly if you're Steyer, if you're Becerra, the dream for you tonight is to get one of those two spots and to have the other one go to Hilton, because you think the political gravity of California being so Democratic would carry you then. But certainly a possibility that you could have two Democratic candidates here advance to the general election. Geographically, we'll talk about this more. It's going to be really interesting when the votes start coming in. LA County, right? That's the political base of Becerra. He was a member of Congress before he joined the Biden administration. It's like a fifth of all the vote in the state is going to come out of LA County. Okay, then you go up here to the San Francisco Bay Area, not just San Francisco itself, but all those Bay Area counties up there. That's about a fifth of the vote. And that's where Steyer lives, and that's where you expect Steyer to do better. So it almost becomes a bit of a battle of geography here. Is Becerra squeezing more out of LA County, or is Steyer squeezing more out of San Francisco County? Are they both squeezing out enough that it's going to hurt a guy like Hilton, who's got to do better sort of in northern inland California? Really interesting what the numbers are like in the Central Valley, in the San Joaquin Valley for Hilton tonight. And also maybe complicating things for Hilton. This is a big piece of real estate down here, Riverside County. It's one of the biggest counties in the United States of America by population. That's where the other main Republican, Chad Bianco, is the sheriff. And Hilton's been trying to send messages in the final days of this campaign to Republican voters to give up on Bianco, to coalesce, to unite around him, to make sure that there's a Republican in the general election. So that's a big question. Like in his base of Riverside County, which is a huge area, how is Bianco doing? Is it going to negatively affect Hilton as he tries to get one of those two spots? So, and then sometime those counties, as they light up with that vote by mail and then that poll place vote, at some point, Los Angeles County will light up. And holy cow, is that going to be a big moment? We're going to be watching this thing, hopefully like a hawk. And if I'm not, Adam is. Both of us. Because the second that LA County lights up, maybe it's 11:30, 11:40, 11:20, I don't know. Whenever it is, you're going to get obviously some clarity in the governor's race. You're going to get the LA mayor's race. That's when the LA mayor's race comes in here. Karen Bass, the incumbent, Spencer Pratt, Nithya Raman. I think you're probably familiar with the basic dynamics here. It's the same as the governor's race. It's essentially the same. If nobody gets an outright majority tonight, and really nobody expects that one of these candidates is going to do that, the top two advance to the runoff. Can Spencer, but how real, the polling has shown Pratt making some moves here, certainly, into the 20s, and I think overperforming where the expectations were at the start of his campaign.
What is Bernard saying?
How real is that?
In terms of how this works, some of these companies might just see this and say, if this legislation passes, I'm just going to move my
he's talking
company
about
to
the 50% stake in AI companies. Never mind. We're election night right now.
If you're getting half the vote in LA County, you're probably getting half the vote in the mayoral race in Los Angeles. And then shortly thereafter, you're going to get that polling place vote. So we'll probably in that first 90 minutes or so get, 2/3 of the vote out of the city of Los Angeles.
Stu Smith.
And we may have a sense some of those questions about
Stu Smith is just now clipping my bits. Hasan Piker sounded genuinely offended that a British-born Republican might advance in the California governor's race. I cannot believe that there's a British guy who's possibly going to make it to the top two. What a shame. What a fucking shame. Then he goes full stop the boast like he's Bill the Butcher, which is pretty rich coming from someone who happily boosts foreign-born progressives and socialists when they are on his side. Mamdani, Quiroz, Omar, Rahman, all fine. But Hilton, who was naturalized only 3 years after Mamdani, suddenly Hasan is an immigration hawk. Why? Because this immigrant has an R next to his name. Yeah, I quote retweeted this and I said, Stu might be too neurodivergent to understand this, but this is also known as a joke. Comedy is legal now. Like, he sincerely clipped this. What a fucking shame. I don't think people are rocking with Tucker Carlson, but included in the British fucking boats, dude. That's what I say. Stop the fucking boats, lad. We got too many British people coming in here, ruining the fucking state that I love. What happened to fucking Brexit, yeah? What about Calexit? Calexit means fucking Calexit, lad. No more British people coming in, stealing our jobs, yeah? They're coming in here and they're stealing good American jobs, yeah? How many fucking British people play American accents in Hollywood? Like, I can't believe he posted this. And he's like, wow, he's being quite racist. Stu's probably in the bath right now, manually clipping your shit. What is this trash ass clip? Yeah, normally he knows how to edit them to make it seem like he cuts the dead air out. He cuts like other parts out usually. I like that I have to always be like, I'm joking. For all the autistic clippers getting paid by the Manhattan Institute or Fox News, I am joking. And then when the joke is over, when the joke is already to go, end joke. Scott Pelley fired. I can't imagine CBS maintaining any news credibility after this 60-minute shit show. I feel like they just don't. What is this? Hasan Piker says no one has a retort to Hamas 1,000 times better than Israel. The retort is obvious. Hamas and Hezbollah's ideologies have helped destroy their own civilians' futures. So no, who killed more civilians is not the moral question. Okay, dude. Good one. He said, it doesn't matter who killed more civilians. That's not what matters. What matters is ideology. Oh, okay, got it. So their ideology is liberation. Toby Doden. Supremacy. Toby Doden. 29% against Larry Roden. And Dusty Johnson in a close third. And John Hanson with no shot. Toby Doden. Doobie Doobin. Oh. Here we have socialist Marxist streamer Hasanabi clearly making fun of white people and their naming conventions. Why does he hate? Why does he hate South Dakota? What is this? Guys, please stop. Please stop posting the New York Post docs, please. Are you anti-Dakodic? You just don't know his game, bro.
Hardworking people have been left behind, forgotten by the powerful and the politicians. But President Trump is standing up for us. He's inspired me.
Dude, he's awesome. Toby Doden. Hell yeah, brother. I hope you ban abortions or something. I don't know.
To get into the fight.
I hope you ban Mexicans and abortions. Mexicans having abortions.
I've created thousands of jobs right here in South Dakota. As governor, I'll get spending under control and fight back against.
Toby Doden says we got a big border crisis in South Dakota. Them North Dakotans are coming over the border. We're going to put an end to that goddamn bullshit. He has gout, and his name means death in German. What Doden means? What a beautiful and rotund man. Yeah, he's incredible. I love his shape. he's got a great shape. I know the top of his belly is slammed against the bottom of the table. Oh yeah. Resident South Dakotan here. Unfortunately, Doden is a fucking slumlord who seemingly has fucked over many tenants. He pretty much just wants to run to give property tax breaks to himself, his properties, and his rich friends. He's anti-education. He'll suck Trump's ding dong. He probably has. Oh, yeah. I mean, you're in South Dakota. There's not really much else to do there. I'm sorry.
Any comment on the meeting overall? Are you with the Republican Party? Are you talking about morality and corruption with President Trump? Have a nice day.
That was quite a moment.
Well, I mean, I'll tell you, if I may. There was a mob of media there.
mob of media, worried about Graham Plattner's marriage and his texts. Meanwhile, we are not talking about why one person in America owns more wealth than the bottom 53%. How often do we discuss that on CNN?
Can we talk about both? I mean,
of course you could talk about both, but I think what people are saying, we are the only major country on earth not to guarantee health care to all people. All right, how often do we talk about that?
but can I ask you on Graham Plattner? I mean, I think you can talk about both. I think just because there are major
You
issues
can
doesn't
talk
mean
about
you can't
both,
talk
but
about.
I have never seen a mob of media interested in
Well,
whether
those
or
are
not health
protesters
care.
as well, not just reporters. Those are protesters.
No, but there were a whole lot of reporters there.
But can I ask you,
Yeah.
in terms of Graham Plattner himself, you're standing by him.
He's like, why are they not doing a naked protest for healthcare?
The tattoo, the post from online.
Unc,
Are you
what are
worried
you
about anything
saying?
else coming out about him?
I don't know. All I can say is, look, I'm sure he's not a saint. And by the way, let's not forget, he has acknowledged, this guy served 4 tours of duty in Iraq and Afghanistan. He went through some very bloody and horrible situations. He has acknowledged that he came back with PTSD. He had a share of problems. You know, I just think, and by the way, I met his wife, Amy, who is a very lovely young woman. She is standing by her husband. And I think it's better for this country that we start focusing on the enormous crises facing working people, a corrupt political system, than spending so much time worrying about, you know, the personal life of an individual.
Senator Bernie Sanders, thank you for joining us tonight.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time. We also have some breaking news on this election night in America, as CNN can now project that the state representative, Josh Turek, will win the Democratic nomination for the United States Senate in Iowa, defeating Toby Durden. Walls in a hard-fought race that underscored Democratic Party divisions. Turek is a 2-time Paralympic.
I don't care about Josh Turek. I don't care about Iowa. I only care about South Dakota.
Henson, who is projected to win the Republican nomination. We're following those breaking news on this election night in America. We're also getting major breaking news tonight out of CBS, as Scott Pelley has just been fired from 60 Minutes.
That's crazy, by the way.
Brian Stelter has the termination
Like, what
letter.
remains of 60 Minutes at this point is nothing. I mean, this guy's literally like one of the faces of 60 Minutes. Is actually crazy. And they fired him for being right. They literally were like, yeah, oh, he had a conversation where he was like, Barry White's trying to kill this fucking program. Barry Weiss is trying to kill this program. It's totally ridiculous. And they were like, all right, well, you're out. Fuck you. Yeah, only about 12 minutes left at this point. No more 60 minutes. We don't have time. New backstory on the drama at CBS News tonight. Barry Weiss, Nick Bilton, Tom Sabrowski, and CBS HR invited Scott Pelley to a meeting at 5 p.m. Eastern tonight to discuss a path forward after his vocal protest earlier this week in the 60 Minutes All Hands. The two sides did not find common ground. Yeah, I wonder why. I wonder why they couldn't find common ground, because one guy clearly sees exactly what's wrong with the program, and the other guy, the other side, is actually trying to destroy the program. He's right. Scott left the meeting and was told they'd have an update on his employment in a matter of minutes. Instead, Barry and her team deliberated for several hours. At around 9:30 p.m., Nick Bilton, the new 60 Minutes EP, sent this letter to Scott, see tweet below, in which he tells them he has been terminated for cause. He also sent a memo to staff, see the tweet below that. The language in Nick's memo suggests a legal fight coming. No response yet from Pelley. I do have to say the amount of political capital being spent for or against Plattner is interesting. A senator that will just be a younger, more vigilant Bernie loyalist is very scary. Adnan Abdul and 3% of the United States fucking Senate is in our side. I can see why they're so scared. Yeah, everyone that brings up scandals on the centrist side against Graham Plattner is doing it because they're scared that he's anti-Israel. Okay? The only valid critique of Graham Plattner about his background is the fact that he was a veteran that did 4 tours and also joined fucking Blackwater and the Totem Cuff. Everything else is totally disingenuous, and most people do not give a fuck about that. They actually think the red flags, with the exception of the totem cough, the red flags are actually not red flags, but green flags, right? For the average person and the average consultant. So yeah, every single person that's like, oh, he has personality flaws. No, it's because you don't want to fucking say, you don't want to say that you don't like that he's Medicare for all, he's for Medicare for all, and he's also anti-Israel and he's anti-war. You don't like that. You don't like a Bernie-crat in the Senate under the D banner, and that's literally the reason. That is the only reason why you don't want him in office. Sorry, that's just the case. That's just the truth. The marriage thing seems to be bothering voters in ways the other scandals didn't, but I also think it's the least consequential. I mean, it's one of those things where it's like there's no victim. You know what I mean? There's controversy. There's drama, right? People want to know more, but there is no victim. If the wife is like, yeah, I stand by my husband who I love, then what's the fucking misconduct there? You know what I mean? It was already a fixed problem in general, right? And the only reason why I think some voters might actually look at the hard disagree, Plattner might risk Dems losing with further scandals. No, he could have skeletons. He could, but so can every candidate, right? And part of the problem here is that, like, no one is perfect, okay? Because perfect candidates don't really exist. It's more so a matter of, are your skeletons going to come to the forefront, and are they going to consistently hammer you with said skeletons? Like the fact that Susan Collins cheated on her husband who died of cancer with her current husband. That's a scandal. Why does nobody talk about that? Because Susan Collins is a regular ass fucking Republican and no one really gives a shit. Do you understand? You can turn anything into a real scandal, right? You can turn anything into a real fucking scandal at the end of the day. They tried to do that with Zoran. It didn't work, right? They tried to do that with Zoran with the whole, oh, he rapped about the Holy Land 5, right? That was their, like, Zoran is actually pro-Al-Qaeda moment, right? So you can turn anything and everything into a scandal. I mean, people do that to me every fucking day. If you know, I mean, you've been in here for long enough, you probably realize, like, that's 98% of drama slop tubers will be like, oh, Hasan sneezed weird. Is he actually the Antichrist? So it's all a matter of policy at the end of the day. It's all a matter of policy at the end of the day. It's whether you're a team player or not. A lot of the manufactured outrage surrounding these quote unquote scandals actually revolves around Democrats trying to also actively rat fuck Graham Plattner alongside the Republicans, right? That's what it is. I think the marriage thing actually registers a real thing. The white boomers who vote in Maine while they have no idea what the fuck a Reddit is. No, the reason why the marriage thing is like, it's not going to be impactful, I don't think. But the reason why they're trying to make it seem like it's impactful is because it's recent. And not recent as in like we just found out about it. It's because it's not from the grace period that he gave himself when he said like, oh, I was drinking a lot. I had a lot of problems, PTSD, all this stuff. There's like a grace period, PTSD period that he has. And the marriage scandal is a relatively recent scandal. As in, like, it happened more recently, past the point of the grace period. So that's the reason why I think a lot of people are looking at that. And also, cheating is a scandal that's like much more salient for people, right? And I think that's what it is. But I genuinely don't think it's like actually impactful. I don't think it's actually impactful as far as, what is this? Okay, now I really hope he wins. Adam Hamawi, Hamas, Adam Hamawi. Adam Hamway, Hassan. Adam Hamway, Blind Sheik. Look at the sub-headline for this New York Times piece. Adam Hamawi, a progressive Democrat, wins House primary. A U.S. Army veteran faced questions about his past association with Egyptian cleric. Guys, come on, dude. Please. Is there no editor at the New York Times that has a little bit of fucking decency, man? Really? Like that's what you're doing? Fox News, plastic surgeon who testified for the 1993. I mean, this is the same as this, by the way. This is the more polite version of this.
Former communications director.
Have a little bit of fucking shame, man. You're the goddamn paper of record. Are you serious? Again, this is the unfortunate Zionist edit, okay? It sucks, but this is literally the Zionist edit. If you are an anti-Zionist, if you're anti-Israel, then all of the newspapers are going to cover you with your worst fucking moments. Main reporter Andy O'Brien just implied that Susan Collins carried on a years-long affair with a man while his first wife was battling and dying from cancer. Oh, sorry. Susan Collins should be careful about throwing stones from glass houses when it comes to issues of infidelity. It's been an open secret in Washington, D.C. for decades, but the Wall Street Journal and New York Times have never probed into it. I wonder why. Yeah, the couple met in 1974 when Ms. Collins was an intern at the office of Mr. Cohen, then a Maine congressman. The exact date of Thomas Daffrin's divorce from his first wife, Margot Corey, is not a matter of public record, though it occurred sometime prior to his marriage to U.S. Senator Susan Collins in August 2012. I got the things messed up. Susan Collins married a dude who is suspected of cheating on her husband, her wife having cancer. Also, none of these attacks actually make sense when Donald Trump is the fucking president. It's just like, it's so silly. Yeah, I think people need to be a little bit more shameless. Like, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about your background. I don't care. I care about your policies. Put the policies in the bag, little bro. Put the policies in the bag, okay? You're a fucking politician. Put the goddamn policies in the bag. We ad with you is so great.
Get yourselves. You don't have to be here, but you are here. You're not waiting for things to happen to you. You are making things happen for us.
New Jersey. They're afraid, fundamentally, of democracy. But now, with this new slate of insurgent candidates, with the likes of Dr. H, you now have an opportunity to vote for something rather than against.
Repeat after me. Patient before profit.
We need a leader who's going to say no. Helping humanity is not a crime, but bombing Gaza and bombing Iran and bombing Lebanon is a crime.
You know you're on the right side of history when they're coming at you. That's just what winning looks like.
We have a job to do. We have a mission to complete. We need to make sure that this seat stays with the people. Let's go do it. Let's win this race. Thank you very much.
Anyway, nasty business from the New York Times to do this, by the way. Like, again, he fucking saved Tammy Duckworth's life as a goddamn combat surgeon, dude. It's crazy. He was literally a first responder at 9/11. Okay, he went to Bosnia. He went to Gaza twice. He was shot at. His hospital was shot at by Israel with American munitions. And instead of doing any of that, instead of being like, this is one of the most decorated fucking candidates that is running, they turn around and they go, he's a terrorist. Oh, we have a terrorist. Like subtly or not so subtly implying it's the Zionist edit. It sucks. But that is how it works, okay? I'm going to tweet about it. But yeah. Yeah, this is Dr. Adam Hamawi, likely heading to Congress. He served in a medical mission in Gaza while Israeli troops shelled hospitals and stopped them from receiving aid. American doctors in Gaza see up-close toll of war weapons on children. Trap volunteers calling the U.S. to stop sending weapons to Israel as the closure of the Rafah border crossing cuts the flow of food and medical supplies. Hamawi said he saw a one-year-old girl with burns across 40% of her body, while her 3-year-old brother had burns across his arms, legs, and chest. 2 other siblings with less severe wounds being treated in a nearby field hospital. Hamawi amputated the 14-year-old boy's right leg below the knee before hearing the telltale whistle of a nearby airstrike through the window. Soon after, a girl Hamawi estimated to be 5 or 6 came in with a missing arm. A 4-year-old girl who came into the ER did not survive. And that was all before dinner time Thursday. This man has experienced the genocide. It's so disgusting to do this. It is so disgusting to do this, especially after he already fucking won the primary. You know who they would never do this for? Toby Durden. Sorry, I want to lighten the mood a little bit. Okay. Toby Durden. Toby Duty. You know who they wouldn't do this for? Dusty Johnson. Did you see this? Fire writing. Oh, yeah. I mean, this is, yes, of course, this is a classic. It is said that just before the Sino-Soviet split, Nikita Khrushchev had a tense meeting with Zhou Enlai, at which he told the latter that he now understood the problem. I'm the son of coal miners, he said. You are the descendant of feudal mandarins. We have nothing in common. Perhaps we do, murmured his Chinese antagonist. What? Blustered Khrushchev. We are, responded Zhou, both traitors to our class. Yeah, this is Hasan Piker's father was a billionaire. Keir Starmer's father was a toolmaker. I know whose side I'm on. This is fucking it. Why do you have to lie? His dad was not a billionaire. For attention, mostly. Should have been there, brother. With Toby Doden. Election night victory party. Please do not talk South Dakota politics. We are fucked over here, and I'm trying so hard to win back a seat in the state legislature. Yeah, except Toby Durden. He's the one who's sweeping the state tonight. Trust me, this article faced a lot of pressure internally to publish. Combat surgeon. Did Adam Hamawi actually respond to 9/11 like directly, or did he actually treat the 9/11 first responders at ground zero? I don't want to fuck it up, you know. Lol, remember no vets here? Yeah, I don't give a fuck about that shit. Obviously, I work with veterans. I'm pretty sure he treated the first responders, but I don't know if he actually was on the ground. Like, it was at ground zero. I feel like he said he was at ground zero. Yeah. And was in Gaza. He was in the field hospital at Ground Zero. Says he was a first responder treating. Oh, okay, yeah. Shameful and racist byline. Anyway. Okay. Yeah, I said, New York Times, can you please have some decency about a decorated war veteran combat surgeon who saved Tammy Duckworth's life, who treated 9/11 first responders and was in Gaza during the genocide? I get that he's Muslim and anti-Zionist, but this is a shameful and racist subheader. Like, it's crazy. Like, he won. You got to give up at that point, right? Like, you can't do that. You shouldn't have done that even before. You shouldn't have done that even before, right? Dear Scott Pelley, More Perfect Union is an Emmy Award-winning journalism organization focused on holding the wealthy and powerful accountable. You could always work with us. Consider it an open invite. Okay, FaZe. Okay, FaZe Shaker. Damn, Avi Lewis. Avi Lewis posted about Hamawi. More proof that taking a principled stance on Israel's genocide is not a liability among the working class majority of this continent. Moral clarity is popular. The fuck is this, chatters? Yeah. Bury the electability argument in the dirt for anti-Israel sentiment, by the way. Every single W that we actually get, every single W that anti-Zionist candidates get, destroys that fucking argument. It takes away from the impact that AIPAC has in these races. Important lesson from these races. Unapologetically calling Israel's genocide in Gaza a genocide wasn't a liability for these candidates, but a reminder that they will boldly tell the truth on moral issues despite intimidation. Obviously, the same doesn't go for the Republican side. Let's be real. Hamawi is now plus 11 and winning every county except one. He smashed E-Day votes. Yeah, that they're calling it the Hasanabi bump. When you come into South Florida to stump with Oliver Larkin, DNC just announced it plans to pour resources into Moscow so we can hold the seat. Florida 25 is about to become one of the most watched districts this summer, and we're waiting for our Hasanabi bump. Yes, I'm going to work on it. Endorsement checklist. After a 1-point loss in North Carolina and a disappointing night in Illinois, the left is starting to hit this stride in congressional primaries. Yeah. Oh, it's coming. Yeah, the 1-point loss in North Carolina with Nita really upset me. I mean, obviously, Kat Abu-Ghazaleh was like a long shot. Kat was obviously a long shot, right? And that was a tough race regardless. But with Nita Allen, I was really sad about that because like I genuinely think if I had done like maybe one more fucking event with her, or if I'd gone to her district or something, that would have been a victory. That would have been an easy wrap. Right? Stop cursing, bro. My dog is watching you. Why are you flipping me off? Your dog is watching you. Congratulations to Dr. Adam Hamawi on his landslide victory tonight in New Jersey. Dr. Hamawi will be a strong progressive voice in the House, and as a physician, he understands our healthcare system is broken and we need Medicare for all. Don't beat yourself up. Usually that's not how math works. No, 100%, bro. She lost by like a couple hundred votes. Nida lost by a couple hundred votes. That she literally told me the day of the election, people came up to her and were like, oh my God, I'm actually here voting for you because I saw you on the Hasanabi broadcast. Like literally. Megaphonics might need to get ready for that struggle session. Yeah, I don't know why he posted this emo ass shit, dude. Shoykot. Those were learnings, not failings. We still need to find a way to select one to coalesce behind the way that it didn't happen in Cat's Rays. I mean, that's not always going to work. Anyway, I know you're covering elections tonight, but we talk about Scott Pelley getting fired. I already did cover that. John Toffel says, if Al-Sayed wins the nom, they will do this to him too. The elite Dem political class absolutely prefers Republicans and progressives. Say what you will about fighting fascism. At the end of the day, this comes down to capital and the maintenance of a corrupt, broken system. Absolutely.
Across the nation. But I think we have lost the plot on authenticity. I think Graham...
Let's not compare Al-Sayed to Plattner. Al-Sayed was an actual Rhodes Scholar, an Oxford-educated athlete and physician, Columbia University Med School, who served in multiple public roles prior to his campaign. They're still going to do it. Because the reality of the matter is Graham Plattner's red flags would not fucking matter for these people. These people's job is to literally ass cover for horrible monsters, right? So Graham Plattner's red flags would not be even a remote issue. They'd be running around being like, how dare you fucking talk shit about an American veteran, you piece of shit, is how they would approach the Graham Plattner issue if Graham Plattner was pro-Israel and was saying shit like, oh, well, we need like a reasonable way to go about this healthcare situation, right? If Graham Plattner was a centrist, these guys, we would be attacking him, being like, dude, this is obviously of not sound moral character. Plus, also, look at all of his dog shit fucking policies. Who gives a shit if he's a veteran, right? Huffington Post. Adam Hamawi won the Democratic primary. A remarkable display of how pro-Palestine movement has grown politically, able to corral small dollar donos to give him a dollar lead and use super PAC support to get him over the finish line. Personally, I think supporting a genocidal apartheid state is more concerning than marital troubles, but maybe I'm just anti-Semitic or something. Yeah, of course. But yeah, the point that I was making is like, they are already doing this to Abdul too. I mean, they're doing this to fucking Adam Hamawi. Adam Hamawi is a stud. His background is perfect. Like, they're literally terror jacketing him shamelessly after he won the fucking primary. Like, the amount of filth that you have to crawl through to get a goddamn word in edgewise when you are an anti-Zionist and against corporate PACs and against corporate donations and against corporate control over the Democratic Party. It is unfucking believable, dude. The anti-genocide caucus grows. It indeed remains good policy and good politics. Yeah. Like, it's insane. So yeah, it's Graham Plattner has background flaws or whatever, right? It's true. It's true. But those would never be considered fucking flaws if he was a regular centrist Dem. As a matter of fact, they'd be burying all this oppo. They'd be burying all this oppo with a mountain of counter messaging. And it would never be run on CNN and all these other fucking platforms. They would never do this. Okay? And the same goes for Hamawi. Look at what they're doing. And the same goes for Abdul El-Sayed. Abdul El-Sayed doesn't have any red flags whatsoever. He is star-studded in his background. Toby Duden. Sorry. And guess what? They still fucking say insane shit about him too. That's why they try to like tie him to me to be like, oh, he's bad guy. He's bad business. Hasan Piker, why are you fucking hanging out with that guy? He's a real piece of shit. Don't you know he's a fucking terrorist? You have Tourette's? No, I don't. The gap is crazy. Yeah, he's gapping. God damn, dude. Holy eyebrows, Batman? Yeah, this is the Ben Shapiro method. Is Abdul's primary tonight? No, it's not. It's in, I think it's in August. I don't remember, but it's in the future. It's in the summer. Congratulations to Hamawi for New Jersey for a big win in the primary. The progressive movement is on the march. You stood up with courage to call out genocide and foreign wars, to stand for Medicare for all. I was proud to support you. August 4th. Thank you, chatters. God damn, y'all are locked the fuck in. Okay. 35 minutes until California polls close, and we don't know anything, by the way. We're not going to know anything. The most scandalous thing they dug up on El-Sayed's 2 statewide campaigns that he calls himself a doctor while having a medical degree. Anyone comparing him to Plattner has a very specific ideological motivation to do so. Yeah. But that doesn't even matter. That doesn't even matter. Right? It doesn't even matter because they'll find something. Like, you just... Look, you have to have more grace and more charitability for candidates that you identify with, that you align with politically. That's it. A lot of you fancy yourself to be hyper skeptical because you think, well, no, don't trust any politician, which is understandable. But that's how they fucking get you. Okay? That's how they get you. The same goes for even political commentators. Okay? You have to sometimes try to identify where this kind of hatred is coming from and why it's happening. Okay? A lot of people fancy themselves to be morally pure, right? So when they hear something that sounds kind of bad, they immediately are like, well, you know what? I'm washing my hands of this guy. Fuck this guy. And it happens all the time in my experience. I jokingly, I was doing an interview earlier today and I talked about this. It's like, I've been doing a political run for the last decade of my life because I'm a socialist, anti-imperialist, anti-Zionist political commentator in the United States of America. So there's opposition that is a mile long on someone like myself. And throughout it all, I've had to fight through that. Okay? I've had to fucking fight through that unconditionally and just like keep my head down and keep pushing through all the fucking lies, keep pushing through all the bullshit, and always hope that you guys can be charitable, right? You guys can be a little charitable and hear me out and understand that like maybe a lot of the stuff that's coming as opposition is not real, right? It's bullshit. And that it's coming from people who have no moral compass whatsoever. The dynamic is simple. If you're in opposition to genocide, there are people who are in favor of this genocide that will do everything to try and humiliate you. Okay? That will do anything to try and humiliate you. Unk, does it squirt when you zap Kaya? I want to know for research purposes. Ask your mom. They know that their position is disgusting, right? They know they don't have the moral high ground. So every single day of the week, what they'll try to do is reduce you to their position. This happens all the fucking time. And they can't actually have a conversation around your ideas. They can't tackle the message. So what do? They try to shoot the messenger. Okay? And sometimes they fuck up and they shoot the messenger with old tropes that no longer work. Sometimes they shoot the messenger and say, oh, he's anti-Semitic. Most people at this point, 3 years into this genocide, understand when someone is calling an anti-Zionist an anti-Semite. They know exactly what that is. But in other instances, they'll turn around and they'll say, I'm a fucking animal abuser, right? Or a litany of different insane smears and slanders. All of which, if you scratch the surface of, you'll realize is not holding up to any scrutiny whatsoever. But it piles on. And people from afar only see you as this like dramatic guy who's constantly involved in like fights, unnecessary fights, an unserious guy, right? So that's why you have to be, like I said, a little bit more charitable to people that you know have opinions that are not exactly well liked in mainstream media. And positions that are seen as disruptive to the status quo. Okay? Just be a little bit smarter. Don't fall for oppositional framing. Democrats love doing that. And leftists also love doing that. They love falling for oppositional framing. And your opposition knows better. Yeah, this is low even for the New York Times. Totally discredited, sleazy tabloid face questions. Yes, from the most bad faith racist assholes on earth. So let's make that the primary framing of his candidacy. The same first 9/11 responders and victims that you said deserved it. Yeah, Norcal Groiper. He's a fucking 9/11 first responder, idiot. After today, you can't fucking do the 9/11 shit to me, okay? I got a 9/11 first responder elected into Congress. Suck my fucking dick. What's your favorite Nazi doing? Fantasizing about having sex with Sneeko? Shouldn't even dignify that with a response. Happy Pride, by the way. Stop responding to Groypers and super far left weirdos on Twitch. You're too good for that. I'm not, though. You're way too online. Okay, I won't do it. It's like there's no reason to fucking dignify that with a response. You're right. It being petty is okay during Pride. This is an intervention. I'm wearing a suit. You're right. I should stop doing this stuff. This is not suit guy activities. You're right. Anyway. They just interviewed Hamawi about Dems coming out to support him now.
Yo, there was a kid in my school that didn't even talk to me. And then when I became the Rizzler, he was like, yo, do you want to hang out after school?
How do you deal with that? How do you know when someone's just there for the fame?
When at first they don't talk to you, and then when you become famous, they talk to you.
Who's your closest
Damn.
friend?
Big Justice.
You still rock with the Costco guys? I feel so embarrassed. When was the last time you saw them?
Like last year.
It's probably because there's nothing.
Yeah, throwback.
He doesn't have a real childhood, bro. Yeah, he is the most goated childhood of all time. Fuck you mean? You're getting guys elected now. I can't reply to everyone like that, but I'm going to reply to that chat with a picture of Nikocado Avocado's mega long ass crack. Thank you, M. Hud. Would you be willing to quickly summarize Steyer versus Becerra? Since those are the top two, right? I'm heading to vote right now. If you vote for Becerra, I will ban you and never unban you. Do you understand me? That's fucking insane. Javier Becerra has been sponsored by every fucking mega corporation, including lobbies that we didn't even think still fundraised for candidates like fucking Philip Morris. Okay? Tom Steyer is a billionaire. Javier Becerra is bought and sold by billionaires. Truly an evil machine politician. Oh my God. I cannot believe that there's still... Bro is sponsored by Arasaka. Bro's sponsored by Shinra. He's sponsored by Big Soda. Obama Soda. Yeah, Javier Becerra is basically a walking fucking billboard, dude. Whoa, I thought it wasn't you who got him elected. Wait, what? Where? Who are we talking about? New Jersey super doctor guy? No, I said helped. 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 Words, what do they mean? No, the tweet didn't say, I got him elected. The tweet said, helped. Helped get elected. Helped. Helped. Oh my God. Kim Paxton looks like a Bob's Burger villain. That's funny. He does. God, this fucking guy is running for mayor, dude.
Everything I ever spent money on, they act like I didn't have it. So yes, I spent all this money. I was also 22, 23 years old, was planning on being killed.
Unexpected results in Montana. Bernie-backed candidate outperforming. Check Kornacki. Where's Kornacki cam? Hold on. Let me see if I can find Kornacki cam. Oh, Sam Forstag is? Yeah, he's not very, from what I understand, Sam Forstag is not necessarily the most progressive in that race, by the way, but that's for some reason who Bernard and AOC liked. He's an interesting guy. He's not Medicare for all. He's not for Medicare for all, which kind of sucks, but it's fucking, I mean, he's in Montana, so I guess what are you going to do, right? My Mexican-ass dad was so reluctant to vote for the rich white guy, but I made him sub to you and the dark woke general, and in 2 days he said, I'm so sad. That's what Pisces can do. Yeah, I live in Montana and the politics here aren't great in general. Yeah.
The provision of Trump's agreement banning the agency from investigating his family and his businesses for past tax issues remains on the table.
Anytime the IRS settles with an individual taxpayer or another company as part of the settlement, it's standard, it's typical to get rid of past.
Okay, I don't really care about this shit. All right, this is the
Kim Kardashian, rich and famous. So I wasn't hoarding my money like this was my one run at the game. You know, if I didn't get unplugged, which that's the game, like the Kardashians, Comcast stayed with them. Viacom said, oh, this crew's too expensive. So I wasn't wrong and I wasn't right. But that idea, again, that's my money. It wasn't tax money. So if we're going to say he spent $10 million of his own money when he's 23, this lady, Karen Bass, just spent $400 million last year of our money to house allegedly 1,400 people. If we're going to do the who spends more reckless money, and mine wasn't reckless. I had great dinners. I treated a lot of friends. Like I was supporting people. I was funding, rappers, MMA fighters. I had so many people I was taking care of with that money that you go ask them right now, buying my friends suits so they could go try to be real estate. Like I was a very good person to be friends with, like with that money. I'll run it back right now. If this is what's going to stop me from being mayor, like those decisions, I would have done.
Who's this weirdo? He has a real shot at being top 2 in the fucking Los Angeles mayor. The Venn diagram of Spencer Pratt voters and Barstool fans in LA is a circle. It is truly the fucking worst of the worst type of guy in LA that loves this fucking dickhead.
As voters prepare for a competitive ballot on Tuesday.
Anyway, let's see what Tom Steyer's final pitch to voters was.
The Republican side endorsement
I gotta go
President
pee.
Trump appears to be lifting Steve Hilton into striking distance. Meanwhile, Democrats Javier Becerra and Tom Steyer are both looking to consolidate their party support. Over the weekend, Steyer referenced our recent interview with Becerra, an attempt to differentiate his candidacy. Take a listen.
The key point about Javier Becerra was that this week, when he was asked on TV what he would change, he said, I think we're doing pretty well. And Alex Michelson said, but what would you change? And he said, we're the 4th biggest economy in the world. We must be doing something right. Well, let me say this. It's not working for working Californians in the state.
We've talked with all the leading candidates here. Tonight, Tom Steyer joins us live. First off, thanks for watching.
Well, let me say, I thought you did a solid job as a reporter to ask the basic question, why are you running?
Yeah.
And his answer was, everything's fine.
Well, the question was, what would you change in the
Yes,
state?
but it was.
And sort of what do we do differently? And I said, what would be a specific policy that you would change? And he went on for about 2.5 minutes, and he did not name a specific policy. He did say that we would build more housing. So let me ask you that same question. What is a specific policy that you would change if you get in there?
Well, Alex, do you have a little bit of, can I go through a few?
Yes.
I mean, I've said we will break the monopoly power of the electric monopolies and reduce electric costs by 25%, electricity costs by 25%. I've said we will push for single payer starting on day one.
Single payer healthcare.
Yes, single payer healthcare, that healthcare is a right for every Californian, and we will deliver it, and we will get single payer. I have said we will, on day one, I will call a special election to close a corporate tax loophole that's worth over $20 billion to the state of California, money that we need both to step up our educational system, K through 12, but also to deliver healthcare, because there's a huge hole in the budget that's been caused by Donald Trump and his big bill kicking people off Medi-Cal. I could keep going.
Those are a lot.
I'm saying we're going to build 1 million houses, and I can take you through very...
Not surprising that the rich Beverly Hills Zio elites are all supporting Spencer Pratt. Yeah, except Beverly Hills has a different mayor. So they can't even fucking vote for Spencer Pratt. This is what's so goddamn annoying about the Spencer Pratt conversation. They can't vote for Spencer Pratt. Spencer Pratt is not the mayor of Beverly Hills. If he ran for mayor of Beverly Hills, maybe that'd be fine. All these fucking idiots that don't live in Los Angeles are talking about voting for Spencer Pratt. This is a sad day for all of them. I've been joking about this already. Sad day for all those people that went to their polling stations today thinking that they were going to vote for Spencer Pratt for mayor, realizing in that moment he's not on the fucking ballot.
very clearly the way we're going to do that. Look, California is unaffordable for most Californians. And they're really stressed. And so even though the state, the richest people in this state are killing it, the truth is the majority of Californians can't make ends meet. And so the idea that we're not going to do anything about that, that we're not going to structurally change things, I'm saying corporate special interests are driving up the costs for Californians. That's why they have record profits. And I'm saying we're going to have to take them on. In order to change things structurally, we're going to have to take on these corporate special interests. And they've heard me say it, and they've spent tens of millions of dollars to stop me.
Yes, they have. There's a lot we could get into all that, but let's just go with single payer for a second.
Okay.
So the projections are that the cost of single payer, if we were to do that in California, would cost 3 times the cost of the entire budget of California right now. And there's a lot of folks that are scared that think, how do we pay for that? And why are we going to take on other people potentially coming in here and using our systems? You say what?
Alex, let me say this. There are single payer systems around the world. Overall, they cost about half as much per person as our system. Our system is a combination of what the government does and what employers do and what unions do. And so when we think about the cost of the system, you're lumping everyone in the state in without taking into account that most of the people are on a system that's not directly from the government. So the truth of the matter is single payer is the only way that we can get control of health costs in the state of California. If you, in fact, look at what's been going over the last 50 years, the cost of healthcare has gone up at twice the cost of inflation. It is eating up every family. It is eating up every business that has to pay for their employees' healthcare. And if you look at the budget of California, it is robbing every other part of the budget. And we're gradually moving people out of healthcare. Healthcare is a right for Californians. This is legitimately the only way we can deliver healthcare to every Californian and be able to afford it as a state. That's why I'm for it. I understand that getting it right will be a lot of work, but we don't have a choice. Because if you look at our budget, you know, we're 38th out of 50 states in education. We used to be number 1. We don't even meet.
He's a billionaire. You see what billionaires are doing for and to this country. He's not solid. Steer was hiding the fact that he was paying influencers money without disclosure. Twitchy girl. He's a billionaire. You see what billionaires are doing for this country. Why would you vote for this idiot? Are you listening to what he's saying? Are you a Becerra head? Girl, is to say that you're a Ramsey Robinson voter? Because if you turn around and go, that's why I voted for Becerra, ban. If you're Ramsey Robinson, that's fine. You know, you're moral, you're pure. You wanted to fucking vote for a socialist, and that's, you know, more power to you. But if you're a Becerra bot, oh boy. I'm fine with skepticism towards billionaires. Perfectly valid. There's a reason why our revolution endorsed Tom Steyer, but Bernie never did. Tom Steyer's been a Bernie head for a very long time, too. Okay? No, wanted to vote for Porter, but she was not a front runner. I would love to vote for a socialist. Oh my God. Oh my God. You wanted to vote for Porter. You hate Tom Steyer. I don't think you voted for Chad Bianco or Hilton. Oh my God, you're a Becerra bot. Oh my God, you voted for Becerra. Oh my God. You have to run the numbers right now. You have to run the numbers right at this very moment. No, she said she wanted to vote for Porter, didn't, implying that there's only one person she could have voted for. Not understanding class consciousness outside of money bad as a toddler's level or understanding leftism. Great rage bait chatter. You're going to give him a stroke. Oh my God, you voted for Javier Becerra. Oh my God. I can't believe it. Oh my God. There's 17 month subscribers in my chat that are literally like, they're voting for the California machine politics candidate that literally only is a name, because Eric Swalwell was outed as a fucking rapist. So every single Californian Democratic Party machine consolidated their support around Javier Becerra overnight. And he shot from like 5% to 20%. And that's all it fucking took. That's all it took. We're never going to get health care. We're never going to get health care. It's over. I'm done. We're never getting health care. We're never getting health care. We're just not getting health care. We don't deserve it, honestly, as a people. We're just not. We're not getting health care because this community is comprised of the highest propensity voters that are the most tapped in, right? Like the most tapped in. And you still got people in here who are like, I spread my cheeks wide open to be gaped by the Democratic Party machine. I saw 3 ads about Tio Becerra and I thought to myself, please, I love this. Brother, California is a lost cause, neolib establishment shithole. No, I was talking to David Dane about this. It's not a lost cause. It's not. It's a big state. There's a lot of people that aren't paying attention. They're not paying attention. It just happens when our politics are not in service of our people. And for the longest time, they've never been in service of our people. The areas where you have deep blue districts that are the safest districts, where people are just not serving their constituents, it causes a lot of voter apathy. And it causes people to just like, vote for whoever the fuck the television man is telling them. Thanks for reminding us a while ago that California polls close at 8. Didn't think I registered in time, but learned I could simply go in and do a provisional ballot. Yes, you can. Yeah, I didn't. Voting for Javier Becerra over Tom Steyer is like, I didn't want to vote for one billionaire, so I voted for 50 billionaires. I voted for all the billionaires instead of the one billionaire that all the other billionaires are spending against. You've described most Thread users. I know, I saw. I peeked into Threads the other day. Sometimes I look at Threads to stare. Yeah, my students are all morons. You're hitting your loopy unk phase of the night. Okay, don't be parasocial. But you're right.
The city's next mayor, Pratt,
polls close in 7 minutes.
Significant ground in this tight 3-person race with incumbent Democrat Karen Bass and the Democratic Socialist City Council member Nithya Raman. California is facing a very interesting fall, no matter what happens tonight. Yeah. But at least what we'll learn tonight, perhaps, is just who has some headwinds, who has some momentum, and what the big matchups are going to be come the fall.
Well, look, I mean, in the state, you've got, both at the governor's level and at the mayor's level, you've got an establishment candidate, you've got somebody to the left, you've got somebody to the right. It's because there's just a lot of discontent in the state. Yeah. I think Karen Bass has gotten a bad rap because of the Palisades fire. That was a fire hurricane. For the first time, our fire season and our wind season kissed, and we had a fire hurricane. We could not fly our air tankers. And so if she had been in town or not in town, you'd have the same outcome. That said, there's a lot of problems that people are upset about. If a reality TV star winds up going head-to-head with Karen Bass, given how unpopular the reality TV star president is, Donald Trump, it just gives you a sense
Trump endorsed reality.
Yeah, exactly. It just gives you a sense of the level of discontent. I think Karen Bass ultimately survives, but it's a wake-up call for the Democratic Party establishment in the state of California that we've got 2 kind of wild personality types that are probably going to drag us in.
Fucking clocked it. Look, if I don't vote for a front runner, Republicans will win. I know better. It's better of the two evils. See, I clocked it when she said I would never vote for Tom Steyer. He's a billionaire, which is why I voted for every other billionaire in the country. I voted for the human billboard version of every billionaire. No, I'm not going to ban them. I'm not. But please be smarter.
To Democrat activists all over the country when they see Newsom. I think they see him as steady. I will say this about Tom Steyer. He's got every Latino I know on his payroll. He and there was, I mean, he is just spreading
he's literally
money.
Spent
He's now
like $200 million.
Well, it's now like $600 million trying to
Bro,
get elected.
I swear to God, if Tom Steyer was Michael Bloomberg, like if he was a Michael Bloomberg style candidate, they'd be like, what do you mean? He is the most prestigious person. He's an incredible business owner. He is fantastic. He's brilliant. I love him. I want him to have my children. I want him to be the next governor. But because Tom Steyer is like, yeah, fuck PG&E. We got to do single payer healthcare in California. Everyone's like, oh, he's this fucking piece of shit billionaire, cocksucking motherfucker paying everybody. Fuck him.
60 Minutes.
Literally. It's like all you need to do to draw maximum enmity from mainstream news is even if you're a fucking billionaire, even if you're untouchable, even if you're basically a demigod in American society, in capitalist society, you've made $1 billion. Okay? You've made $1 billion. That means you are a god to these people, okay? These people only respect money. They only respect power. When you're a billionaire, there's like a couple thousand of them, okay? Every single commentator would be like, I love you, I respect you, can I please get a little bit of your shine? You're a jobs creator. But when you turn around and you're like, actually, I think the situation is fucked up. We need to do free healthcare in the state. Everyone's like, pah, look at this fucking wealthy asshole doing a vanity candidacy. Fuck him. Fuck him. How dare he? It's like, come on, brother. Come on, brother. Oh.
The legal requirements from Proposition 98, which says this much of the budget will go to education. We're actually saying, well, we can't do that this year. We promise to pay you back in the future. Healthcare is eating us up. We have to do something about it. And for the people who say, you know, we'll sort of compete our way out of it, we've heard that for far too long. We have to make a structural change if we're going to deliver healthcare to Californians.
You know, it seems like the way that this race is setting up is that it seems like a 3-person race for 2 slots, even though there's 60 people on the ballot. And that is
true.
you.
It's true. By the way, the ballot this morning, I was voting. The governor's ballot is insane. It is genuinely the most insane ballot I've ever laid eyes on. Yes, 60 candidates on there, and Butch Ware is not one of them. Which is why when people were like, oh my God, why aren't you fucking advocating for Bush? I was like, there's 60 fucking candidates. 60. There's a guy named Country in Town, I Love God, or whatever the fuck. God for Country Demont. There's a guy whose name is Barack Obama. Barack Denzel Obama Shaw. And Butch Ware didn't make it to the fucking ballot. And there's still motherfuckers in here going, why won't you advocate for Butch Ware? $60 fucking candidates. They might as well have had Toby Durden on there. He should have ran in South Dakota and California with the amount of motherfuckers on that ballot. Toby Durden. Oh my God. Oh my God, look at this. What are we doing? This is too much democracy. Too much. Too much of anything is bad. Too much water, you drown. You get water poison, you die. Too much democracy, this is what happens. And officially, polls have now closed. Ladies and gentlemen, California polls have closed. We got a lot of candidates. A lot riding on the wonderful neoliberal shithole of California, one of the most beautiful places on the planet, where you can go to the top of a mountain and ski, and in only a couple hours go to the goddamn, one of the most beautiful places on the planet. Genuinely. Okay? Genuinely. I love this state, but god damn it, is this state's politics so unbelievably fucked. Neoliberal hell. We have defeated political dynasties in New York, where the Democratic machine could not withstand a people-backed candidacy with Zohran Mamdani, and hopefully with Daria Liza and the rest of the DSA slate, with Claire Valdez, and many more victories to come. In Philadelphia, we went to the bluest district in the goddamn country and fought back against the Philly Democratic Party machine and defeated it with Chris Rabb. Same in New Jersey, but in California, my home state, where I reside, ladies and gentlemen, we have problems in this state. I will take ownership and responsibility over some of those problems. I should probably do a little bit more in my own fucking backyard. Turkish people have a saying, a tailor can't mend or sew his own clothes, right? That's how I feel sometimes in the state of California. I go all around the world, all around this fucking country, and I try to solve other people's problems, but I can't solve my own backyard's issues. This state is the blue stranglehold, okay? This is the blue vanguard state. This is where the Democratic Party's machine is so goddamn powerful that you can put dog shit ass candidates back to back to back for the governor's race without even thinking about it. And then the top contender is outed as a mass rapist, sexual harasser, sexual assaulter. And then overnight, they'll bring up a new candidate out of fucking nowhere. A goddamn loser like Javier Becerra. And the people are fucking cattle. The CA for California stands for cattle. But hopefully we'll see. We'll see if California can also change. That's what we're going to find out tonight. Yeah, this is the state where you can't even get 1+ year Hasanabi subscribers to vote for the guy who's against the machine. Against machine politics. In Arabic, it's a carpenter's door is always rickety. That's pretty neat. You guys have a similar idiom. Cattle fucking Fornia. Yeah, and the cobbler's children go barefoot, shaking my head. That's true. Polls closed and they called it for butch wear. Suck it, bitch. Polls are closing in California. Let's go to John
Lauren.
King.
Hello to Alex as well out in LA. Results might come in right as we do. What we'll see first are early votes. Sometimes they come in pretty quickly. One warning to anybody watching tonight, we'll get you as much as we can over the next few hours, but we may not know the end result here for days. Some people think it could take even longer. California is traditionally slow counting its votes. And when you have a jungle primary like this, we'll see what happens. But as you note at the top, again, a lot of people watching elsewhere in the country say, what's a jungle primary? What's an open primary? All the Democrats and the Republicans run in one race. The top two get to go on in November. And so that's the big question. California right now has a Democratic governor. It is still a blue state. But who will be on the ballot in November? The late polls showed some movement by Javier Becerra. He was the former state attorney general, served in the Biden cabinet. He was moving up. Alex just mentioned Steve Hilton, a Fox News host. Will there be a Democrat versus a Republican in November, or will we have two Democrats? Possibility, you could have two Republicans. That would defy the late polls in this race, but that's possible as well. So we're waiting to see as these results come in. Tom Steyer, some of you not in California might remember, he ran for president in 2020. He's a billionaire. He's self-funded. He's also a very progressive candidate. So some progressives have said, I don't generally like billionaires, but wow, I like what he's saying. So we'll watch how this one all plays out as the results start to come in this primary. Just a reminder, you said at the top of the show, this is a race to replace Gavin Newsom. All right, Gavin Newsom won with nearly 60% of the vote 4 years ago. Brian Dahl was the state senator, got 40% of the vote. So yes, California is a blue state. But one question, Laura, as we go through this cycle is there's a lot of frustration with politics in both parties. You're seeing it in this gubernatorial open primary. You're seeing it in the mayor's race in Los Angeles. We're seeing it all across the country on primary nights and in my travels. So do Democrats get a little thumped in California because they're in charge, just like the biggest midterm dynamic is for people here in Washington? Do Republicans get thumped in House and Senate races because they're in charge? So California is pretty interesting this year.
Well, take me to San Francisco, because I'm watching that seat that's up for grabs, which is Nancy Pelosi's at one time.
All right, Nancy Pelosi's seat. Let's come into San Francisco. Let's come on out here. There we go. And we come up here. This is the Pelosi seat here. We got to come up to the open primary here. Let's come down here and get it. There we go. Again, open primary. So again, this is Nancy Pelosi's seat. I'll move this back over here so everybody can see it. You see a number of candidates in this race as you come through them right here. Nancy Pelosi has endorsed Connie Chan. Scott Wiener is viewed as the front runner in this race. We have no results just yet. Again, this is a safe seat. So that, if a Democrat versus a Democrat, this state is going to stay blue, but it does represent one of the big things we're tracking in this midterm year. There's a lot of generational change, a lot of leaders who've been around the scene for a long time who are moving on. There are still some primaries where you have that battle, a younger person running against the older, more established person, and there's a generational fight to it. This will change generationally. Nancy Pelosi's seat, California's 11th district, big deal, right? She's a historic figure in the Democratic Party who will be moving on. That's one of the big, it gets buried sometimes under the who's going to control the Senate, who's going to control the House, who's going to be the California governor. But that will be a big piece of the history when 2026 is written.
It will indeed. John King, please stand by. I want to go now to CNN's Kyung Law, who is outside Spencer Pratt's headquarters. Kyung, I mean, his campaign, it's been loud, it's been unconventional, it's gone viral at times. How is the campaign feeling as it's waiting to see if that viral online energy translates to actual
Oh, good God Almighty. Oh, no.
Well, the campaign isn't exactly talking right now. And let me kind of walk you through why. I mean, I've covered a lot of campaigns, Laura, but not anything like this. You see this dark curtain here? This dark curtain is basically all in front of Don Antonio's Mexican restaurant. And the reason why is because instead of having a traditional watch party, they have decided to essentially have only invited guests. They've kicked out members of the public as well as the press. So what do you see here? The press is left on the sidewalk. It's turned into a bit of a circus atmosphere. And I mean, I've talked to some of his supporters who are floating around talking to the press, and they feel very excited. They think that he's going to make it into the November ballot. But right now, as far as what the campaign is doing, again, very unconventional.
Fuck it, I'm moving to New York, bro. This shit sucks.
Talking to press, all we know is that they're having a party. There's some good music, but they're not really talking right now. So I feel that he has tapped into something, that he is talking about the issues that really frustrate some of the voters, from affordability.
I fucking hate this goddamn city, dude. Holy shit. I love this city, but I also fucking hate it, okay? I love my city, but I fucking despise it to the goddamn bone. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yes. Central Committee's right. It says, listen, I'll say it. Anyone who votes for this guy probably should get some mandatory custodial health care. No, literally. Literally, what are we doing? It's a joke, right? This is a joke, right? We can't have this many fucking cattle. If I look around and I find out, that there are like tens of thousands of people that voted for Spencer Pratt, I don't know how to exist in this space. You know they're going to take a month to count the votes? I know, it sucks. I know. California's voter tabulation is dog shit, but it doesn't matter. They can probably call a projection if there's like a big...
In a
if it's not
very
close.
democratic city like Los Angeles, that certainly speaks to that. Look, this is another example, certainly a different flavor right now, of somebody who is tapping into the frustrations of name your place, name your town, name your state, wherever, of people who don't feel like they are
Chad Bianco is
listened
also
to
above Tom
by
Steyer?
the
What
elected
the
leaders
fuck?
where they live, and are frustrated by the cost of living. In this case, it's very specific, the very difficult time that they're having in rebuilding after the fires in Los Angeles, and the cost.
LA hot take. In 2022, Rick Caruso came out at election night with a 5-point lead on Karen Bass and ended up losing by 7 points. The early vote in LA is 14 points more Republican, more male, and older Dems are voting later. An early number of 40% of Spencer Pratt is possible, but that number is not durable. It plummets with the later ballots. If I see 40 in early numbers, I will Brian kill me.
I'm Brian Kill Me.
If 40% early voters or not, if I see 40% for Spencer Pratt at any point, I might just die. I might just combust. I might just spontaneously combust. If Steyer does worse than second tonight, I'm moving to Canada. I do not want to live in a country where a white male billionaire with hair no less cannot buy an election against a candidate as mid as his opponents are in the California governor primary. It's true. It's true. Steyer third from mostly red counties is actually a good sign. Steyer moved up, check again. Yeah, moved up from Chad Bianco. What are we doing? What are they, just counting fucking Bakersfield? What the fuck's going on? Are they counting Fresno only? What are they counting? Clanty? Oh, Tom Steyer's in fourth position in Clanty. They don't like him over there. They found out that his father was a Nuremberg prosecutor. Fuck! Where are these votes coming from?
Like being in LA, definitely when I'm watching those tacos. But listen,
I know. California always counts the rural votes from smaller locations early. I know. It's still fucking frustrating. God, this state's election is always so ass.
So let me just say that when you have one party rule in a state, whether it be Texas or whether it be California, people focus on the one party. They can't blame their problems
Combined Republican
on
vote
Donald
is running
Trump.
higher
They
there.
can't blame-
We said higher so far in Kings County, higher elsewhere than it did in 2024. We'll see if that holds. That's an interesting thing we're seeing in these results. Becerra with an advantage over Steyer there, not quite as pronounced.
Everyone subscribe right now to the Piker Broadcasting Service, People's Broadcasting Service. Subscribe to fund my transition away from Los Angeles to New York
Over
City.
Bianco, Becerra with an advantage over Steyer, a little bit more slight right there. This looks like Placer County we're getting. This is pretty big. You're talking about the Sacramento suburbs. I know it extends all the way there, like to close to like Tahoe and the Nevada line, but most of the population's right there in the Sacramento suburbs here. It's a pretty big piece of real estate. Hilton leading it here on the Republican candidate, 37%. Yeah, kind of tripling Bianco's number right there, and Becerra outpacing Steyer. So Becerra outpacing Steyer pretty much everywhere we're looking. You get up here. This is very remote, small, Northern California right here. This is an interesting test sort of Republican sentiment here because you are in sort of core rural, very small in the scheme of things. Interesting, though, to see Bianco leading Hilton right there. Zoom out. What does that do to the statewide vote? We've got 6% in right now. Hilton is leading statewide, but what what that's added up to for Becerra right off the bat is a 40,000 vote advantage over Steyer, with Bianco sitting all the way back there at 14%. So Hilton running double Bianco's numbers. And again, I think the polling was suggesting something along those lines here. And Hilton, again, he was trying to get that Bianco number. He wants that Bianco number as low as he can. He wants to monopolize.
Panic. No.
And Becerra, though, I think that's notable given the areas that we're talking about. I think, these are the two biggest sources of vote that we've gotten so far here. San Bernardino County, and again, this is going to be like 5% of all the vote cast statewide tonight is going to come out of San Bernardino County. About 5% is going to come out of Santa Clara County. Those are the two biggest counties that have reported so far. We took you through some of the others that are also significant. But again, you can see it here in San Bernardino County. Hilton, he would like more separation with Bianco. But again, there's Becerra with an advantage over Steyer. Everywhere we've looked so far in that Democrat on Democrat contest, Becerra's had the advantage over Steyer. You could even look here. These are smaller counties here. Becerra with the advantage. Merced County, this is a bigger one here. And again, Hilton running in first. Becerra, though, with the advantage over Steyer. So we're seeing this in one county after another. Hilton, Bianco, Becerra, Steyer. Steyer's got to start finishing ahead of Becerra in some of these counties. Now, again, Santa Clara, I think if you're Steyer, the worst piece of news you got so far is right there, because that's supposed to be your territory. It's going to have to change from around there.
Explain, this was a Harris plus 40 county, right? I mean, Gavin Newsom won this by 42.
Oh, the San Francisco Bay Area is overwhelmingly Democratic. The city of San Francisco itself, which is coterminous with we got Sacramento. Okay. So this is
dumps.
Sorry about that.
Dumps.
Let's go right back in. Again, Sacramento County's huge. This is another 5%er, okay, in terms of the statewide vote. And look at that now. They get Democratic here. The Democrats should be doing well. But look at Becerra, 29%. Hilton, the Republican, 28%. Look at the separation there between Becerra and Steyer. I think that's the most significant we've seen so far. And then Chad Bianco running back there at 10%. Boy, if you're Becerra, between what you've seen so far, right here, sorry about that.
Bro,
right here.
This is not just a disastrous outcome for Tom Steyer so far. This is a disastrous outcome for Javier Becerra. Okay? Do you understand how fucking insane this is? I mean, Sacramento should not be split between fucking Becerra and the Republican, dude. What the fuck? Oh my God. Oh my God. You campaign more around other elections in the country instead of focusing on LA? Dude, it is so unbelievably
automatically thought of as being advantage Becerra. In fact, some of it's coming from places that we thought
would be the
might be
opposite.
Steyer.
That's exactly
might be
right.
Steyer.
Okay. Steve, I'm going to pause you for 1 second to sneak in the world's quickest commercial break as I see you looking at Monterey County. It literally, blink and you will miss it. We're going to have so much more on the other side of it. Steve's got the board. We've got the results. Do not go anywhere. Don't move. We'll be right back.
I'm dying. Monterey, Becerra 28, Steyer 26, Hilton 23. First decent result for Steyer. All my super lefty friends here vote early, though. Is it too late for me to vote? Yes, dude. 18 minutes ago, the fucking polls closed. And now it's British occupied California. Oliver Ma getting cooked? Yeah, I mean, look at the fucking top line. Look at the goddamn top line. Of course Oliver Ma's getting cooked. Everyone's a fucking reactionary in this goddamn state, bro. California is literally a red state. California is straight, dude. The Republican is winning the lieutenant governor currently. Okay. Obviously, it's a red mirage, but still, I wouldn't get too overexcited, but I will say that I think Becerra is probably through. These are the worst counties in the state. You're joking, right? We were supposed to vote for Oliver Ma. I thought you said Fiona Ma. You're kidding. You're kidding. You're fucking joking. Please don't joke like that. Oh my God. Oh my God. It is so busted, bro. God, this state. Brother, they are reporting on the reddest counties in the state. Can you lock in? I know, but even then, bro, it's California. And they're showing like Sacramento and shit.
County, obviously, big, giant county here just south of L.A. Yep. We got half the vote. This is that vote by mail that had come by election day here in Orange County. You can see here, Steve Hilton, the Republican candidate, one of the Republican candidates at 34%. Of course, Orange County. There's Javier Becerra. We expected he might do better in Southern California than Steyer. And again, it's another county here where Becerra is outpacing Steyer.
Steyer is doing bad because of the guerrillions of write-ins for where that weren't counted yet.
Clearly separated themselves from any other Democratic candidate in this race. And then there's Chad Bianco, the other Republican here, running at 11%. We just got LA mayor. I'm told we got oh my gosh. Remember I said we would get a gigantic batch all at once, and we just did. So, take you through this. About 40% of the vote, of all the votes that are going to be cast, just got released here. We are talking about vote by mail, again, that arrived by election day. Some of this might have arrived a while ago. That's the type of vote you're talking about. There's Karen Bass, the incumbent, running at 38%. And there is Spencer Pratt, running at 28% right now. That is an 8-point advantage or a 25,000 vote advantage over Nithya Raman, the third place candidate right now. Councilor Nithya Raman, the third place candidate in this race. That's with 40% of the vote. Now, remember how we said we expect things to go the rest of the way.
Remind people
in Los Angeles, yes. Right? The next thing we think, and what they've communicated, the next thing that would be released here, maybe in one big batch.
Dude, I don't think you guys understand. Spencer Pratt, Karen Bass matchup. Like, Karen Bass was worried about Nithya Raman. She should be worried about Spencer Pratt. Okay? Because let's be real, Karen Bass is an unbelievably weak incumbent. Okay? An unbelievably weak incumbent. So much so that in all the polls, she was barely fucking cracking she was barely cracking up to like 20. All right, what are we at? Oh, it's fucking done. All right, it's over. It's over. It's Jover. It's so fucking Jover. That Nancy Pelosi endorsement cooked it. All right, Megaphonics is banned. California is done. California is over for me. Megaphonics, you're banned. With 37% of the votes. Shoykat Chakrabarti is not even close to second position. Connie Chan is at 28%. Scott Wiener at 43%. Chudafornia is real. Redifornia is real. Megaphonics, you're banned. He's not even posting in the chat because he's probably at the Shoykat party right now. I'm on my way to the Shoykat party. I won't be in chat tonight. God bless you all. Salute. Yeah, he doesn't even know he's going to get banned tonight. California, Chudafornia. Okay, Javier Becerra finally arrives at the first place position. Steve Hilton is second place. A close second, though. Incredibly bad results so far. Hopefully this fucking turns around somehow. But LA Citywide shows that you put fucking weak Democrats, you put weak establishment Democrats, and you have strong Republican opposition. VIP him so he can come home to something positive. He tried his best. Okay, that's actually true. I do feel bad. My Vang is doing well. Toby Doden, at least in the Republican primary for governor. Toby Doden, hell yeah. I'm done looking at California results. Who cares about California? It fucking sucks. This is a whack ass state. Hate this fucking place. South Dakota, baby. Toby Doden. Doden maniacs. Let's go, Toby. Let's go, Toby. I mean, look, I'm gonna be honest with you. What this shows me is for the LA mayoral race, what this shows me is Los Angelinos want someone to kill homeless people. Like they want to vote for someone who will just shoot homeless people in the face. That's it. It's true. They straight up were like, I mean, 28% of Californians were like, I would like to vote for the homeless murderer. Oh my God. Oh my God. I think Karen Bass and Spencer Pratt are going to make it to the fucking general. And oh my God. I don't know. You should move to South Dakota and turn it blue. We already had entirely blue representation led by an Arab American for a decade plus in the 70s. Toby Durden celebrating pride on TikTok.
Good morning on Election Day here in South Dakota. My name is Larry Roden, and when you're at the booth today, I hope you remember that me, Larry, I suck Donald Trump's cock. Vote for me! Hey, everybody!
This has got to be one of the chatters, right? You just sent me your own video. The East Coast calling you home, brother. Has never been clearer. Return to New Jersey. Cope, mail-in ballots are going to be so good for establishment Dems and Republicans. How you know Ramsey Robinson was never viable? He has less votes than the rapist who dropped out. Yeah. Oh my God. Thank you for saying Turbid Durden's name funny. The chat clowning on him is so awesome. Keep it up, chat. Nodders. Good news. Sioux Falls, largest city in South Dakota, might be getting a pretty good mayor. Bonus, Toby. He's so red. Turbid Durden! Santa Barbara got the Steyer fever. Brother, there is no way to look at these results and think positively about the state that I live in. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to be so for real with you. I mean, the real black pill that I received was this, okay? 28% for Spencer Pratt early on. It's fucked. The climate started. Okay, keep the faith. Nah, it's cooked. It's fucking totally cooked. Oh my God. What a straight up naked disapproval of progressive politics in the fucking state, in the city. Like, straight up California. We're fucked. To be fair, we didn't have a lot of great candidates. Let's be real. There's not a lot of great candidates. I mean, there are some, but not here. But I need you to stop crashing out, please. Yeah, here, I'll fucking give Megaphonics a VIP, dude. I feel bad. He woke up at 5:30 this morning to go door knock for Shoykot. And Shoykot's out here barely cracking 11,000 votes. We needed better progressive candidates. I mean, Shoykot was a great progressive candidate. I'll stand by that. I'll straight up stand by that. And San Francisco was like, nope. Fuck you. San Francisco literally was like, nope. San Francisco, I'm beginning to understand why San Francisco is the way it is. Straight up. Kenneth Maya blew out Zach. Yeah, I mean, yes. Thank God. Holy shit. One of the greatest. San Fran lefties hated his ass. I tried Lamau. I know. CSA attorney Marissa Roy is leading at least. Okay, that's good. City attorney Marissa Roy. That is good. Thank God. Holy shit. Oh, I mean, San Francisco is fucked not because they did not like Shoycott anyway. It's fucked because Scott Wiener is at 43%. Like, that is insanely fucked. Also, Angela Gonzalez-Torres looks like she'll advance, and the incumbent she's running against just got a sex scandal today. I know. There's also that, too. Hold out hope. Hold out hope. Villegas and CA22 and my Vang are positioned well for top 2, but it's close. He literally gave 10K to unseat Dean Preston. Shoycott burned bridges with the left. How can anyone be surprised? I don't ever want to talk about San Francisco ever again for the rest of my life, okay? Unironically, a chud California would set the left up for a nice backlash win. You got it, dude. You got it. Scott Wiener's your next fucking 40-year, multi-decade Nancy Pelosi. Have fun with that. Guy who literally lied about saying, oh, Israel did do a genocide. Hey, good luck. I mean, it is what it is. It didn't work, you know? Also, Jane Kim is winning insurance commissioner race. Y'all are getting single payer home insurance. Self-funded campaigns hobble building a volunteer base, in my honest opinion. No, I think Shoycott had a crazy amount of door knockers. You got to show up for Angela. She's your last chance to save LA and California. No, for sure. I'll be there for her. It is legitimately funny that Pittsburgh and Philly are far more progressive than San Fran and LA. Yeah. Yeah. You know what it is? I know what it is. Fucking car-reliant infrastructure. The more cars you have, the more chuddy the fucking city is. That's it. No public transit. No fucking people living close to one another. No close quarters to one another. No public transit at all. Massive wealth disparity. It's just fucking rich liberals who just want homo-fascism in the country. That's it. They want gay fascism. They want gay techno-fascism. Peter Thiel is the perfect candidate for San Francisco. Neoliberal hell world. Oliver Ma's not surprising if he didn't switch course from his original. We're not going to spend money on advertising strategy. Oh my God. They're so isolated and hate homeless people. Yeah. To be fair, San Francisco has actually great public transit or decent public transit, but they just fucking also want to kill homeless people. Every place in California wants to murder the homeless. Okay? It sucks, but straight up. The most common through line, the most animating. Oh my God. Bro, it's not even like a Rashid a dropped out situation, by the way, for the record. Like, I don't even think that would have aided Nithya anyway. God, so bad. Just so fucking bad. Mai Wang is a Working Families Party candidate, and Matsui is an 81-year-old corporate dem. No, I know. Nithya shouldn't have run. I mean, it doesn't matter. It doesn't mean that Ray was going to fucking magically do anything in this race. I think you guys are being a little delusional. My take, Steyer being a billionaire already makes progressives distrust him. Even if he's progressive on paper, the only way he could earn trust is by taking a much stronger stance against Israel and calling out the genocide. His weak stance just reinforces the distrust. Do you think he'd be in first if he did that? Yes, I sincerely believe that. People will say I'm wrong, but his biggest weakness is that a lot of progressives were ashamed of like publicly supporting him. A lot of it's you're a billionaire. It's difficult for any fucking socialist to self-respect a socialist, self-respecting progressive to be like, okay, yeah, that's my guy. But if there was something that he could have put out there that would have absolutely been a cut above. Yeah, DDHQ called it for Wiener. I mean, but we're looking at the top two right now, and it's most likely going to be Wiener and Connie Chen in San Francisco. Of course they called it for Wiener. I mean, he cleaned house. But this, by the way, is straight up Nancy Pelosi. Ray was tied with Bass when Nithya entered the race. Don't rewrite history. Stop. Chatters, what the fuck are you? Chatter, what are you talking about? The polls are totally cooked. I would say we should help Connie, but she called you a racist. Oh, I don't give a fuck. I'll go and kiss her feet to make sure Scott Wiener is not the candidate. Are you kidding me? I don't give a shit that she called me racist. You think I give a fuck? Scott Wiener is literally the worst. He is like, I don't care about the YIMBY NIMBY distinction. I know a lot of San Francisco leftists, they care about this the most. What I care about is the fact that Scott Wiener straight up said Israel committed a genocide, and I know for a fact he doesn't believe it, and he just wanted to win, and that's why he said it. After spending years and years defending Israel, going to Israel, flying away to Israel, it's just, he is the absolute worst type of machine politician, okay? As someone outside of California, can you explain why he has so much prominence or popularity? Who? Steve fucking Hilton getting 166K in LA. Holy fuck, what's wrong with your city? So much. So much is wrong. Yeah, I don't know. I think we've just had a good thing going for far too long, living in one of the most beautiful states on the fucking planet. So we just are actively voting to ruin everything. Is it too early to wish Katie Porter a way to go to hell? I mean, again, it doesn't even fucking matter. She's got no motion. Like, except for Toby Durden. Like this stuff is ridiculous, right? It's ridiculous to fucking be like, oh, well, like Katie Porter would not be, Porter would not be, you know, a real mover or a shaker. This was the reporting to your point? Yeah.
I'm going to tell you something.
Pro-Israel candidate for Congress in San Francisco says she spoke to an AIPAC donor on May 18th who told her that while Wiener was saying publicly that Israel had committed a genocide in Gaza, privately, he assured him he didn't mean it. Yeah, no, we got to get him out. Dude, Scott Wiener will be a demon, okay? He's a lock. If he wins that seat, it's over. He will be a 5-decade congressperson. 5 decades of excellence from San Francisco. And honestly, San Francisco low-key kind of deserves it, but obviously nobody deserves it. It's bad for the entire country. So like I said, it kind of seems like there's no path for second place victory here for Shoykot after spending unbelievable amounts of money. So obviously in the top 2 runoff in the general, I will be writing extra hard for Connie Chen, who has called me a racist. an anti-Asian racist, but fuck it, we ball, you know? Oh, Wiener. That's who I was asking about prominence and popularity. Scott Wiener is literally the state rep, right? I think the state rep for the exact district, pretty much. Like almost the same outline. So he's been in local politics in the state for a very long time. And I mean, he's a state senator, sorry. He's a state senator. Pretty much the same outline for the almost exact same outline for the district, the congressional district. He is exactly the kind of YIMBY pro LGBTQ YIMBY guy that people like. Is Connie Chan pro Israel? No, she's not. I mean, she's nowhere near as anti-Zionist as Shoykot is. I think she's more malleable, but in comparison to Scott Wiener, she is basically Hamas. Okay. Scott Wiener flew to Israel after a year into the genocide and met with the fucking president, dude. The reason why I like Shoykot is because, yeah, he had the most comprehensive platform. And the most radical platform that I had encountered from any of the candidates that I had actually talked to. But ultimately, in my experience, in my analysis, if I don't actually align with the local DSA, there's always, if there's friction and the local DSA, if it's not like a local DSA backed candidate, then it's not going to work. And Connie wasn't necessarily the DSA-backed candidate either, even though there were a lot of San Francisco DSA people that liked her, but they didn't endorse her. But she was the institutional left candidate because the institutional left did not trust Shoykot, unfortunately. Compared to Scott Wiener, Connie Chan is basically Hamas. I don't know if she's going to like that one. Yeah, probably not. I didn't mean that as a negative, though. Dog, Scott Wiener's almost 60. He's not going to be in Congress for 50 years. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Yes, I know he's old as fuck. And yes, I think he will be in Congress till 110. No, I meant it. Yes, he literally... Dude, okay. Catch you 3 decades from now when he's still kicking hard, okay? All 6'8" of his ass. That tall ass motherfucker. Every other leftist group said to vote for her. Literally 5 different voter guides. Yes, I know. Steyer had great momentum on exit polls. I mean, that's somewhat irrelevant, don't you think? Especially where we're looking at making up about 200,000 votes right now to get the second position. This is going to be really bad because Steve Hilton is a Republican, and at the top of the ticket you have a Republican. So you're going to have a fuck ton of Republicans that want to make the state red. So then that will have down ballot consequences as well. It's going to make the general elections a lot harder for some of these candidates that are going to win their fucking runoffs. Which is also another problem. Which is why Mai Wang's opponent, who boosted the Republican, was playing with fucking fire. Becerra's a dog shit candidate too. So Hilton now actually might look more moderate. I don't know. I don't want to think about it. Hasan, can you find some votes? Yeah, Chad Bianco also, again, with 400,000 votes. All of that's going to Steve Hilton. Obviously, it doesn't matter. Oh my God, Ramsey Robinson is doing worse than Eric Swalwell. Okay, let's see how many my goat got. Living for God Demott, 837 votes. Where's Barack Obama Shah? Why can't I see him on this list? Where the fuck is Barack Obama Shah? Fuck you, take that back right now? I mean, what do you mean, take what back? Oh my God, Barack Obama Shah with 7,000 votes. I was looking too far down. Put some respect on it. Barack Obama Shah. Barack Denzel Obama Shah. Yeah.
And pussy too.
God damn, what a disaster, dude.
That was cast in person on election day. So it's actually a different.
Cooked. Spencer Pratt's catching up. Oh my God, Spencer Pratt's catching up. Oh my God.
Was the in-person early vote. Okay, it all gets categorized. It's technical, but it all gets categorized as polling place vote. But that was actually the in-person early vote. We have not yet seen tabulated and reported out the vote that was cast at polling places today. And again, I say that's significant because we had that discussion. Literally the vote that's cast in person at polling places on election day, that specifically has been the most Republican-friendly vote in Los Angeles. We don't have that yet. What Pratt made that jump with was the in-person early vote. So keep that in mind. He was able to get closer with that. Now, we think starting sometime after midnight, in that midnight to 1 a.m. hour, what they are going to release, they say they will have some more vote by mail that was received prior to Election Day. Okay, so remember, that was what we first saw. That was that first giant chunk. That should be more Bass-friendly, though we did see Pratt leading Rahman in that. Keep that in mind. Then, sometime after 1 a.m. Eastern, okay, 10 p.m. local in L.A., they say they will then report out the in-person Election Day vote.
Okay.
And that's where we expect Pratt to make another jump relative to Bass. And then after that, we're just living on the periodic updates of vote by mail from there. So Pratt's, again, if form holds from the past, Pratt's got another big jump in him here when that in-person same-day vote gets reported out, which, again, may be a while, but keep that in mind as you see this margin between him and Bass and him and Rahman.
Super interesting. Can I go to another race? I know we're all California, and I want to live in that with you, but I've got to ask you about this. What appears to be an unexpected situation that has developed in the state of Iowa in that Republican primary there. Let me bring this up. Randy Feenstra, Zach Lane. Can you go to Iowa, Steve, here? Yep. We have said that this is too close to call. Remember, Randy Feenstra, Trump-backed candidate, up against Zach Lane, who has some support from sort of the Maha groups in and around Iowa. He's a farmer. It appears as though Feenstra has conceded. Now, we haven't called the race. It appears Feenstra has conceded in a video that's been posted called Lane and conceded this race up against a popular Democratic governor in Iowa. This is interesting, Steve.
Yeah, and remember, what happened here, we can show you, as we were talking about this, if you remember before California, we said Davenport, Scott County, this was sort of the last gasp for Feenstra. He needed a big margin there, probably something around 1,500, 2,000. He needed to blow out Lane here. Less than 500 votes, a 456 vote plurality for him there. That was his last gasp. That was the only kind of big remaining piece of real estate. Didn't get nearly what he needed. You see, there's just a very small county here that's outstanding. So just based on this vote, you know, it's significant. That's a significant margin with no county that's unaccounted for right here. And again, with that 35% rule. So this is a Trump-backed. Now,
that's right.
Keep this in mind. This is a Trump-backed candidate. At the time of that Trump endorsement, there had been more than 10,000 early votes that had already been cast. So did the Trump endorsement come too late? When a margin is this close, and his endorsement didn't come till the Friday after the election, while the early voting period was underway, is that the difference here?
Steve, are you able to see geographically, is this a little bit of not enough anywhere for Randy Feenstra? Is there somewhere where Zach Lane performed particularly well? I mean, that might tell us a little bit of that story.
Here. This is Feenstra's congressional district. This should be pink wall to wall. It's not, you know. This is
Steve Hilton is in the lead. God damn, dude. What a disaster, bro. God, this state is so busted. It's the most busted state of all time. Oh my God, it is so blackpilling to see. Oh my God, Spencer Pratt cleaning up. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, let's just watch Toby Durden to calm down a little bit.
Was disabled. My mom worked 3 jobs to support us. We were poor. Toby Durden! I pulled weeds on farms, painted houses, anything for a buck. As a young couple, my wife and I didn't have health insurance.
Let's fucking go,
We had
Toby
young
Durden!
kids, big medical bills, and lots of debt. I know what it's like to struggle. But no one has ever been able to outwork me. I've built thriving businesses and created thousands of jobs right here in South Dakota. 100% accountability, 100% of the time, for 100% of the people. That mindset drove my success in business. Those values will guide me as your next governor. President Trump has inspired me to get into this fight. And I am going to go to Pierre and I am going to shake things up. As governor, I will stop the reckless spending and fight back against crushing property taxes so everyone can own a home. And work with President Trump to round up illegal immigrants and get deadly drugs off our streets.
Dog, you're running for governor of South Dakota. What do you mean the illegal immigrants from fucking North Dakota? God, I love this man. Toby Durden.
This campaign is about big ideas and big change, stopping the reckless spending and ending the corruption. It's about your family and your future. Career politicians are just looking for a promotion. They are too weak and too compromised to fight.
Bros that get drugs off our streets. Buddy, what streets? It's South Dakota. Where are the streets?
For you. These are serious times, and we need serious people. As your governor, I will never back down, and I will get results for you.
Toby Durden, a governor.
Toby Durden. Anytime I get mad, Toby Durden makes me happy again. I'm reminded. More from LA, Eunices Hernandez and Hugo Soto Martinez, the 2 left-wing members of the Los Angeles City Council, are each dominating the re-election races. Yeah, well. Steyer needs a large shift in the late mail, but that remains very possible. His vote share confidence interval city still clearly overlaps with Hilton's, meaning there's still meaningful uncertainty in the race. We have to do a January 6th for Katie Porter. I will do a January 6th for Toby Durden. I will fly out to South Dakota and do a January 6th. I'll make January 6th look like a fucking picnic for Toby. Toby Durden. It's not Stay Over. Javier Becerra has spent decades taking on Big Pharma, defending the ACA and protecting working families. That's exactly who we need an office name. Count me in. Hashtag Becerra for, in brackets, office. Hashtag lead with experience. Average Becerra voter. No, but it's bots, but like they are bots. Americans are bots. Fox News watching. Becerra in second now. Don't worry, he'll get back up to first place soon. Or, I mean, sorry, I was thinking of not even Becerra. I thought you were. So, was there any notable moment or endorsement that made Becerra surge, or did they just send MK Ultra instructions directly into people's heads? Yeah, no, it's proof. It's proof that California voters are cattle. They were all like, oh, I guess we'll vote for Swalwell. And then Swalwell turned out to be like a fucking rapist. So then everyone was like, who do we vote for? And then someone was like, maybe Becerra. And everyone was like, okay. That's literally it. It was the TikToks. Is TikTok? Is it? Did he have a massive TikTok push? Did Becerra cook on TikTok? Is that what it is? I doubt it. I doubt when you actually look at the demographics, it'll be boomers. Yes, absolutely. I don't know how it happened, but yes, on TikTok for some reason, you low-key live in the dumbest state. There were a fuck ton of bot-boosted tweets. I voted for May Wong. Check her district. The Republicans getting closer to second place. I'm getting nervous. Oh, don't worry. The 874-year-old incumbent made sure that would happen, by the way, because she was fucking terrified of losing her seat. So now she might actually lose that seat to a Republican if that actually pulls through. She red boxed to the fucking super PACs that are funding her race to go and dump money to support the Republican. They all said, did my research and here are my picks so you don't have to. I know it's low youth turnout. It's you guys are wrong. You're just seeing a lot of TikTok shit, but you'll see at the end. You'll see that there is probably very low youth turnout, and that's the reason why this vote went the way that it did. Yeah, youth turnout is like 5%, bro. They don't give a fuck. Like, we could have just been churning out hate videos about Hilton or Bianco instead of making multiple videos daily about how you think Steyer is evil. I think you can't defeat the schizos. That's what it is. Right? Like, if someone is just like schizophrenically obsessed with one candidate, whether because they're paid by that candidate, and they can just like genuinely spend every waking moment trying to disparage the other candidate, it doesn't matter. Sorry about Steyer, brother. No, I mean, it's fine. It's not, dude, I didn't endorse Tom Steyer. I didn't endorse anyone in the mayoral race either. I told you what you could do as a defensive vote, but there's a reason why I didn't endorse Tom Steyer, and there's a reason why I didn't endorse Nithya Raman. Because the reality of the matter is, I had my own personal hangups. But having said that, I would have much preferred Nithya Raman to be in the top 2 as opposed to fucking Spencer Pratt, and I would have much preferred Tom Steyer to be in the top 2. I would have much rather preferred Tom Steyer over Becerra as well. Silver lining is cemented anti-billionaire sentiment. No, dude. No. These people are cattle. You don't understand. These people are fucking cattle. If a billionaire came in and was like, I'm a moderate Democrat, and then all of the same forces that back Becerra back that moderate Democrat, they would literally love him. They would be like, oh my God, what? He's like FDR. Steve Hilton in the top position. Oh my God, my state is Chud City. It's the same thing with Kamala. To get engagement from the youth vote / your audience, they needed to show authenticity by calling out the genocide that would have led to youth turnout. I mean, I'm not a make it or break it kind of guy. You guys are crazy. I think it's this state and this city is way more chuddy. Apparently, the Studio City voting drop-off box was overflowing. Not to beat up on this girl more than the comments already have, but this is a great example of how hating billionaires is not the same as class consciousness. Yeah. San Fernando Valley might go red for the first time since 1972. California's at the center of Democrats' hope of retaking the House majority. Bro, what the fuck? RIP Ro Khanna and JB Pritzker. People only trust their left-wing candidates if they're either earning tip minimum wage or have a job you thought were extinct in 1910. The class trader candidate archetype really doesn't seem to be moving people. Yeah, no, it's not. Because Shoika did have all the bona fides that Steyer didn't have authentically, but the local left fucking hated him because they were literally holding him responsible for... Ironically enough, all the anti-ads that he was eating from Gary Tan didn't actually cause people to go, maybe these guys fucking hate this guy. Nope, not even a little bit. They were like, nope, you're the same as Gary Tan. But it was mostly Nancy Pelosi that did him in. Let's be real. Nancy Pelosi is everything in that district. Once that endorsement came during the primaries, it was kind of over. It was kind of a wrap after that point. So there's not really much else you can do there. Where is why has this been locked in at fucking, is it not reloading or something? What the fuck's going on? Oh shit. Yeah, it's not. There's people choosing sides they're going to pick, and white California has chosen fascism. Why did the local left not support Shaka? I don't want to get into it again. It doesn't matter. The high cost of living caused everyone to move out, leaving only chuds in California. How did LA get a top 2 system? Is dog shit compared to ranked choice? I know.
She is backed by the Democratic Congressional Campaign Arm, putting her on their red to blue list. We're going to be talking about this race come November. There's also the California 40th district as well. This is what has become a nasty member-on-member primary on the Republican side with young Kim and Ken Calvert. Ken Calvert will be one of the winners. At this point, we'll likely be talking about this one in November. Kim has made the case that Calvert has been in Washington too long. Calvert has made the case that Kim is simply not MAGA enough for this district. One to watch. Let's talk about Iowa now and the Republican governor's race there. And this one, boy, super interesting. Too close to call right now. Zach Lane, backed by the MAHA Action Committee. Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy has his backing as well, with Randy Feenstra, Republican congressman who President Trump has backed, who, based on NBC News' reporting, has conceded to Zach Lane. We have not called the race. You can see too close to call there, but this is a bit of a surprise, considering it does not appear that the president's endorsement got Feenstra over the finish line. Lane, if it is Lane, will end up facing Rob Sand, popular Democrat in Iowa there. Montana, let's talk about the Senate race in that state. Again, this is a place that has not elected a Democrat statewide since 2018, but Alani Bankhead is hoping to change that. The Air Force veteran, the projected winner in that primary. There will be an independent in that race, along with a Republican as well, Kurt Alme. New Mexico, the Republican governor's race, a projected winner here, and that is going to be Gregory Hull taking on Deb Haaland in that one. Let's get to Steve Kornacki at the big board on the night we have seen so far. Some interesting races, Steve, some races we're definitely going to be talking about in a few months, and then some real question marks that everybody's curious about, starting with the one you're looking at now, the governor's race.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're getting close to half the vote here in the governor's race. And I do think the situation is kind of clarified in a way where it may be a while here, but I mean, the basic dynamic.
Wait a second. You're not allowed to say it. Clarity
we call that,
for forever from now.
We call that California clarity.
Yeah.
Where you think you know, but it takes a week to find out.
That's
Thank
good.
you.
We're grading on a curve here, exactly, Garrett. So, look, the clarity is the separation that we've seen now between Javier Becerra and Tom Steyer, the two leading Democrats in this race, which stands at about 250,000 votes, the Becerra advantage over Steyer in the statewide count. You see Steve Hilton, one of the Republicans, the top performing Republican, actually running in first place right now. Chad Bianco, the other main Republican, a distant fourth. The question is that a distant enough fourth for Hilton? Because we're getting to the point now where we have largely seen in these counties, just about all these counties, that big pre-election day vote by.
How does stuff like this not make you an acceleration is? I mean, I have a lot of great W's so far. I live in this country. This country is larger than California. So we redistricted for this shit, bro. Yeah. And they're going to cook. And Republicans are going to cook. The top of the ticket is weak. Republicans are obviously going to consolidate around Steve Hilton. The Democrats are going to consolidate around Javier Becerra. But because the top of the ticket is weak, and there is a Republican on there instead of two Democrats on there, that's why I want Steyer and Becerra to do a matchup. Now that there's a Republican at the top of the ticket, they're going to come out in fucking high-ass numbers. Spencer Pratt now has a better opportunity. The stupid fucking 870-year-old that signaled to get the Republican into the top two in the runoffs might actually lose her fucking seat now because it's going to draw turnout. It's all down ballot from there. Weak ticket at the top with Javier Becerra and a Republican on the top at the top of the ticket implies that there's going to be a lot of Republicans that vote in the general now. This literally destroys the redistricting opportunities that we were trying to fucking create inside of the state. Do you understand?
Upward of 1 million votes in this primary, probably short of it, but upward of 1 million votes in this primary. How much of that, could Hilton have used? Now, again, he very well could make it here into this runoff. But I just, when you see this gap, I would flag it here because, Steyer right now, it's not so much about, when I say some clarity, I don't think it's as much now about Becerra versus Steyer. I think it's about both of them versus Hilton in those late arriving vote by mail.
Can I ask you, you described it as you feel like, as looking at the numbers here, Steve Hilton might be in a decent spot with the separation. Where does he need to perform to upgrade the decent to comfortable?
Yeah, I think it's less where he needs to perform right now and more to just tell me how democratic is that late arriving mail and how much of it is there. Because again, it's not so much a geographic question right now. It's just a question of the sort of the contour, the partisan composition of that late arriving vote by mail. And I think Republicans in California have come to have nightmares about this stuff because there have been so many Republican candidates in California that have been sunk in the slow.
It would have been Porter versus Becerra until Steyer tried to buy the progressive spot. Give it to me. Give me the crack right now. Give me the crack you're smoking on right now because I want to live in your reality and not the reality that we currently exist in. Give me that fucking crack. Hand it over. I'm doing crack cocaine with you. Let's go. This gotta be Katie Porter's Twitch account, right? The fuck are you on, dude? What are you talking about? Katie Porter is like in fucking Ramsey Robinson territory, and you're over here being like, well, Katie Porter would have won.
Ones that we're watching in the state of California. We just talked through the one in the Central Valley. We just talked through the one around Fresno. What about the one in San Diego, where Jim Desmond, the Trump-backed candidate, is going up against 2 Democrats? Are we seeing anything new on that front, Steve, in any of these battlegrounds?
So we did here in this 48th district, we did get some of San Diego County. And again, Von Wilpert, a councilwoman there. So it's split. The district is basically split evenly between these two. So Desmond clearly in front right there. And Von Wilpert has some separation there. It's a ways
from
back,
being
but again,
locked
he's
out
kind
of
of
the
consolidated
runoff.
the
Wow, this state is so fucking stupid. Wow, oh my God. This is a new likely DC from the redistricting, and Democrats are about to be locked out of the runoff, dude. Look at that. Look at how close it is. Wow. That's awesome. Y'all got to do something in California, because if a Republican gets governorship and take your 4th largest economy and turn it into the 400th largest economy. Yeah, Katie Porter at the Barack Obama Shaw party tonight.
Somebody like the Democrat coming out, it's like if it's Von Wilpert or Campanehar to do this. But again, it's a Harris 3 seat. But the road to the majority goes through places like that. It goes through places like Adam Gray's seat and some of these other we've been talking about. And look, David Valadao, he doesn't have 9 lives. He has 29 lives.
It's incredible.
It's been
6 terms, right?
Exactly. And the only time he lost was in 2018, very, very narrowly, to a guy named T.J. Cox, who was later indicted and went to, just actually reported to prison about a week ago. So he won't be running. But Valadao is somebody who has 9 lives in this district. And so they need a very strong candidate. And the NRCC is very excited to see Villegas, who's the more progressive AOC, Bernie Sanders-backed candidate, over Baines.
Valadao is the last Republican who voted to impeach
stole that
Trump
from
in
me.
the House.
I wanted to say
we were all there, man. It still counts.
You gotta finish the sentence, though.
The more important thing with Valadao is that he voted for the Big Beautiful Bill, which had drastic cuts to Medicare, biggest cuts in our nation's history. And that district is the most dependent on Medicaid of any of the districts in the country. So Democrats are feeling really good about it. The other thing I noticed, too, if you look at turnout is higher for Democrats than it is for Republican in Valadao's district. So he's incredibly vulnerable. I think that is one that Democrats in the DCCC feel very positive about and are going to keep dumping a lot of money.
Just to finish that sentence, though, so people don't, you talk about Villegas, you talk about David Valadao, the only currently sitting member of Congress who is running for re-election.
Current House member.
Correct. Current House member who voted to impeach President Trump after January 6th.
And President Trump largely silent about it.
Yep.
Right?
Not gone after him.
You know, there's a number. You know, there's a long line of members of Congress who are no longer members of Congress or are on their way out of Congress because of the decisions they made shortly after January 6th. For whatever reason, Valadao has escaped the wrath of Donald Trump and could potentially still be in Congress after all of this, depending on how this race goes.
Some of you may have noticed our eagle-eyed viewers that the M&Ms have emerged onto the table. We're going to take a very quick break to eat them, and we'll be right back, fueled up on the other side. Stay with us.
Oh, my God. So 10 hours, the oldest on his back. Good job supporting these candidates despite the pushback, man. I appreciate it. Night started off incredible with a massive W and is ending with disastrous outcomes for my state. I really, really, really did not want Steve Hilton to be in the top. I did not want a Republican to be at the top in the top 2 runoff, because it's going to do tremendous numbers for a Republican turnout, and it's going to have down ballot consequences, which is going to fuck the redistricting efforts. And there are literally districts where the incumbents tried to actively rat fuck the young progressive left flank candidates by promoting Republicans, and they might have actually ruined their chances of winning that district again. I'm telling you right now, if Mai Wong does not make it in the Matsui district, all of our efforts, the next Shoycott drop is at 9:45 p.m. Okay, we'll see what happens, but it's very tough for this to turn into anything positive from that point on. It's Vang. You keep saying Wong. Oh, sorry. Vang. My Vang. What are the implications for a Republican in the governor's seat in California? It's awful. He's a fucking pro-Trump. It's ice in every corner. Hilton at the top is totally Dem's fault. They have weak candidates, weak policies that never address the root cause of problems. I mean, it don't matter. It's... Oh my God, there's motherfuckers being like, after the election, you should try to work with Ramsey. Brother, this is Hitlerite territory. What are you talking about? This state is a bunch of suburban Hitlerites. And you're over here being like, yo, you should actually, work with Ramsey Robinson and we should do a third party momentum. Like, what are you talking about? Look at the results, man. Look at the results. This state doesn't even want Democratic Socialists, let alone PSL candidates. They want Republicans, honestly, it seems. They genuinely love Republicans. This state is like, I want a Republican. I want a fascist. I want someone who is a homeless annihilator. Might be Cope, but he knows his stuff. I'm already seeing a lot of analysis of the Los Angeles early numbers are tough. Those are close to final. Again, analyze away, but do take recent history into account and hints on how the count will still evolve. In the first batches of votes counted in 2020 California primary, Rick Caruso led Karen Bass 42-37. The final result of the primary had Bass ahead 43-36. In the November election, the first batch had Caruso up 51-49. Bass won 55-45. Yeah, but not to black people more, but do you think Becerra's worse than Kamala? I don't fucking know. I think they're all the same. Look, areas where the machine is still strong, you're going to see results like this. California is a blue stronghold, okay? That's just what it is. I, for one, am shocked the state that brought us Nancy Pelosi and Kamala Harris has decided they want to try out Republicans. Yeah. What was the app you kept telling people at polls to download? The app. It's not an app, chatter. It was the DSA LA voter guide. It's not an app. It's just a PDF. How the fuck does the historically corrupt New York machine get broken, but California's machine looks stronger than ever? DSA difference, DSA diff, Working Families Party diff. There's a lot. Rank choice is big. But yeah, Working Families Party is a huge played a huge role in building the infrastructure in New York City as well, even before DSA. Also, high urban density makes it easier to organize. Good public transit, higher levels of accessibility to every part of the city. A lot more working class people. Also, I know they call it California, but California is dead ass not progressive. We have some of the most educated and also some of the most shit-lived voters of all time. Oh, yeah. No, for sure. No, definitely. California is, I mean, I've said this. I have said this. Californians, like, they LARP as progressive. They're not.
That they may not include local press, legacy media, national newspapers, or reporters.
Like, why are they fucking standing outside of Pratt headquarters? Like, they're so cucked that they want to get a taste of what's going on inside. Is that what it is?
Non-traditional campaign. And it will be very interesting to see, does that work in the city of Los Angeles? Because that will tell us quite a bit about how campaigning, at least on the local level, will move forward.
Absolutely, Kyung Law. Thank you so much. Alex?
Let's bring in our next political panel. CNN senior political analyst Ron Brownstein is here, conservative commentator Alicia Krause, and founding partner at Puck News and host of Good Luck America, Peter Hamby. What a group we have here tonight. Let's talk, Ron, about the mayor's race, which is getting national attention. The numbers that you're seeing so far from Spencer Pratt, do you think that it's enough to get him into the top two?
Well, you know, if the overall dynamic is that Democrats seem to be holding their ballots later than Republicans because they were unsure who to vote for in the governor's race, that's going to affect the final outcome in the mayor race as well. Look, you're the incumbent. 65% of voters are basically picking someone else. Maybe it'll go down to around 60. That is not a tremendous vote of confidence for Bass, but in a general election, one-on-one against either of these opponents, most likely Pratt, you know, what we're looking at, he is still a Trump supporter in an overwhelming blue city. Rahman.
He doesn't talk about Trump.
Right,
He doesn't say necessarily a supporter. He says he's a supporter of no candidate. He's a supporter of Jesus Christ is his political
He
role.
will be reminded. Voters will be reminded if it is him. And then, of course, Rahman, you know, I mean, there is an audience for that, as we've seen in multiple municipalities around the country. But at a
Democratic socialist.
But at a time when so many urban voters are kind of expressing a recoil against disorder, you know, kind of a left insurgency in LA doesn't seem like it's going to go the distance either. So you've got Bass kind of like Becerra as a mainstream older Democrat who doesn't generate a tremendous amount of enthusiasm, but is facing opponents who have ceilings of their own.
Alicia, you support Spencer Pratt? You like him?
Absolutely.
What do you make of this movement? And also, what do you make of the decision tonight to exclude the cameras, exclude the press on a night when the world is looking at this event and looking at him, and it's the start potentially of a new campaign for the general election if he makes the top two?
I can't speak to it because I wasn't a part of the decision making for that. I don't know that I would have advised that. I would have said give the press a scrum, you know, let them be off to the side, focus on the voters and the supporters first. But also the faux tears, I think the average LA mom like myself is going to be like, kind of who cares? He's been really good about going and into Nithya Raman's district where, you know, she is okay apparently with homeless people sleeping everywhere, whether they're 50 feet from a school or 500 feet from a school. In Sherman Oaks, all over the valley, all over South LA, that he has gone to do barbecues and engage with voters and have Q&A. I think he's had really great performances in the debates and the interviews that he's done, that the average person now can go to Instagram and TikTok and get to know who Spencer Pratt is. They don't, no offense, they don't need to be watching Fox News, CNN, or MS Now in order to be able to see that.
Peter, when you were with us on The Story Is, you brought up the fact that clearly this is an internet phenomenon. Clearly there are a lot of people who love him who don't live in Los Angeles. The question is, do voters in Los Angeles love what's coming out? When you look at these numbers so far, what do you see in terms of actual votes from actual Los Angelinos?
They're 14% registered Republican. Like, that's the percentage in Los Angeles, right? And I think polling has borne out that it's not just an internet phenomenon, actually. It's not just Republicans. And yes, you run in this city without party affiliation next to your name, and Spencer Pratt says he's running for Democrats, and Jesus is his role model. But, from my reporting, which is anecdotal, what I'm waiting to see, whether this is proved out, is there support among no party preference voters in the city? Is there support among Democrats and quiet voters? By the way, also, I'm interested to see, these predominantly Jewish neighborhoods in the city that swung Pico Robertson, that swung for people watching like 25 points to Donald Trump in 2024 over concerns about anti-Semitism coming from the left. Spencer Pratt has been very loud about fighting anti-Semitism and trying to run up the score. I've talked to many Jewish voters and donors, including Haim Saban, who gave money to Spencer Pratt. I mean, so I do think that his messaging around public safety,
he's not wrong,
which to Ron's point is something that Democrats kind of got away from over the years, has resonated. My question, though, is what is his support in non-white precincts in this town?
Right-wing Jewish voters in California.
White homeowners on the west side who are worried about homeless people and pushing their strollers around poop and syringes.
I live in this neighborhood, bro.
So again, they're still counting the votes.
Yeah, I think that this, though, affects the immigrant store owners on Olvera Street. This affects,
But that's what I want to see. I mean, because I think he does. He has
been an effort to campaign in these non-white
neighborhoods, South LA, wherever. I just want to see what the results are.
The question won't be whether they are affected by it. The question is whether they see him as a reasonable
response
to it.
Brother, they can't swing the vote for the presidency, or they can swing the vote for the mayor.
That they're willing to take
They've been voting for the same. They've been voting for people that look like them, that have completely abandoned them and done nothing to help them.
It was interesting being at a polling place today in North Hollywood, spending hours talking to voters myself, how there were a lot of...
Every single person on my block, I'm willing to bet, voted for Spencer Pratt. Every single one. Every single person in my neighborhood most likely voted for Spencer Pratt. Like, it's not even a question. What is this? Is he
richest state in the richest country in the history of the world. It's unacceptable that right now so many Californians struggle to make ends meet. We're about to see the world's first trillionaires.
Oh, so I should have door knocked for Bass? I mean, Bass sucks too. I didn't endorse in the mayor's race for a reason.
Concentrated in the hands of the very, very few. The gap between the rich and the poor grows wider by the minute. Prices are higher than ever. Faith in government's ability to do anything is lower than ever. Californians are being priced out of their homes every single day. While it happens, we see billionaires do whatever they have to get whatever they can out of the system, and then do everything they can to hoard their wealth and avoid paying taxes. And we see corporations continue to rig the system for themselves, raising your prices to juice their profits. Screw that. California deserves better. Working people deserve better. Democracy matters. Justice matters. The truth matters. Anyone who says otherwise is invested in a system rigged against you. Here's the truth. For every bill that's too high, there's a special...
Why do you think winning is what matters in bourgeois elections?
They want you to believe that's inevitable. That's just how the market works.
You're brilliant.
But that's bullshit. We don't have to accept this. This campaign has been about proving that. My vision for California is based on a simple idea. The well-being of the most vulnerable shouldn't depend on corporations and billionaires choosing to do the right thing. We should have a system based on fairness, not on asking for fairness, where the most privileged pay their fair share not by charity, but by law. A system that reminds them of what I've been saying since the very beginning of this campaign. You didn't do it all yourselves.
Steyer's not winning as an independent if he runs as an independent. Y'all are delusional.
California enabled them to. Because ordinary Californians work...
Party loyalty will transcend that. There's no shot he wins as an independent. Y'all are fucking insane.
Those billionaires could realize the dreams they came to this state to pursue. The California I believe in is a California where recognizing that hard work...
I'm delusional. It's because I was trained by you. Delusional.
and to
I'm
designing
unbelievably
a
pragmatic when it comes to elections.
This race, more than any other in recent memory.
Oh, also, yeah, there is no, wait, what am I talking about? There's no fucking running as independent. This is the primary. It's over. The top two make it to the general. God. It's a jungle primary. I forgot. That's kind of the point, actually. Why does he sound like he's Skyping from the moon? I feel bad. If we write him Bush where in November, he can still win. Okay, Vorlo. Of course, the attacks have begun. How in the hell is a defense witness in 1990? Oh my God. Fucking piece of shit. Do you think California will stay red for the general? Sorry, don't know a ton. Just curious. No, California's not going to be red. But California's not going to turn red. But it's going to be purple. It's going to be the bluish, the reddish blue, the reddest blue you can get.
Results pretty much the same. Steve Hilton on top, a 36,668 vote lead over Javier Becerra. He's the top Democrat right now at 26%. Tom Steyer, who you were just listening to, is at 20% if you round that up. He is not conceding, and there's a lot of votes to be counted. So there's no guarantee that he will not make the top two. It's the top two who make it. But an observation, Laura,
Dems are also likely to get locked out of CA 40 now, by the way, which is only an R+1 and was very viable.
He says to keep him down here. We'll see if he ends up down there.
Very, I think the turnout is pretty shit, right? Am I crazy? Maybe I'm wrong. But yeah, Ken Calvert going up against Young Kim. They're locked out of Californians. The California Democratic Party is going to be locked out of the 40th Congressional District primary. Here's one of the problems here, okay? This is what happens when you run a weak leader at the top of the ballot. If the top of the ballot is, if there's 700 different candidates, I mean, if there's literally 60 candidates and everyone's like, who the fuck do I vote for? And the only person that they consolidate behind is like whoever the machine tells them to vote for. And that happens to be Javier Becerra at the last moment when the original runner-up was Eric Swalwell. Okay. This has down ballot consequences. Republicans, well, they love voting. They love voting for a Republican. So Trump told them to go out and fucking vote. California 40 is not viable, my friend. It's R+1. California Democrats are the most mediocre Democrats in the country, sit on immense wealth and a population that gives them supermajorities and basically accomplish nothing except massive dysfunction. Well, when Zaid cooks, he cooks. I agree with Zaid here, 100%. It's nasty. Check logs, local here. Kim Verrett was wildly antagonistic to OCDSA. She was a Zio, so it made sense. She went after us with our principles. Kim Verrett was a mad Zionist. Do not cheer for her. I mean, I'm not even fucking cheering for... Dude, I don't think you guys understand. Every California race is cooked. Pretty much, with like 3 exceptions or 4 exceptions. It's all dog shit here. There is nothing good. There is nothing. I mean, look at our fucking inevitable contenders on the Democratic Party side. Karen Bass versus Spencer fucking Pratt in the general. And then it's going to be Javier Becerra versus Steve Hilton. Oliver Ma, baby. Brother, Oliver Ma is not getting anything, unfortunately. Yes, Oliver's cooked. Yeah, it's not like, the thing is, dude, we're fucking crying over not me, but like there are people in here that are sad. It's understandable over Tom Steyer and Nithya Raman. Okay. Neither of these candidates were like, Tom Steyer was pretty fucking left, to be fair. But it's not like Nithya Raman was like this fucking, hardcore socialist or anything like that. And there was one who didn't call himself a socialist, who drew tremendous ire from the local socialists. Kenneth Mayhew won, I'm pretty sure, which is great. But like, even the DSA candidates were not exactly fucking radical either. Kenneth is the GOAT. I love him. Pussy Angel, the real issue that was not addressed. Like 2 months ago, Becerra wasn't even top 5, like so astroturfed. And it's not like Raman and Steyer were that leftist to begin with. California politics is ass. Yeah. No, the Nick Fuentes rant on you yesterday was funny, I admit. Okay. Again, cattle. Why are you fucking admitting that you watch a neo-Nazi, dude? That's so strange. Yeah. Steyer was pretty fucking left, but the issue with him is that the voters spoke loud and it's clear, and this is what they need from the Democratic Party.
Competence is cool. Having experience is hot.
You don't mean cattle, you mean goyim, right? No, I mean sheep, cattle. Which, by the way, goyim is literally that, but cool and edgy. Okay, it's the fucking neo-Nazi version of it. It means the same shit, dumbass. Just means you're a fucking sheep. You're a stupid person. Goyim does not mean cattle. I know what goyim means, you fucking idiot. I'm saying what it actually means when people use it, they deploy it in the exact same way that you would deploy cattle or sheep, dullard. Thank you for explaining to me what goyim actually means. I know what it means. Move to the East Coast. They're the only series. You say, okay, everyone needs to calm the fuck down. Okay, I'm not going anywhere. And I think we just need to double down. What we need to do is double down and fix the DSA system here. And fix the infrastructure here. It'll take time, but I think it's doable. My Vang losing to, I'm gonna blow my shit clean off. Spencer Pratt gonna win and kick you out of LA? No, I'm. KFC double down. Maybe Becerra can help you get a sponsor. Yeah, I'm a Becerra head. Hot, competent Summer won overwhelmingly at the ballot box. I genuinely think I have less respect for people who vote for this guy than the San Francisco tech people that try to make Matt Mahana thing. Dude, if Tom Steyer gave like half of what he did in this election to the DSA, could you imagine how much progress could be made? Note, we're looking at Red Mirage though. Dems voted very late of indecision on the governor's race. Yeah, but the fact that there was indecision on the governor's race is enough, is like incompetence enough. I'm so mad at the fucking dumbass Democratic Party here. They suck so much dick and ass, dude. I mean, yeah, we do low-key deserve the fucking incompetent shit libs that run in every fucking election and then sit on a comfortable fucking safe blue district for the rest of their goddamn lives. Biggest state in the fucking nation, dude. It's a disaster. It's a goddamn disaster, bro. It's so crazy. It's the last bastion. It's the last fucking dying gasp of this stupid fucking corporate, pro-corporate machine politics. And it very much exists in California. And there's no real, like, there's not a strong enough left flank opposition to it. There was some growth in that initiative in DSA San Francisco, ironically enough, before they basically killed every fucking working class person in the goddamn city and pushed them out. And on top of that, the tech bros basically destroyed not only Dean Preston, but also the progressive DA. And they got inundated with like, leftists are the reason why homeless people are raping your children on the streets and they're doing crack cocaine off of your child's back. They did all of those fucking, like, every CVS is bedlam. Every CVS and every Walgreens is under attack. And it worked. It worked. And that's part of the reason why DSA San Francisco fucking hates Shoykot, because they see him as like a part of that movement. And guess what? They fucking love Daniel Lurie. San Francisco literally has an ultra-Zionist, billionaire fucking mayor, and he's got LeBron approval ratings. Okay? Shoykot didn't individually destroy Preston. You guys are fucking literally brain dead. You are medically brain dead if you think Shoykot was single-handedly responsible. You're fucking stupid, okay? Shut the fuck up. Oh my God. Yes, dude, Shoykot did. Shoykot was like, I'm so glad we eviscerated the leftist movement in San Francisco. I'm this secretive, evil villain, centimillionaire who, on the one hand, props up socialists everywhere around the country, but in my own backyard, I fucking despise it, and I want every socialist to be killed. That's what he was doing secretly. He was doing it to fuck with you, okay? Losers don't get the right history. Shoykot is at fault. I mean, no, it just didn't work. What do you mean? He dumped so much money. He only donated $10K. The way San Francisco DSA talks about that election, I thought he donated $10 million. Yeah, he only donated $10K to that. He donated $500K to the fucking billionaire tax initiative. But it doesn't matter because these guys already made up their minds. Not that it matters, because even if the entire fucking institutional left backed Shoykot, he still probably would not have made it. Yeah, people didn't want him. What are you going to do? And also, Scott Wiener is probably still going to be your representative regardless. Because the reality of the matter is, San Francisco is Libtown. I mean, look at how Scott Wiener's doing. And the new dumps are about to come in 1 minute. So we'll find out how much changes have taken place. Connie Chan is actually doing fairly well, a lot better than I thought she would with that Nancy Pelosi endorsement. Again, not because of fucking DSA San Francisco, by the way, because of Nancy fucking Pelosi. A lot of the left in California think they have momentum, but they don't, right? They will think that, oh, like they defeated Shoykot, like we fucking did it. It's Nancy Pelosi that did it. Connie Chen and Shoykot were trailing behind one another in a margin of error, okay? 20%, 20%. Nancy Pelosi came in and moved that fucking weight around after Adam Schiff had already endorsed Connie Chan. And boom, all of a sudden, Connie Chan has serious viability, okay? So don't even fucking act like you did this shit. You didn't do anything. Because San Francisco, deep down inside, you know, is lib central, okay? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Ethan Agarwal is so funny. Couldn't even crack the top 2, man. What a disaster for this guy. What a disaster for this guy. The tech bros also kind of suck at like trying to make candidates happen. Matt Mahan is eating shit. Ethan Agarwal is eating shit against Ro Khanna. Once it became clear Shoykat wasn't getting the AOC endorsement, he was basically drawing dead as there was a perfectly good progressive candidate who was locally rooted and getting establishment support. All the candidates that went on Hasan Piker, Diddy Piker, Dog Striker stream lost handily. All that matters to a little Zoomer like me, girl who's gonna be okay. Buddy, you're a couple days out from ending it all. I don't think you're gonna be all right. Like, this guy is literally a fucking bot. All the candidates that went on Hasan Piker's stream lost handily. What the fuck are you talking about? Nithya and Ray could have co-endorsed in a ranked choice system. Ray should have dropped out and endorsed her. Same thing happened. No, it wouldn't have done anything. You guys are fucking wrong. It wouldn't have done anything. What are you talking about? Ray's at like 3%. What are you talking about? And Ramen is not making it. Like, there's not. She would not have been able to move the fucking needle at all. LA wants Pratt. It's over. No, it's not. 16,000 people voted for fucking Eric Swalwell still, okay? Bots. All right, where's the fucking new dumps? With the new dumps that came in, Scott Wiener still at 42%, Connie Chan at 28%, Shoykat at 14%. I think we are still having trouble because voters do not distinguish between an establishment progressive and an insurgent progressive. They see someone like Warren and someone like Zoran as fundamentally the same. We need to help them understand the difference. That's not even a problem in California, I don't think. It's not going to be Pratt. Most of Ramen's voters will vote for Bass, but this is nonetheless extremely disappointing. Yeah, it's fucking blackpilling to see these kinds of results for like openly reactionary candidates. Steve Hilton with 26.6%. Now you partially own any Wiener successes. What? People hate tech bros. Steyer, Rothman, Shoykat. Analysis bad. Need more bad analysis to understand. That's called an ass whooping. Now you partially own any Wiener successes. What? What the fuck are you saying? Dude, I think I'm going to ban everyone from San Francisco going forward. 25-month subscriber. I already said I'm perfectly willing and capable to back Connie Chan against Scott Wiener. But hey, have fun. Fake demon, you didn't even ban the Becerra voter? Yeah, because Becerra is going to be our new governor. San Francisco, the new Naperville? No, yeah. Karen Bass, a Republican D-list celebrity, is an insane outcome only possible in a jungle primary. Yes, but also the fact that it's even happening is devastating. Like, it's insane, dude. This is insane. Like, Spencer Pratt getting this close is insane. 47% of the votes in. No, you were a bunch of ham-fisted interlopers. I had no idea San Francisco was like that. All right, fuck it. I'm pulling out. I don't care about what happens in San Francisco. All right. If Scott Wiener wins, then Scott Wiener wins. Connie Chen already has Nancy Pelosi's endorsement. That is the most powerful politician in San Francisco. Have fun with that race. What are the odds Becerra so dog shit gets recalled within 2 years? Who knows? It's so, this is, California politics is so ass. How do you see such comically low turnout numbers year after year and not just give up on electoralism? It's the Latino vote that Becerra swooped up. I was canvassing in East LA before Becerra had a chance to win and people were progressive. Once he came in and a lot of my peeps fell in the line, that proves the Latinos vote in IPAL. It's... Legit, what can I even say to people when they tell me they don't care about politics? I mean, most people don't. I don't think Latino voters vote in IPAL at all. I mean, we'll see. We'll see what the demographic breakdown looks like. I do think that it's the Becerra thing is just like Democrats consolidate support. They say that's the guy, and people just go and vote. Yeah. Hey guys, at least Tony Durden is leading by 4 over that rat bastard Larry Roden. Porter should have stepped out and endorsed Steyer. This is fucked. What are you guys talking about? That wouldn't have done anything. Like, Katie Porter is a 4%, dude, a 5%. And also, there's no guarantee that Katie Porter was going to actually, Katie Porter voters were going to go vote for Steyer anyway. If Katie Porter endorsed someone, she probably would have endorsed Becerra anyway. Anyway, I'm tired, but we started off the night with a good W, Adam Hamawi, and we're ending it on L after L after L. It's California, so it'll take some time to see the final results. Shout out to Barack Denzel Obama Shaw. Shout out to Country and God DeMott. And all the other people. California is so busted. California is so cooked. What are you gonna do? It's a big country. It's a big state. Yeah, never forget.
Health and Education Service, I nominated Javier Baccaria. Javier Bashira. Health and Education Service, I nominated Javier Baccaria.
We got a lot of work in California, okay? We got a lot of work here. We got a lot to do. God, I miss you, Joe. God love your soul. And God save America and our troops. Javier Baccaria. All right, I'll see y'all tomorrow. I'm not going to New York City. Yeah, I'm staying here, dude. Till the bitter end.
Just you wait. Just you wait.